Hello, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started on time. Thank you all so much for being here. It's great to have a packed house. I have three very esteemed guests. Very excited about this. Just some logistical things. Everything we do here is for you, but it's also for the world because we're streaming online. Bitcoin Magazine has generously agreed to stream everything that happens here today on their platform. So we'll be streaming, they'll be streaming, and we're talking to you. This is a sauna, and it is hot out. So I ask for your patience. Today's just going to be a little warm. We have two industrial-strength air conditioners back there. It is very cold back there. It's sort of okay right here. I'm very comfortable, but it might get warm in here. We'll do our best. We got fans going. We have a lot of gratitude and patience, and we're just thankful you're here. This place is called Salt. There are all kinds of cool things here that you'll explore throughout the day. There's a bar that serves beer right outside here. There's art projects. There's a cafe. We're all going to jump in the water later. It's going to be really fun. Thank you so much, Isa. Appreciate that. All right, so we're going to get started. So this program at the Human Rights Foundation started because we began to notice many years ago that governments would go after the bank accounts of activist organizations, and it was extremely something that we just started seeing again and again and again. Starting about 10 years ago, they really started to hone this tactic. I wanted to start by offering each of the guests a chance to quickly introduce themselves and talk a little bit about how the government that they're opposing started to persecute them financially. So we're going to start with Anna. Anna, maybe introduce yourself for a little bit and describe some of the attacks against your organization that were done from a financial point of view, and maybe tell us why that was done and was it effective? And keep the mic very close to your mouth. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Anna Chekovich, and I have been working at the Anti-Corruption Foundation. It's the Russian organization that was founded in Moscow in 2011 by the opposition leader of Russia, Alexei Navalny, which is in prison now for his work. So when we were working in Russia, we faced a lot of challenges related to working with the traditional financial system, because the government used this tool in order to attack us, since it was the simplest method for the regime to target us with the help of the banking system. Alexei Navalny announced his participation in the presidential elections in 2016, and it was the moment when we started our crowdfunding campaign. And that was the moment when we started to use Bitcoin, actually, because it was obvious for us that it wasn't safe to keep all the donations only in fiat, because the government was going to attack us with with the help of the banking.
Yeah, so they started fundraising with Bitcoin in 2016. The interesting thing for this crowd, especially, will be that they basically just had one address for a long time, and they got 700 Bitcoin on it. And it's really funny because we know that reusing an address is not really a good idea because it's not very good for privacy. However, at the end of the day, if you control the key to that address and the government doesn't control it, there's not a whole lot they can do about it. So it was kind of funny that the address was being held by somebody in a different country, and it never ended up really being a problem. Thankfully, today they don't do that anymore, but just worth pointing out. But over the years, the government would go after you. Would go to the office and they would just delete the money that was in your bank account, right?
Yeah, it's true. Many times they blocked our bank accounts when we had our savings there, and I just refreshed the page of our online bank and I find out that it's blocked and we lost everything, and I need to pay salaries or pay taxes or pay rent or anything, and we just don't have money. So Bitcoin was a solution for us. We could store some savings there, and I would not be so sure about the amount of Bitcoins we received that you just said, because we very often just converted the fiat that we received into Bitcoin just to store it safely.
It's an urban area. I mean, in cities, which is really where revolutions are going to happen, right? In urban areas where increasing amounts of number of people live around the world, there are public transit systems where you have to pay to go on them. And if it's digital and it's not like a bearer instrument, if it's a credit card or something, it's trackable. And people were worried that the authorities were going to track if they used the ID card that was attached to their ID to go to and get off the protest point, right? So they were worried if they were students they'd get suspended or if they would get fired from their jobs. So people would actually line up and use cash to buy one-time use tickets, right?
Yeah, exactly. And some of the occasions, people literally left their bills and their changes on top of the vending machine. So the people after you, they could buy it even though they don't have any cash. So this is kind of like an adaptation to these surveillance tactics of the government.
Yeah, or basically just evidence that like cash is like so important for democracy. Like if you don't have an ability to use private small transactions to do things like using public transit to go to a protest, you're just going to be disabled. Like it's just going to be very difficult. The other thing I wanted to raise, it goes back to Anna. Eventually it just becomes too much, and you had to leave. Can you tell us a little bit about what the Russian government did, and how, and you just maybe a little bit about, if you're willing to, some of your personal experiences about having to flee?
Yes, sure. So after they tried to attack us with the help of the banking system, and they realized that nothing works because we always found a solution. So they decided to go hardcore, and first they poisoned Alexei Navalny. They tried to kill him, and then he survived, but he was arrested, and now he's in prison. And our foundation was designated as an extremist organization, which actually means that we cannot continue our activities in the country. We became illegal, and we had to leave. So we moved to Europe. Now we're located in Lithuania.
And to be clear, very illegal for someone to donate to you.
Yes, illegal for everyone. It's even illegal to mention our name in the media without a disclaimer that we are an extremist organization. Like every media who mentions us, they should like make a disclaimer.
Wow, so that's like a fine if you do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
so,
then you and your colleagues ended up having to leave, and now you're based outside of Russia, and it's very difficult to continue your work because you don't have a banking system anymore. I mean, so talk to us about, because this must be such an issue for so many activists who've had to flee, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's a common problem because we didn't even expect that we were going to face such struggles. When we moved to Europe, we continue our work. We continue working with Russia. Russians are our target audience, and we need to make some payments to Russia to support political prisoners in Russia, such as Alexei Navalny, political activists who fight inside the country, advocates assisting those people. We need to make financial transactions to support them, but Russia is now cut off from the international financial system. We cannot send fiat to Russia because of that, and also because there is the surveillance over the banking system in Russia. So all the people who are going to receive money from us, from so-called extremist organization, they risk to end up in jail up to 10 years.
So you have adapted, and now, like, you're telling me that a significant part of your financial infrastructure in terms of receiving donations, paying people inside Russia, you guys do with Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's true. We receive donations in Bitcoin from Russians because Russians cannot use fiat to donate to us, and also they are scared, so they prefer to use Bitcoin in order to support us. And the same thing, we used Bitcoin in order to provide financial support because there is no other way.
There's a friend of mine who said something really interesting, that the German government is looking into how it can continue to pay Holocaust survivors in Russia. The German government provides support for Holocaust survivors, and these elderly Russians, they can't reach them anymore because it's illegal due to sanctions to send money to Russia. So a way to continue to comply with sanctions and help Holocaust survivors is to do it with Bitcoin, and they're actually looking into doing this.
Yeah, it's true, and those sanctions were aimed to stop Russian oligarchs from circumventing sanctions, and so they imposed sanctions on the entire country instead of targeting sanctions. But who suffer from these sanctions are actually people like us, activists, human rights organizations, because for us, this financial system is the only tool. So now we use Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is the only solution for us. But for those people like oligarchs and everyone, they have different tools to circumvent sanctions, not only financial.
Well, it's also worth pointing out that one of the reasons sanctions are done is because when you send a wire to the Cuban government or the Russian government through its national banking system, like, they're going to take a piece, they're going to rent seek, right? They're going to profit off that. So, like, governments in the West are trying to find ways to support organizations inside other countries without rent seeking, without providing profit to the local government. Now, before Bitcoin, like they basically would just say, "Oh, we can't do it, and we can no longer provide help," and people are stuck. And I've seen organizations have to refuse grants and all kinds of things. Thankfully, though, we have new technology that can allow us to keep going. So, Nathan, one thing I wanted to point out. I wanted to end with some like practical things as we've got a couple minutes left here. A friend of mine is a Hong Konger. They are in Europe now, and they continue to do work and research in Hong Kong. And the way that they pay the people inside Hong Kong is with Bitcoin. And then, like, obviously Hong Kong is a very surveilled society. I mean, the number of, surveillance cameras in every corner of every street is very high. But there are actually, for whatever reason, still Bitcoin ATMs in Hong Kong that do not require ID to a certain level of amount. So you can actually send Bitcoin to Hong Kong. People can go to a Bitcoin ATM with a mask on, and they can withdraw cash and be completely private. This is pretty cool. So this can continue to fund people at least at a small level, and I just thought that was worth sharing. That was interesting.
Yeah, definitely. On top of that, there are new relief funds operating outside of the country, outside of Hong Kong. They're also receiving Bitcoin and other digital currencies as part of the fundraising campaign. And because like when you kind of accept it from these traditional banking system, you're relying them not to expose your identity. And that may not be the case because when like China applies pressure, they would probably like back off and then hand out the details of those donations.
And I think this is the vision, right? So the vision, what we know is going to happen is the following. Eventually the government is going to get rid of those ATMs. It's going to realize that that's a problem. That's why it's so important what you talked about earlier about the circular economy. Like if you have pro-freedom markets and shops, like the government can't shut down the whole economy. So you have thousands of these shops and marketplaces. They've got that yellow sticker on them. Now imagine one day if the yellow sticker meant Bitcoin accepted here. Okay, so now you are sending the money in to support people, and they can go buy their groceries. They can pay their landlord, and they can do it all in Bitcoin. The government cannot stop that. So that's extremely powerful to help think about building these economies in that way. And it comes from a long line of people who've experimented with this. It happened in Ireland during conflict. It happened in America during Jim Crow. I mean, like, African Americans would build their own financial systems so that they didn't have to pay the white financial system or whatever for services. They made their own. So this is kind of an interesting idea, and I'm seeing it kind of traced out in many places. I don't know, Farida, do you want to talk about maybe like where you're at today? And what kind of innovations you're seeing with groups in West Africa around solutions?
Yeah, sure. Actually, more and more activist groups and movements have been realizing how Bitcoin is a tool for them to counter government censorship and surveillance. My organization, the Africa Bitcoin Community, we've been trying to raise as much awareness as possible, not just only between the activist community, but within the countries as a whole. So we kind of do educational activities to help people understand. And we are very happy that many movements and non-profit organizations have come to us telling us we want to start using Bitcoin to be able to support our work. How can you set us up? They understand how it works and why it matters. And we really believe that it's going to make a huge difference in the coming years. And it's already making a difference in countries that are currently facing massive repression in Africa.
I mean, as sort of concluding remark, I would just say that every single dictator goes after financial freedom in one way or another, and it's happening at an increased scale. I mean, we talked a little bit about central bank digital currencies. I mean, imagine if the cash is still like a key part of this. Like, cash is if you're going to receive Bitcoin in a country, the safest way to turn it into fiat currency is to find someone you trust and sell the Bitcoin to them for cash. That's like completely private. But eventually cash is going to go away. Like, we're going to have these central bank digital currencies. So again, that's why it's so important that we create these circular economies so that when I send you Bitcoin, you can actually do something with it. You can go buy something with it. Otherwise, we're kind of in like a little bit of a trap. So that's such important work, and we're going to hear a lot more about that later today. We have a whole panel about building those economies from people all over the world, from Asia, Africa, Latin America. That should be really, really interesting. So I just wanted to give each of you maybe like 30 seconds. Like, what do you want the audience to know as a takeaway? And maybe we'll start with you, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm sure in these like dictatorial regimes, it's really important for us to have the capacity to do anonymous donation, and also in these like decentralized banking system that can allow us to receive funding without the hindrance or without interception from the government. So I would love to see like it developed and to see how it could be more accessible to the ordinary people, whether to use it or whether to donate it.
Thank you. Farida.
Yeah, conversations around money are often erased from human rights spaces, and especially activist spaces, because people are shamed for talking about money when they are activists, because you also want to make sure people don't see you as doing it for financial reasons. However, when we look down, almost every single struggle is tied to some extent to financial freedom. It's about people being able to use money as their money as they want, and people being able to earn money even in the first place, to live in dignity. So I try to make activists understand that when you live in a country that your money is, the fate of your money is decided by those who don't want you to live in dignity, then you are not free. You can't achieve any freedom. So when I receive questions like, how can a human rights activist be talking about Bitcoin and money and stuff like that, I said, whoever controls your money actually controls your life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna.
People like us, activists who fight against dictatorships, we really use Bitcoin to make the world a better place. So we really use tools that are created by developers, and those developers may not even know that we use their tools, and they can provide safety and freedom for people, and they don't even know about it. So I think that it's very important that we speak about it, about such cases like about activists, about human rights organizations, so that the community knows about us and they collaborate with us and maybe help us create something specifically for some specific cases, and don't hesitate to reach out to us and to communicate and maybe to discuss how we can collaborate and do something together.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, look, there's so many people in this room who build tools, who are working on building tools that could be freedom technology. So I would encourage you all to connect. Thank you all very much. There's one, you'll see this kind of fun little backdrop we have, and there's one here that's very relevant for our panel. It says, "A dictator's nightmare, money controlled by the people." And that's really what we're going for. So thank you all so much. It's been such a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Exciting to announce that we're going to have BTC sessions. My friend Island, they're going to come up and they're going to MC the rest of the day. They're going to keep us moving. They're going to provide a little bit of connective tissue while we get the next speakers ready. So welcome to Ben and to Island. Thank you so much.
Here, let me take this chair.
That's. We've got up again really quick before we dive into the next talk. My name is Ben, also known as BTC Sessions. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to Alex for having me join in, and also Island will be co-hosting with me, and we're going to swap off for each panel. So you're going to see a lot of both of us throughout the day. But nonetheless, I'm going to give a little intro to our next couple guests here, and we'll welcome them up in just a second. Yes. It's going to be a little tight in here, of course, and a lot hot in here. So we'll wing it. We'll make it work. But nonetheless, as people are coming in and out, I'm going to intro the next talk, and we'll bring up our next panelists here. So this next talk is entitled "A New Banking System for Activists." You guys can come up, and I'll just do my thing as you guys get yourself situated. So this talk is entitled "A New Banking System for Activists," and I'm going to read the summary here really quick. Civil society groups worldwide are adopting Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as an alternative to the banking system as legacy models fail. Being one's own bank and self-custodying Bitcoin remains the ultimate goal. But many are interested in also exploring community banking models that could work for NGOs. Here we're going to hear from two entrepreneurs launching such a system. So please welcome to the stage Obi Nwosu and Justin Moon with Fedi.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Is it on?
Ooh.
Okay, there we go. So I'm Justin. Nice to meet everybody, and thanks a lot for the intro, Ben. So I was at a dinner about 5 years ago in Dallas, Texas, with a bunch of cowboys who drill oil and were learning about Bitcoin, and we were all kind of on the same page, right? A bunch of Texans, and then the dinner finished, and then a speaker stood up and started talking about activism and freedom and tyranny. And these are all things that appealed a lot to the freedom-loving Texans, right? But, that's kind of a parochial group of people who are just, in their little part of the desert. And so Alex sort of introduced us to the plight of activists and freedom fighters across the world. And he bridged the gap between our two communities, right? We'd never heard of most of this in Texas. And I think for those of you who are activists, Alex has kind of done the same thing for Bitcoin, right? He introduced Bitcoin to you, and it's just great to see our two communities coming together. So yeah, my background is as like an educator. I taught a Bitcoin programming class for a long time, run meetups and stuff like that. And I was always looking for a way to help a lot of people use Bitcoin, onboard a lot of people. So that's kind of how I got involved. Obi, what's your story? How do you find yourself here at Oslo Freedom Forum?
So. So I'm an Anglo-Nigerian. So I was conceived in Nigeria, born in the United Kingdom. So I like to say that my mother made it to Heathrow Airport, and then I combat rolled down the stairs into Heathrow. And so because I was a child of two worlds, one, I was a geek, so I was into technology, but I was also acutely aware of the unfairness in the world. And so my friends in 2011, multiple of them sent me a link to the Bitcoin white paper because this is right up Obi streets because it's this freedom money, this meritocratic money, both things that he really likes.
This is kind of how it goes now when there's a crazy AI thing going on. We're all like, okay, send it to Obi. He'll
send it to Obi. The other one is AI, yeah. So that's when I got into Bitcoin. But those same reasons are the same reasons why many people here get into human rights defense and activism. They understand that there are challenges in the world and they won't sit back until they are solved. And so when Alex accosted me in Miami last year, I ended up at the Oslo Freedom Forum last year after a lot of convincing, and it changed my life.
So let's take it back a step. So you got into, you found the Bitcoin white paper in 2011, right? What did you, and you thought this was a way to kind of address the unfairness and inequality in the world, right? A fair, honest money could help there. What did you, what was your first venture into bringing Bitcoin to people?
Yeah, so really quickly, in 2013, I set up a Bitcoin exchange because I thought, this could be a way to help people buy and sell Bitcoin, and we could custody it for them. In fact, fun fact, the first, I used to make copious notes on Notepad, and the first piece of paper had this sort of diagram of Bitcoin, Nigeria, which represented the global south, is a summary, and this sort of circle saying, how can we connect these two together? From 2013, unfortunately, as the CEO of a soon-to-be regulated exchange in the City of London with institutional clients as your customers, at that point, the idea of our second market being Nigeria was just never going to happen. It's going to be Europe, it's going to be US, but not Nigeria, not Afghanistan, not anywhere else. Anyway, fast forward, and 2021, I was becoming increasingly disheartened because the people who needed it the most weren't able to access these systems, namely people who were either living in the global south or people who were living under the yoke of authoritarian regimes of dictatorships. So I decided I'm going to sell CoinFloor, the company, and find a way. And that led me to Prague. where I met our other co-founder. There's three of us. Eric Syrian, who's this incredible genius, who is the inventor of the FediMint protocol that we're wearing on our, this very simple protocol that we're wearing on our chest right now. And he told me about this idea, and I realized that this was the solution. This, if we could get the right team together, the right support, this was a way of getting millions of people who are currently custodying on custodial exchanges off exchanges, giving them a better experience, and even more important, getting billions of people who are excluded from those, people living under the yoke of authoritarian regimes or people living in the global south, to have an experience that's better than the custodial exchange experience. The rest was history.
Yeah, so a little over a year ago, you were, maybe 18 months ago, you decided to sell your the exchange and just go looking for a way to fulfill your initial vision and kind of dream about how Bitcoin could play into making the world a better place. And but didn't, and then you found FediMint, which is what we work on today. And we were more like kind of a fan of it, right? You're a fan, a promoter, trying to explain people, a communicator, teaching people about it. And then a conference in Miami happened last year where many new people became interested, and Alex invited you to Oslo Freedom Forum. What happened next?
Yeah, but before that, that's also where you met Eric as well. What was your story for meeting Eric?
Yeah, so I went to a conference last year, Miami Bitcoin. It's a huge Bitcoin festival, 20,000 people. It's just kind of a crazy place. And I went to a hackathon and sat down next to a German guy, and we started talking, and he started telling me his idea. I'm like, oh, that's quite interesting. I'm not going to help you, but it's interesting. And then the next day, I run into him again, and we talk more and get a little deeper. And I'm like, I could actually help with this. I know a lot about this sort of thing. I've worked on multisig, I've worked on consensus protocols, and that happened each day. We'd run into each other, and then by the end of it, it was like, okay, I'm going to go visit you in El Salvador. That's where he was living at the time. I just hopped on a plane, spent a week with him in El Salvador, and by the end of it, we made a really crappy app that could send lightning payments. Couldn't receive, but it could send them, and that was history for me. And
it was a great testament to character and the fact that you were also always into communities and community custody as well. But yeah, after CoinFloor, it'd be nearly a decade. I wanted to take 3 or 4 years off. I didn't plan to work for a while. To his great testament, Alex, as he's done with many people here, convinced me to go to Oslo Freedom Forum. He said, you really need to show this to the people at the forum. And so I decided, okay, I'll go. And that changed my life. I met some of the most inspirational, the most powerful, the most brave people I've ever met. And shortly afterwards, there was a 2-day retreat that a few of us went to. And again, I got to know them more deeply, more in depth. And on a flight back, a conversation struck up between Jeff Booth, who's a noted Bitcoiner and now an investor and great friend, and Leopoldo Lopez, Ludmila Kozlovska, Roya Mahboob, where they were talking about the people here, the activists and human rights defenders, have the ability to roll out freedom technologies like Bitcoin to millions, if not billions of people. But what I realized listening to that was that Fedi and FediMint was the only way to do that at scale and accelerate that process. And so I came back, talked to Justin and Eric, and the rest was history. They, to my great appreciation, just decided to join together and form this company. We launched in fact, actually, today is our 1-year anniversary. We've been around for 1 year now, by the way. Renata just reminded us of that just outside. But we've just been so focused on delivering for all of you guys and committing to you guys that we forgot about this. So we launched a year ago. Since then, we've raised money from incredible VCs who share our mission and vision. We've amassed an amazing team. And we've worked with people in LATAM, Africa, in some of the most difficult circumstances to make a product which is as simple for everybody, everywhere. And that brings us today. We have it launched, and Fedi is basically ready.
So what is Fedi?
In summary, without getting in detail, Fedi is a way for individuals to collaborate in communities. Those communities can be organizations, villages, they can be activist cells, they can be any form of community. And they can take control of their money, they can take control of their data, and they can take control of aspects of their digital lives, such as chat. So imagine you are able to have chat conversations like the ones you will have on WeChat and Signal, but without having to have a WeChat or Signal, where one organization, one government can lock off access to your chat. You can hold sensitive data, but without having to hold it on Dropbox or Google, where one organization can lock off access to your data. And of course, you can hold your Bitcoin, your money, but without one organization, a Coinbase or Kraken, being able to lock off access to it. So you can take control of your money, and the transactions and the usage can be private to your organization.
And I think one of the key things for activists is that, and this is what's beautiful about Bitcoin, is you don't need any permission from anybody to set this up, right? So it's like the community self-custodies the Bitcoin kind of for itself, right? So it's the permissionless aspect of Bitcoin. You don't need to apply for a license. You don't need to ask permission, as long as you just need to run the code, right? So this is kind of the beautiful thing that Bitcoin makes possible. I think, yeah. So you kind of alluded to this, but how does this compare to other options that people have, right? Like, why do people need this? Why is this better?
So let's talk about two use cases. I'll take one, you take the other.
Okay.
So the one will be, how does it compare to things that many people might be used to? So how does it compare to custodying on an exchange? You know, they ran an exchange for a long time. And it might surprise you, but there's sort of two reasons. One is cost, and the other one is complexity. Now, normally people think that exchanges are actually relatively cheap to use, and they're not very complex. But increasingly, the operational and administrative overhead of running an exchange it will go up, and it has gone up, and I've seen it go up over a decade, and it's just got worse after I left. What this means is that an exchange operator is a commercial entity. They have to make a decision. Is this customer worth my time to have as a customer? And now, if you're in the West, the answer is almost invariably yes. But if you're one of the 3-4 billion people who live either in the global South, it may not be worth their economic time to have you as a customer. So one way or another, explicitly or not, they will slowly offboard you. Or doesn't make sense if you're living under the yoke of authoritarian regime or you're working with people who are doing that, i.e. activists and human rights defenders. Because again, the complexity of trying to figure out when a regime has done a smear campaign against you, I think it's called a slap, for example, where they provide false information translated to multiple languages. And are you, as an operator of an exchange, going to translate that, figure out what it means, or you're just going to offboard the user? You're going to offboard the user because it's not worth your commercial time. So increasingly, it excludes the people who need it the most. The second issue is the issue of complexity of experience. All this administrative overhead, some of it has to be increasingly passed on to the customer. So when you make deposits of withdrawals, you'll be asked increasingly more questions, making the experience less and less compelling. Now, when you have something like FediMint and Fedi, run by your own community for the benefit for your own community, well, first of all, in that case, you're not doing it as a commercial enterprise. You're doing it at cost. So the cost is going to be significantly below, if not free. And also, the operational and administrative overhead doesn't exist as well. So usage of a FediMint, signing up takes seconds. Usage is as simple as the simplest exchange, if not simpler.
And the other option is self-custody, which is something we all sell. I mean, I think we both self-custody Bitcoin. We're not anti-self-custody by any means, right? But it's sort of the end goal, right? And it has some. The benefit is that you can truly own your own money, right? Which isn't really possible with fiat money. And this is kind of one of the amazing things about Bitcoin. But the downsides is it kind of takes a fair amount of education to actually understand what's happening, right? Like if you it's good to understand what's happening, and and you should educate yourself really before you put a significant amount of money in self-custody. It can also be somewhat expensive. If the best practice is a hardware wallet, which can cost $100. And lastly, in a world where the global south onboards to Bitcoin, 8 billion people onboard to Bitcoin, it's going to get really, really expensive to use Bitcoin directly. The fees are going to go up very high. It may cost $50 to send a transaction, right? So then layers above Bitcoin will just become much more affordable and I think that's where most of the usage is going to happen. So I think Fedi is a great kind of intermediate place between the extremes of self-custody and third-party exchange custody. So lastly, I think we had about 30 seconds left.
I need 30 seconds.
How can people participate? What's next?
So we're already working with certain groups that we've been in contact with for the last year, and we'll continue to do that as we refine the product for production rollout near the end of the year. And once it's rolled out, anyone will be able to download it. We'll have people on the ground to be able to support. But what's most important and what's most exciting about Fedi, as we alluded to, is community. Everybody here, the human rights defenders, activists, people who care about their communities, have a superpower. You have a superpower. That superpower is community. It's community-mindedness to a level that very few people can compare. And what we have done is create a technology that can supercharge that can combine your superpower of community with freedom technologies like Bitcoin, like Lightning, like FediMint, and others. We can combine them together to level up humanity. So what we would like you to do is join us so we can level up humanity together. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
My name is I am the writer of the Misfit newsletter, where I explore the topics of human rights and financial freedom. So it is an absolute honor to be here with you all today. For our next panel, we have, it's called A New Humanitarian Lifeline. When existing currency rails don't work, humanitarians from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East have turned to new technology. So today, you'll hear from innovators who have rescued refugees, funded underground schools for girls, transcended financial barriers, and supported medical workers with Bitcoin and stablecoins. So please welcome to the stage Roya Mahboob, Meron Stefanos, Leopoldo Lopez, Fadi Al-Salamin, and Faisal Al-Mutar. Thank you so much and enjoy.
Yes. We are in a long-distance relationship, huh? Just Leopoldo, right? Good, Sarah? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Faisal Saeed Al-Mutar. I'm the founder of Ideas Beyond Borders, which is an organization that translates and makes banned information accessible in the Middle East and North Africa, as well as Afghanistan. I'm very honored to be joined by, really, I would say, members of my family, or the Human Rights Foundation family, and really discussing the kind of the applications and the challenges that the kind of the conversation about Bitcoin is facing in the human rights space. I was briefly mentioned is that my organization works in Middle East and North Africa. We recently expanded to Afghanistan, and when the collapse of the kind of the government of Afghanistan happened, many of the women, mainly teachers, were asking us to support them to build a network of underground schools all across the country. And my organization supported them through our program called the Innovation Hub. And during that period of time in which it was very challenging to utilize the Hawala system or kind of any form of traditional payments, wire transfer, etc., Bitcoin came to help. And what was interesting as I was learning on the go, is that Bitcoin, to some extent, have a human ATMs all across the Middle East and North Africa. There are some WhatsApp groups, there are Signal groups, Telegram groups, etc., in which you can identify people who are be willing to buy or sell Bitcoin for the local currency. That way, they can support them. So I was introduced to Bitcoin by a friend of ours here, Alex Gladstein, which I'm sure I know him as the prophet of Bitcoin. He pretty much have made that subject more popular than a lot of things. But we're very thankful for him, and I'm really happy to get started with a very diverse panel who do a lot of amazing work. So I'm probably going to start with you. You work a lot in many parts around the world. I recently saw that you posted about your new program, the Innovation Hub in Bitcoin. So can you tell us how you have utilized Bitcoin over the years and what's the future holds for your new programs?
Thank you for having me. I'm Meron Estefanos. I'm from Eritrea, but grew up in Sweden. So I'm also a refugee advocate. So one of the problems that I've been having is like payment, sending money for different purposes. So as a refugee advocate, I get all kinds of phone calls from refugees that are kidnapped and they are getting tortured for ransom. So families have to listen 24 hours on the phone while their loved one is getting gang raped, tortured, all kinds of things. So I start raising money to free some of these hostages. And so it was easy to raise 200,000 USD in one day. But the hardest part was how do you send them money, because they're giving you only an hour and a half to pay for someone's life. So in 2015, I've had an 18-year-old hostage that I was planning to pay for because I couldn't make the payment in an hour and a half, so an 18-year-old young man was killed. So I always ran into this kind of hardship. So the only way I could send money was MoneyGram. And MoneyGram banned me. They called me. They say, you're not welcome to use our services. So I was left only with Western Union, which is like 4,500 max. That's how much you can send. So when Alex Gladstein orange pilled me and Bitcoin just made sense. And now I can pay ransom in less than an hour. I can send it to Sudan, to Libya, to anywhere in the world and convert it into fiat and rescue people. So this is how I got into Bitcoin. And I saw it as a lifeline for refugees. Also, many of the refugees, they live on remittances. And none of them have ID, none of them have a bank account. So even though they receive money monthly, but the hardship is they can only depend on Hawala. And Hawala is never safe because people actually disappear with your money. So that's when the idea came. I said, I want to move to Africa. So I just moved to Africa about 10 months ago in Uganda. This week, we opened the first Bitcoin Innovation Hub in Uganda. The idea is like to make it a home for bit devs, skill training. We're doing all kinds of things, but it's a new thing. So I would love anyone wants to come and visit, please visit us in Kampala.
You mentioned that one of the unfortunate reputation of Bitcoin is that it is being used a lot by criminals and thugs around the world. What's your counter argument to that?
Well, cash is being used by criminals as well, but we forbid it. We don't. So that for me, that's just absurd. Just like criminals, cartels use cash, right? Like everyone uses cash, but we don't forbid cash just because criminals are using it. So when you are living, especially in Africa, so it doesn't even make sense.
Roya, I remember the days when we were both together seeing the collapse of the Afghanistan government. And I know you've done a lot of work in trying to help people get out, supporting a lot of women. So can you elaborate more about how you've utilized Bitcoin in Afghanistan and how do you see it going on in the future?
Sure. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Roya Mahboob. I'm founder of Digital Sun Fund, which is a non-profit organization which is trying to empowering young women in developing countries like Afghanistan. Back in 2013, we had a platform which is allow women to write the blogs and they can share it with the people, and we pay them based on the content that they publishing. And I had also a lot of programmers, but our company is increased. We had a lot of people that we hired, and the biggest problem with it was paying these women, because most of these women across the country, they did not have a bank account, and obviously 1.7 billion of people don't have bank account, but in Asia, in Afghanistan, 85% didn't have bank account, and mostly were women. It's not only because of poverty or they didn't have the ID, but also because it's a very conservative society, and men usually intended to control the lives of the women, and when they do it, they're trying to control the financial. And that was the reason, and it was challenging. And we had to send the money by Hawale, which is, as she mentioned, and then it's all, again, is very male-dominated, and usually the male relatives take the money, and you cannot do anything, and all our program was to empowering the women. We tried to using mobile money, which was very successful projects in Kenya, but it wasn't the case in Afghanistan. And then we heard about Bitcoin, and we thought that, so it might be a solution, and we developed a digital wallet, and then with push of a button, women can receive their monies in their digital wallet, and that was magic. It was Bitcoin helped us to bypass the physical barrier problems, and women could control their own finance. If they don't need to go to the bank to stay in the line, but they had their monies in their wallet, and no one could take from them. That was the reason that we started in 2013, and then we started to provide educations about the Bitcoin. But moving forward in 2021, when Afghanistan collapsed, the previous government collapsed and Taliban took over, overnight, lives of millions of people changed. And there was an issue because many of people trying to escape, and obviously the people who work for the previous government or work for the US military, everybody is scared. And probably maybe some of you have seen what's happening in the news. And then the challenging was that the banking system was collapsed at that time. And there was no any way that you can send the money to Afghanistan. There was most of the bank was ran out of the cash. The Western Union and MoneyGram didn't work well. And many of the organizations and people had a struggle to send the money to Afghanistan. 1/3 of the population suffered from food insecurity. And 50 to 70% of people didn't have money to pay for their house or renting of the house. And the only things that at that time was safe was cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and stablecoin that was remaining safe. And you could send the money for those who knows how to using the cryptocurrencies and they knows and understanding the technology. That was one way of saving that many of the people. And I know many of the organizations all used to use the Bitcoin to paying for the evacuation of the people, because it was at the time was very difficult to paying. Bitcoin is, I think, for us is a beacon of the hope, and as well as an alternative financial tools to help many people.
Probably the answer is yes, but I would like you to elaborate more. Now that kind of the Afghanistan government has collapsed and the Taliban is not pretty much recognized by except a couple countries, do you see that there is going to be kind of a mass adoption of Bitcoin in Afghanistan? And do you think that we might wake up in a world one day where people can pay rent or buy a house in Afghanistan using Bitcoin? Do you think that mass adoption will become, and how can we make that happen?
Actually, after the collapse, many of people start using cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and stablecoin. The markets was getting big in the bigger cities, but unfortunately, Taliban found out that this way they cannot control on the money, because through the bank they can understand that who received the money, especially the people who are in their blacklist that they are supposed to be arrested, or they work previously for the government and hiding themselves. When you send the money to them, they go to the bank to receive their money. So that's the way that they can arrest them. And then through Bitcoin, they cannot. And also the people who evacuated, they're selling their asset and they're sending through the cryptocurrencies outside the money. So that was another way that they didn't have a control. So they had an issue. So unfortunately, as many other authoritarian regime, because they want to control the finance and then control people's lives by controlling their finance. So they shut down all of the crypto market in all the bigger cities, and they make it illegal usage of the cryptocurrencies. But it's still the younger generation of the Hawala people. They are using the crypto in a hide way. And I think that one way of adoption is providing education. Many of the people, unfortunately, don't understand about Bitcoin, and they're hearing about news, which is mostly is bad news, and that has affected people to be skeptical. But I think that education is the way that we can make it a way that for adoption of the Bitcoin.
One last question. I mean, I'm sure there are some here in the audience who are like Bitcoin experts, but also some of them I heard that are developers. And so what message do you have for people who are developers of Bitcoin should know about Afghanistan? What do you think the technology should evolve to match the need that you're talking about?
I think that we need engineers to develop the applications that be more user-friendly and then as well be easy to understand, because many of these people, they are ordinary people. They are not tech-savvy or not technology people. We have to design the app like for someone that's 65 years old or for 40 years old who never used like a computer, but they can use their cell phone. And it should be easy for them and also be multi-language. So it's another important things that you needed to design. Another thing I think that developer and engineers has to know is that we needed more inclusivity. I mean, they needed to be partner with the local people and understand the needs of them for a specific needs, because organizations and then people from different countries might they have different needs. So you needed to building an applications for the needs of the people, and it's only happen when you are going to be partner with the local people and involving them in the process of building your app or your project, because that way you can be more succeed to implement that projects in the ground. Another way, maybe not for the developer, but I would say for the corporations and an institution that they're working in cryptocurrency, I think this could be a part of their responsibility to working with a non-profit organization or educational organization to provide education. And education should be easy and it's understandable. And then we have to implement the education from very early. I mean, putting in a financial literacy in the schools, because many of the younger generation, they needed to know about this. And the Bitcoin is the future, and then it's today and also it's for future. It's good that they understand that from early age, so that would be in the future they can use it more.
And my guess is that more translations of Bitcoin materials will definitely help expedite.
Exactly, localize.
Fedi, so I guess you are my fellow Middle Eastern here. I mean, speaking of the Middle East, this is probably as hot as the Middle East, this room, so I can. And I was the one who was decided to wear a jacket to look presentable. So I'm regretting that already. So I mean, unrelated, but my parents just moved to Texas a couple years ago, and they think Texas is cold. So this is what I come from, originally from Iraq, and now in New York. So Fedi, you are known as the person who was fighting corruption in Palestine. I see there are a lot of, I sometimes see in your feed in Arabic that there are some Arabs within kind of, I would say, the older generation, even sometimes the young, who are really opposed to the Bitcoin. They think it's like kind of game money or something like that. What's your response to that, and how do you see Bitcoin being more mass adopted in the Middle East?
Thank you, Faisal, and good morning, everybody. So I always say there are like at least 3 reasons why any Palestinian would be interested in Bitcoin. And they're my grandmother, corruption, and Oslo. And I will explain. My grandmother lived to about 95 years old. She never had a bank account. She had lived through the Ottoman Empire, the British Mandate, the Jordanian kingdom at the time, the Israeli rule, and then the Palestinian Authority. Never ever had a bank account. She always wore this beautiful dress that had coins on them, gold and silver. And she was, in our family, the first original Bitcoin or coin holder. So if she would be alive today, she would say the same thing. Where's your coin? Where's your Bitcoin? There's a reason, because she needed to have her money with her. There was political volatility. There's no way that she would trust a bank or want to wait for, in the middle of war, she'd have to go to a bank. So that's the first reason. The second reason is corruption. I started about 12 years ago an anti-corruption campaign within my country, and millions of people followed it. Millions of people started, supporting what I am doing. Thousands of people sending information on corruption schemes and exposing all kinds of stories. And I never thought that one day my own bank account would be used against me, would be weaponized against me. I woke up one day, and after realizing that the president and his team were very angry with me, I found 4 articles in one day in the Al-Akhbar newspaper, which is a newspaper that is owned and funded by Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization in Lebanon. I had 4 articles written about me in one day. And in those articles, all my very specific, detailed banking information, my US passport, my address, my house, it was very, very, very scary and very terrifying. But it was a very clear example of how an authoritarian regime, an anti-democratic authority would use your own bank account to silence you if you are criticizing their corruption. So, Alex, at the time, Alex Gladstein said, you should be using Bitcoin. And that was the beginning of my journey.
Isn't that the beginning of all of us here?
Yes, absolutely. And then the third reason I said Oslo, and this is really, I know many of you are like, what is he talking about? Oslo, how does this relate? There's Oslo is very famous, obviously, in between Palestinians and Israelis because in 1993, the Oslo agreement, peace agreement between Palestinians and Israelis was signed. And parallel to that agreement was something called the Paris Protocol, where basically Palestinians gave up entirely financial independence. We are not allowed to have a central bank. We're not allowed to have a currency. We must use the currency of the Israelis. So foreign aid, when it is sent to the Palestinians, it has to be sent into shekels and then so basically, any foreign aid that comes to the Palestinians ends up strengthening the Israeli shekel or the Israeli currency, which is something that both the Israelis and Palestinians complain about. So these are the 3 reasons why I think people in my part of the world are already using Bitcoin, turning to Bitcoin, and I'm, to my surprise, I thought it would be something not as popular, Faisal, but actually. I'm beginning to see it, especially among the generation, people who are in their 20s and so on. Either they're going on YouTube, learning how to use it, adopt it, etc. And so that's been my experience with Bitcoin.
What's the kind of the legality situation of Bitcoin in Palestinian territories? Is it banned? Is it don't ask, don't tell? What's the?
It's by the government is frowned upon. So I do know, like there's a story I learned a couple of months ago that basically the Palestinian Authority raided a facility because they saw an uptick of electricity usage. And they basically said, you are mining Bitcoin with Fadi al-Salamin, or what are you doing? Why are you having a high electricity usage? So it's not as popular. And I'm happy that Leopoldo Lopez joined us.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Did you have your coffee yet? Or?
No, I did have my coffee. No, and I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but I was in another panel of families and relatives of political prisoners. So.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So, Leopoldo, you talked briefly about the World Liberty Congress. I'm sure that some people here don't know about it. Can you let us know what's the World Liberty Congress?
Well, very briefly, as you have all seen, there are a lot of activists here in this ecosystem that the Oslo Forum has been putting together for 15 years. And there are other places where activists meet. But we realized that there was a need of doing something after this type of events finished in order to work together, because the world has become connected in many different ways. And what we have found is that our struggle is very similar in each country. We have people from Eritrea, from Afghanistan, from Palestine, from Venezuela, all in this panel, but from Ukraine, from Kazakhstan, and many others who are facing the same struggles or facing the same challenges. And we realized that the autocratic regimes are working together. I'll just give you an example. The president of Iran was yesterday in Venezuela. Lavrov was in Venezuela, the foreign minister of Russia was in Venezuela 3 weeks ago. So they are working together to expand their worldview, to kill democracy, and to undermine human rights and freedom. So we decided to come together, to work together, to share our stories, not only to know about us, but to think about what are the best ways to articulate our efforts. And since this is a panel on financial freedom, one of the things that we are convinced is that these new tools, these new technologies, Bitcoin in particular, can become of a great support in closed regimes, because we all have the challenges of getting resources into our movements. And we have all seen how our NGOs or political party, my political party in Venezuela, for example, is a terrorist organization for the regime. For me, it's a great pride that the regime thinks that we inflict terror on them, but we are illegal. We don't have access to any possibility of being registered or of having accounts. So we have the obligation to figure out different ways of how we get support, of how we get support from the outside, or how we give that support to our activists. So this is one of the things that we are coming together, and I have learned of what has been working in Eritrea, in Afghanistan, and in many other places, and the story is very similar. So we believe that this is one of the things that is very important. And just one comment. I know that many of you are interested in human rights and in financial freedom and Bitcoin, and there is a convergence. There is a convergence. I've been talking and learning a lot about Bitcoin and crypto, and particularly about their philosophy. And their philosophy is, which I share, it's about freedom, and it's about values, and there is some value-oriented discussion there, but that cannot be isolated. So what I would invite you to think about is what is the convergence between financial freedom and political freedom. And that in that Venn diagram, that intersection, that is something that we have been discussing, thinking, and acting upon. So thank you.
We have many people who are Bitcoin experts and developers here. What do you think they should know about kind of the use cases Venezuela is having for them to develop a better technology? What do you think they should know?
Well, there are many challenges, and I'll just give you a super brief example of what we did in Venezuela. 2020, COVID, we were able to identify funds from the regime. The United States seized those funds, and we had the possibility of using those funds. So 2020, main priority, front lines, medical doctors, nurses, and we decided to present a project to give direct support to medical doctors and nurses. And the only way to do that was outside the financial system of the dictatorship. So we did it through a stable coin, and we were able to register and give direct support to 85,000 medical doctors and nurses. And that's just one example of what we did. But my advice, or I'm nobody to give advice, but my invitation would be that you think about the issue of freedom beyond your specific and narrow idea of financial freedom. Because I hear a lot about financial freedom from central banks and financial freedom from the SEC. And yes, that's important. That's very philosophical. That's very long term. But I would invite you to think about what type of impact this can have in concrete freedom challenges that people, like many of those that you've been meeting in this conference, have. Right now, today, we have those challenges. Right now, today, we need to get funding for many of the initiatives. Right now, today, we need to make funding and finance a strength and not a weakness, because many of us have seen how our movements, NGOs, have been dismantled and criminalized because of the financial structures that we have. We have seen in all of our countries many people gone to prison because they either received or gave funds to a specific initiative. So that inhibits other people from participating and supporting, and it also, just doesn't solve the problem. So we were at the Africa Bitcoin conference that was organized by Farida. I don't know if Farida is, I know she's here in the conference, and other people. And for me, it was an incredible experience, and several of the people who are here were there. Because the conversation about Bitcoin was not about the value, was not about the fluctuation, was not about the regulation, was not about FTX, was not about scams. No, the discussion was about solving problems. How do I get my remittances? How do I do it in the least expensive way? How do I do it privately? And how can we improve technologies for this? So the Global South, it's where it's happening for this. It's where the usage will grow because it's not a luxury. It's a need. And here you will find voices that can talk very eloquently about that need that will change people's life.
And by the way, I mean, Ideas Beyond Borders is the fiscal sponsor of the World Liberty Congress. So if you guys need to give them some support, you have to go through me.
And please do.
And I will do the vetting. Svadi, I know you have something to say.
I just want to say one other thing. We have, as human rights activists, as people who are very interested in using Bitcoin, we did receive a lot of help and support, and from people among you in the audience who are listening to us, developing the right technology that is going to make it easier for adoption. I know Obi is here and Renata. They have, Fedi. If you don't know about it, learn more about it. But this came as a result of these kinds of conversations between activists and human rights, defenders and developers. So thank you, Obi. I also want to thank him for naming it Fedi, which is Fedi with an E. So thank you.
Well, I think we're very short on time. Roya, from your work, has most of the support for Afghanistan been individual donors, or have you been receiving funding from institutions that also utilize Bitcoin?
Mostly private donors, individual donors.
Do you have any advice for institutional people to start adopting Bitcoin? Is that one of the messages you?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great if they do it, but also, obviously, I think that if they are trying to working in supporting the organization, a non-profit organization, especially when they are, like our organization that working on the authoritarian regime, I think that the Bitcoin is a solution because it's easier for us to send to Afghanistan, and with push of a button, you can send to the people that they needed the money. Right now, we have really struggling to sending the money. We have to find people in Hawala because banking system still is controlled and censored by Taliban, and that is an issue. Another thing that I want to add is just we needed to create a variance because unfortunately there is a mass media which is showing that Bitcoin as illegal or make it whoever work in this area they make it criminalize it, and it's which is not true. And I think that there should be some works done in that terms. And there are so many people in a living or organization that they're working in using cryptocurrencies and good things, and it's needed to be talk about that. And I just read it in the news that there is a research that only 1% of the transaction in Bitcoin used for illegal stuff. Well, it's in comparing with the traditional financial way, it's very less, and but media is not going to cover that, but they're just focusing on cryptocurrency, unfortunately.
Awesome, and I think that puts us at the end of this panel. Thank you so much for coming. I'm having what?
Can I say just?
You cannot interrupt me. Please.
Okay. No. I just forgot to mention something because I think it was a really interesting experience that I want to share with you. One of the things that we've been doing is something called the Freedom Academy. And with the Freedom Academy, what we want to do is train people at the grassroots. And we all know that this is something critical to build support in the ground with the right message, with the right capacity to organize movements and to do nonviolence. So we did our first event in Zambia. It took place 2.5 months ago. And we decided to include a module on financial freedom. At first, there was some pushback with some of the people that we were doing this. They didn't know about Bitcoin. They had the FTX and things and regulation, all of this. And we said, we want to do this. And we found a donation through HRF in BTC. And we asked the donation in BTC. So we had Anita Posh, who is here. She has been doing great work in doing training for Bitcoin in Africa. So she came to our event in Zambia, we had 100 people that were being trained, and I just want to share with you my thoughts on how that training went. So the first thing...
Very briefly, because I think...
Very briefly, I know. Just first thing, the activists were not linked to Bitcoin. They were not linked to crypto. They were scared of it because of all of the scams that have been going on in Africa. However, we asked them to download a wallet. Anita was very instrumental and pedagogical in doing that. They downloaded the wallet, and with the donation, we immediately put some money into that wallet. And the conversation changed completely. Because people saw that there was some magic there. Because it was not a discussion about theory. It was not a discussion about, they saw that they had $50 in their wallet, and they wanted to figure out how to use it. So there were a couple of restaurants that were accepting BTC around, but then we shared that they could share it. So my point is that convergence has a very specific thing between activists and the usage of Bitcoin. Why? Because people like the ones who are in this panel and all around this conference are nodes of network. That's what the people around here are. They're nodes of network in their countries, outside their countries. So if you're able to put these tools in those networks, the capacity to expand usage can really have an exponential growth. And it really became very clear to me because I asked Anita, so the people that you usually train are already familiar with Bitcoin? Yes, because that's what they're looking for. But the people who might be the great centers of gravity of those nodes are people who are not involved. So if we can involve them, this could be something very interesting and important for the expansion of usage in the Global South and in the countries that we're working. So thank you for the minutes, but I wanted to share that.
Thank you so much, Bildo. Well, the panelists will be around in this venue, and I have a talk at 2:15 about the Iraq War. And please follow everybody here, and thank you so much for joining. Thank you for coming.
Internet. For hundreds of millions of people, especially in Africa, smartphones and internet access remain out of reach. Many still use feature phones and can only interact with digital networks over SMS-type services. Here, we're going to hear from a South African entrepreneur who has built infrastructure so that anyone can use simple text messaging to access Bitcoin. So please welcome to the stage KG from Manchakura. Am I saying that right? Okay, perfect. And of course, everybody's favorite dude bro, Miles Suter. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Miles Suter, and thanks for this nice intro, Ben. Today's actually my 6-year anniversary of joining Cash App, where I was so lucky to join Mike Brock from TBD and Jack Dorsey on a Hack Week project and help bring Bitcoin to over 10 million Americans and be the first public company to invest in Bitcoin and invest in Lightning Network. And so very, very proud to be here. I'm super passionate about bringing Bitcoin to the people that need it the most. And to start, is this working? There we go. I'm so honored to be here with KG, who's using really innovative methods to bring Bitcoin to the people on the continent of Africa and meeting them with tools that they're familiar with. And so just super happy to be here. And please give KG a warm round of applause to get going.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I'm Hotatsong Ako.
Sorry, real quick. Back in 2013, I had a bold prediction. I was learning about M-Pesa and all the progress of mobile money operating in Africa and the opportunity for Bitcoin to take hold. Unfortunately, I think this prediction has been quite off because I think 40% is probably at 70 or 80% of Kenya. And meanwhile, we're seeing growing and budding activity in Africa, but we need more people like KG. And we're going to get through some of these topics, and hopefully by the end of it, we can land on what else needs to happen. But I just want to give a huge shout out for the tools that you're making that make it more accessible, because we need to win, because Africa is the future, along with the global South, of how we win the world. Whoop. I think we're stuck here.
Yeah, technical difficulty. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, now I want to hand it over to KG and talk about how did you come up with the idea? Who are you serving? What are your users? And what are the use cases?
Cool. So effectively, I have an interest of bringing Bitcoin to my communities, right? I grew up in a township in South Africa. Well, this is one of the townships in South Africa. The specific picture is of Bitcoin Ekasi, right? In Mossel Bay. If you see Herman around here, tell him hi and say I sent you. And effectively, right, there's a few barriers to doing that. Not everyone has a smartphone. Not everyone has an internet-connected device. The people who do have smartphones may not have a smartphone that is a flagship device, and that basically means they don't have enough storage on their devices, right? So they're not in a position to install an app like Wallet of Satoshi or Phoenix Wallet or whatever your favorite Bitcoin wallet is. So, and if they do have a flagship device and you tell them download this wallet, they may not have data, right? Because data is a little expensive in South Africa. So yeah, and let's say then you hotspot them, then you deal with a storage problem. And so what happens, of course, is USSD is a thing, and mobile money has proven that digital payments can actually be done without an internet-connected device through USSD or GSM.
So let's take a moment and explain USSD to folks that might not be familiar with it. In my mind, it's like a giant phone tree. If you call the doctor's office, hit 2 for this one, and then get a list of 10 other things, hit 10, and wind your way to the option that you're using for. But it's a very common tool that allows people across the continent to take care of various services and utilities and whatnot. Can you describe how integrated into people's daily lives it is?
Yeah, so it's basically a prompt and response interface. Basically what you see on the screen now is that, so you get a prompt and then you get options like this is the client feature, right? So you can propose a send, do a deposit, see the balance in history, and then when you reply, you just enter the option number. In this case, let's say you want to check the balance in history. So you type select and type 3 and send that, and then you'll see your balance in the history. So it's a prompt and response interface just like ChatGPT, but you see the most recent messages only, right? And it doesn't store the message history. And unlike SMS, you are not charged for each SMS. You are charged for the session time, right? So each session is charged every 20 seconds. If you do not get input within 20 seconds, the session dies, right? So that's why it's also so quick and so easy to use, because you are forced to do everything within 20 seconds intervals. And yeah, that's basically it.
And on these phones, how do people handle their data? And people might remember a number of years ago, I remember seeing Facebook, they're going to offer free data for Facebook. And to me, it was going to lead to a pernicious situation where they're trying to convince people that Facebook is the open internet, because that's where they get the free data and they're incentivized to stay within there. Talk to me about these silos that you see and how this can help be a solution to that.
Yeah, so that's basically the topic of net neutrality, right? So if you are a developer or you have an app and the people in the country you're trying to service use services like Facebook for free, they can always access Facebook, so they may not feel the need to buy data that works on the other apps or other services, right? So when you make a proposition, you're not in a position to get to that user until the user has data that works generally, right? So let's say Cash App becomes available in South Africa or any other market with Facebook for free, right? And of course, Facebook will not allow you to integrate payments or crypto-related things using their APIs. So you have a whole section of users that cannot use your service until they decide, okay, I'm not going to use Facebook for free anymore. And the telecoms in South Africa are not making this easy because they sell data at a discount when a person says, I'm only going to use this data on specific websites. That would be Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, WhatsApp, right? And since WhatsApp is a communication app, people just buy that one and say, okay, as long as I can communicate with everyone else, I don't mind not having access to YouTube or other websites. So it makes it also harder to onboard people to a new system.
And so to me, this is ultimately meeting users where they are with tools they're comfortable with. I've heard Manchikora described as wallet of Satoshi, which is probably the most popular custodial Lightning wallet around worldwide because it's so simple and easy. Do you find that to be an accurate description?
Exactly. Right. So it's wallet of Satoshi. Wallet of Satoshi had a USSD interface, and yeah.
And then I was blown away by this answer yesterday when we were chatting. But everybody in this room knows, hopefully, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. Is there a world where we can move to a non-custodial Manchikora on USSD?
Yes, right. So effectively, right, there's a thing called Java Card, right, a technology called Java Card. So Java Card is the technology that's on the chip on your SIM card, right? That's on the chip on your credit card. That is on your chip on the tap signer if you use a tap signer. And you can effectively program that to store private keys and use those private keys to sign Bitcoin transactions. That is what tap signers are effectively doing. And what we want to do is actually do that, but on a SIM card. Right? So the quickest way to make that work on our side is something called a SIM overlay. And that is just very thin Java card chip that you can then stick on top of a SIM card, right? And then it will add all the functionality of hardware wallet onto a SIM card by adding another SIM toolkit on top of it.
Cool. And you mentioned the ability for Cash App users to pay Manchikora users essentially for free and instantly across the Atlantic Ocean, one to the other. One of the important parts about Manchikora and using the USSD interface is human-readable addresses. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah. So, and this is something I looked at when the project started, right? Effectively, a person is not in a position to copy and paste stuff on a feature phone, right? So how are they going to enter the address that they are sending to, right? Thankfully, there's something called a Lightning address built on top of LNURL. I think I've seen Ben Ark around. I don't know if he's here, but they did a wonderful job with LNURL. And then with the Lightning address, any person is now able to share and broadcast the fact that this is where you can send me Bitcoin. Right? For Machangura users, the default Lightning address is their phone number at 833.mobi. Right? And so they can receive Bitcoin from any service that has a Lightning address functionality via Lightning, of course. And they could also send to other Lightning addresses as long as they are able to type out the Lightning address. Right? And the Lightning address there is from a restaurant in Ghana. So the interesting thing with them is they don't even set a username, because you can also set a username if you don't want to share your phone number publicly. And yeah, so they can also get reservations on the same phone number that they receive Bitcoin on.
Amazing. And KG, when I first met you in Buenos Aires last fall, you really sent me down a rabbit hole of needing to learn more about the underlying infrastructure on the African continent. And one of the things you mentioned earlier is the telecoms. And to me, the dream of having a Bitcoin telecom that can hop over some of these borders and serve in multiple countries. Talk to me about what it's been like working with the telecoms. I see this is from your website. I see a couple countries crossed out.
Yeah.
What's going on there, and do we need to have a stronger Bitcoin, somebody on the inside there?
Yeah. So it's actually a headache working with telecoms, right? I personally that the telecom industry is more regulated even than the crypto Bitcoin industry, right? And every day you get a new email that is something random where you're like, okay, cool, let's see if we can satisfy them. But definitely, if there was a Bitcoin telecom, things would be much easier. You could even deploy the USSD service in the self-custodial fashion because the telecom would be in control of the SIM card and the private keys on the SIM card, right? And so each country effectively then requires you to be a locally registered company if you want to do anything telecom related, unless you can find a service provider to work with, and we're working with Africa's Talking and Pattern Matched. So but we're going to come back in both Tanzania and Uganda very soon. So.
Amazing. Resiliency is a necessary quality in this industry, and you've been showing it over the last few months. Talk to us about the use cases that we're seeing from customers right now. How are they onboarding? What are they using the Bitcoin for? Besides receiving it from a Cash App or any other user, what are other ways for them to acquire Bitcoin into Manchikura?
Cool. Yeah. So the first issue is, of course, they cannot use an exchange since they don't have an internet-connected device, right? So how do they acquire their Bitcoin? Luckily for us, Esteco has been around for the past decade or so, right? And if you do not know what Esteco does, Esteco effectively sells Bitcoin vouchers, right? And you can go to the corner store, buy yourself a voucher with cash, and then with Machangura, you can just dial out the voucher number. And I think there's a slide for that as well. I don't know if that would be the next slide or something. Right? So there it is right there. Right? So a person walks to a corner store and gets that receipt printed out. And then the 16-digit code there is what they type out on the USSD menu. And then they are able to redeem that for Bitcoin. And what we just do is do the redemption on the back end. And fun fact, Sticker also uses LNURL, right? So it kind of made the integration very simple. So,
And in a world where mobile money is so prevalent and used in so much of the economy, how do we get increasing interoperability between Bitcoin and mobile money and Lightning as a bridge in between? Do you have any plans or thoughts on that?
Personally, I won't do it. There's many ways to do it, but I feel you are adding somebody else that you have to ask approval from, right? And it's a headache and a half. And over time, this is not. Fun fact, this is not the first USSD Bitcoin wallet, right? In 2013, there was another one called Capucha that did have a mobile money integration, right? And the day they got their mobile money integration shut down was the day they decided, there's no value in providing a Bitcoin wallet over USSD. And so I feel like the value of having a Bitcoin wallet over USSD outtrumps even the ease of use or convenience of having a mobile money integration.
And recently there's been talk of the potential upside of having or implementations of stablecoins on the Lightning Network. Is that something that you could facilitate, whether with RGB or Lightning Labs' recent thing that they announced and are releasing soon, hopefully? What are your thoughts on that? Or are we fully focused on bringing Bitcoin to the continent?
Yeah, for us, it's just Bitcoin, right? But over time, as the self-custodial element comes in, then users would be able to do everything they want and explore everything they want to explore, right? So, yeah.
Beautiful. And we're running out of time here. But as the last question, KG, what do we need to do and what support do you need and what are your plans in order to help me make my tweet look smart in the future?
Yeah. So, effectively more people need to quit their fiat jobs and work on Bitcoin, right? There's a lot of gaps that need to be filled, and I feel like everyone has a lot of experiences that they could bring into the Bitcoin side and just fill those gaps. In whatever country you're in, there's just something that a person could do to help deliver this, right? I think the Bitrefill guys are also here, right? We also use Bitrefill because how are people going to buy stuff? And Bitrefill figured out, people are going to have to use Bitcoin and live on Bitcoin. So we've integrated Bitrefill in South Africa, you can buy groceries, restaurant vouchers, electricity through crypto convert, so on and so forth. So the more things there are, the easier it becomes to say, oh, you should try using or living on Bitcoin. And, there's all these issues highlighted on why you don't want to use the normal banking system, especially for the freedom fighters. But it's also bad to, take somebody, what do they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire, So if there's no ways for people to use or spend Bitcoin, what are we then selling to them, right? So Nigeria versus Canada in terms of the protests that they had. And I think earlier somebody was talking about how they were using Bitcoin in the Nigerian protests. I don't know if
SARS, right?
Yeah, and for the NSARS protest. And I don't know if anyone talked about how Bitcoin was used in the Canadian truckers protest or what went wrong in that regard. Right? So the more people use Bitcoin, the better things become. And so quit your jobs and work on Bitcoin.
A rising tide lifts all boats. And so I just want to say the proudest work of my life is getting to work with folks like KG and the activists that I get to work with via Alex and HRF. And it's such an honor to be here. Thank you for having us. And
we still have 2 minutes. Oh, so any questions from the audience? We still have 2 minutes.
We're getting to this.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to do one?
Yeah, we could do one.
All right, let's wrap. Big round of applause for KG.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can have this one. Is it there? Okay. Hello, hello. I guess I start. Really honored to be here and excited to be here to talk about development. Maybe let's start with introductions. I am one of the maintainers of Bitcoin Core. I firmly believe we need more developers, and we need more developers that understand the unique challenges that people have around the world to have one currency for everybody. And I'm here today to learn more about how we can get more people working on Bitcoin and building the solutions that people need around the world. Do you want to go next, Femi?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Femi. I'm CEO of Kala. Kala is a program that helps existing software developers in Africa transition into building for Bitcoin and Lightning. We're in our second year, have a 6-month fellowship where we introduce and help African software developers build proof of work in Bitcoin development, help them build projects, contribute to open source, write technical articles so they can communicate their ideas, basically immerse in Bitcoin development with the hope that we can then help them transition into jobs in Bitcoin and hopefully in the future get them building companies that help customize Bitcoin for the African continent.
Hi everyone, my name is Ojama Ochai. I'm based in Lagos, in Nigeria, the best city in the world. Thank you. Thank you. I'm on the board of B-Trust. B-Trust is an endowment, was started by an endowment from Jack Dorsey and Jay-Z to support open source Bitcoin development in the global south, initially in Africa. And essentially what we do in a nutshell is locate educate and remunerate open source developers that live initially in Africa, but the intention is that we will work all across the global south where there's underrepresentation in that Bitcoin open source ecosystem. Good to be here.
Hi, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Noelin Sumba. I work majorly with Machankura, but since KG has been before me, my boss, I'm here at the capacity of Exonomia, and Exonomia carries out translation of Bitcoin content into African languages. I'm passionate about Bitcoin and Bitcoin education, so I carry out education, not just in terms of translation of books, but also through social media, and I also conduct person-to-person education, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Great. So it seems like we are encompassing kind of a pipeline from, let's say, level 0 to level 1 of first learning what Bitcoin is and how it works, all the way up to doing protocol development with Kala. And that's it's very difficult to kind of take someone from level 0 all the way to protocol development. So what's kind of your approach, and like where do you see yourself in that pipeline? Do you specialize in a particular area, or like where do you see yourself? Maybe we start with Nolene.
Okay, so in terms of, we're talking about the pipeline. When I got into Bitcoin, I was more inspired with the philosophy behind it. And I feel when you talk about training the next generation of African developers, we should be giving them comprehensive education in terms of what Bitcoin is, not just the financial freedom that comes with money, also the economic empowerment that comes with it, the lifestyle change that comes with it. Terms like low-term preference in terms of taking care of your health, in terms of just basically taking care of yourself are some of the things that really inspired me to get the education to people. So when you talk about the training, I find that most of the developers tend to have a fiat mentality. They chase the profits that come. And so when they develop something, is it really relevant for the African market? Are we developing products that are going to solve the problems that we have in Africa in terms of remittance and cross-border transaction? I don't want to get into like the ordinals debate. You can do whatever it is that you want. It's a free market. But we prefer having products that reach the people. Let's get to the grassroots. Let's be able to understand what the people need, products that they can be able to use in a daily basis. So that's what I can be able to talk in terms of that. Yeah.
Thanks. From my perspective, if we take it back to why is Bitcoin important in an African context, I think for me that's the starting point before we even get to why we're training developers. And it has been talked about a lot already. But I like to think of it as a broader conversation when we think about freedom. It's freedom from the tyranny of our governments. It's also freedom from a global north-led financial system that has disadvantaged Africa for hundreds of years, whether you're talking about slavery or colonialism or the current system where it appears to be an equal playing field, but it's not. It's rigged against us. I feel like if Bitcoin provides a solution, then it cannot be a solution that has been given to Africa. It has to be a solution that has been built by Africa for Africa. And so if we're going to build our own solutions and not stick in that loop of somebody else always coming to build a well or build a school, which is, I don't want to say nice, it is what it is. If we don't want to fall into that loop, then we have to be empowered to build our own solutions. And so who's going to build those solutions? And I feel like, for me, that's where the education comes in. If we cannot use the thing, if we cannot build on top of the thing, then we're falling into that same loop of saviors coming to do it again for us. And so for me, it's critical that the education of Bitcoin developers is part of a broader ecosystem of education about what Bitcoin can do for Africans and how Africans can build those solutions for themselves. Obviously with global collaboration, but for me the key thing here is about agency. We have to be in a position where as Africans, individuals or groups, we have the ability to make decisions about things that affect us. And that ability is a combination of awareness, is a combination of skills, capacity, and an ecosystem of support. So in terms of where I think B-Trust sits in this cycle, we've put it into sort of 3 buckets, as I mentioned before, locating them, right? Where are they? And so it's determining where is the likely pathway through which these developers will emerge, right? And so it's finding those communities and orange pilling them to death and getting them to believe in Bitcoin and what Bitcoin can do, and then educating them and supporting them to develop the capabilities that they need to engage and build and interact with it, and then making it worth their time, right? Nothing says that if you're saving Africa, you should be poor, right? And so we remunerate them so that we make it worth their while to actually build the solutions that we need. So that's where I see B-Trust in this sort of pipeline and the journey. Thanks.
If I follow on from that, because our thoughts on this align a lot. When I think back to previous waves of technology, unfortunately, my continent has typically only engaged as consumers. If you think back to, say, automobile got to Africa and Asia at about the same time. The Africans, if the best car is released tomorrow, trust me, by today, if it's released today, trust me, by tomorrow, there's an African governor or president or politician that's thinking about how to get that car to his country. Asia, on the other hand, created global automobile industries, global automobile brands. But because we came at it as consumers, not producers, we end up just buying what other people make. So when I think about Bitcoin, for me, I don't want us to engage this technology as just consumers. I see it, I recognize the fact that the biggest use cases, the business case for Bitcoin, actually is in my continent. But I also know that designers in Silicon Valley cannot in their wildest dreams fathom those use cases because they are not in their realm of reality. KG talked about Machankura. It's out of the realm of reality of the typical engineer in Silicon Valley that people don't have smartphones, that people use USSD. What is USSD? But for us, it's a part of, we have, and I tell my engineers, we have something that is powerful that we don't recognize, which is problems. Lots and lots and lots of big, massive, hairy problems. But we need people who can who have the capability, first to spot those problems and see them as opportunities, but that can actually execute solutions to those problems. And that's why we do what we do. Now, in the last I've worked with startups and developers over the last 15 years. And I know in the last 10 years, there's been lots of drives to get Africans building software, typically generic, either mobile apps, web apps. For Bitcoin, our starting point is, rather than, like you said, it's hard technology. So rather than start by teaching people how to code and then code Bitcoin, we've thought perhaps we can find people who already know how to code and get them to know how to build on Bitcoin. We have an interesting program. Our selection process is an education. So we get the developer, we get someone apply for the program, they do a code challenge. If they pass the code challenge, which tells us at least they have basic foundations in software development. Then they do 6 weeks of mastering Bitcoin. Peer-to-peer learning. You read material, you come together once a week to discuss it. Because we believe we want them in a self-directed mode. There's no presentations. All the information is out there on the web. We curate it, create those environments for them to work together, and assess them on a few things. What's your proof of work? How prepared were you? How are you engaging in the group? People who successfully scale through that, we then take them to the next stage, which is a bit deeper. Introduction to Bitcoin protocol development. 5 weeks. Again, self-study, discuss with others. They're already starting to build community. By the way, each of these has a facilitator in there, which from halfway through our first cohort last year, the people who were going through that cohort became the facilitators. because our intention is not just to create developers, but to actually build a critical mass and a community and an ecosystem. We have 5 of our engineers who've gone through our program here. Now, if they get through that stage, then we do one-on-one interviews and then take them into the main building part, which is 5 months or 6 months. It's 20 hours a week. It's not a school, it's an engineering camp. They have daily stand-ups. They're working on projects. They have 2 Bitcoin core developers, 1 LND developer, and thankfully for our second cohort, someone who went through the program last year. And they're working with them. And they're creating proof of work. And they're building proof. Because we don't want to talk about proof of work as theory. We want them to feel it because for us, it's a part of the DNA of Bitcoin. But we also understand, like Ojoma said, people need to get paid. The typical African graduate. So if in any of your companies you have an African developer and a Western developer and you pay them the same salary, they don't earn the same salary really. The African developer pays something called the African tax. How many people here have heard about the African tax? So the African tax is this. There's a certain percentage of my salary every month, guaranteed, that's going to go back to my family, to my brothers, my sisters, my younger ones. Right? Remittances. So the salaries may look the same, but there's expectation from family. And these guys need to be able to fulfill those expectations. And so for us, the thinking is train them in Bitcoin, help them get jobs in Bitcoin. By the way, I have 7 developers that I need to get hired from my latest cohort. So if anyone is interested, please, let's have a conversation afterwards. That's my big KPI for this conference. But the goal is get them jobs, get them to get financial security, get them to understand how to build software, scalable software in structured environments. Because my expectation is that in 5 years, in 2 years, maybe less, some of these guys will be the CTOs, the CEOs of the next Bitcoin startup solving critical problems in Africa, powered by Bitcoin and Lightning. And that's where we fit in the puzzle, and that's why we do what we do.
Great, yeah. Yeah, so one thing I noticed, I work with some of the mentors in Kala at Brink, where we care a lot about educating and bringing more people into the space. And I noticed a shout out to Abubakar Ismail Sadiq, who has been opening pull requests to Bitcoin Core and really meaningfully contributing. So this is a really, really great program. And one thing that I'm taking away from this is there are many components of building these programs. There's the money, but it's not just about the money. It's also like having a really well thought out process of proof of work, like you said, like going through protocol development and interviews and matching them with mentors. I mean, I see this all the time with new Bitcoin Core contributors, that it's not just money. They also struggle with the social aspects and having structure with their contributions. And so having programs like these is very, very important. So this was the second cohort for Kala. And I imagine that you kind of landed on this process over like iterations of still iterating, yeah, and it's difficult to get right. What are some of the challenges? Like, where are the places where people kind of maybe get lost in the pipeline, or things that you can do to improve that you've learned over the years of doing these programs?
We at Beatrice, we focus on open source, which, if you think about it, it's very much aligned to this community principle that you've just described, Femi, right? If you have the African tax, we do it because we believe in community, right? And that's how a lot of African societies operate. And so you build upon what has been done before, right? And it's about the greater good and the benefit of community rather than the individual, right? So open source, for me personally, is very much aligned with my own values as an African person that lives in Africa, right? But Beatrice focuses on open source. And obviously, one of the big challenges of open source is around remuneration. And so if there's an expectation on you as a developer that we've spent so much on your education, put you through maybe a 5-year engineering degree, the expectation is that you finish and you come and do your duty, right, to your community. And then you say you're going to work on this thing called Bitcoin. Not only are you going to work on this thing called Bitcoin, you want to do open source. Like, how are you going to get paid? It's not about you, dude. Like, how about the rest of us? We're waiting. So I think that's a big, big challenge, certainly with open source development. And for us, that's why remuneration is so critical. Because on one hand, we think we know it's important and valuable that they have to be contributing, but we have to factor in the fact that there's other expectations and there are other requirements that these people have to live up to. So I think that's usually the first hurdle, is getting people to understand that open source does not mean a career that's going nowhere. It doesn't mean you're not going to get paid, and therefore your whole village will be on your case, because really, what is this? So I think that's a massive hurdle. I think it's also a new area. We were talking in a workshop on the first day. In some countries, there's such a bad reputation that crypto, not Bitcoin, crypto has, and most people cannot distinguish or do not distinguish between crypto and Bitcoin. And so it's such a bad reputation. And when you talk about it on the surface, it's like, we don't want the government to control what we're doing. We don't want, it's like, you must be doing something sketchy. And so there's also that reputation. Those are some entry barriers that I think we have in terms of people first working on Bitcoin, but also then working on open source. And the way that we've designed our strategy in BTrust and that we're developing the strategy is to take those things into account and think about what might public education look like, what might remuneration look like, and all that kind of stuff.
Cool. Yeah, those are challenges that we have everywhere, actually. I had to explain to my parents that I was going to get paid to work on open source. That was difficult. So it sounds like we need to wrap up. Is there any last thought that you would like to leave with our audience today?
Okay, maybe I'd like to add on to the challenge. So, like today morning, I'm from Kenya. I woke up to my country having been passed a finance bill in which they want to tax Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. So we are talking about developing, but is there continuous learning undergoing for the developers once they've launched the product? So as you've seen, with Machankura, we've cancelled out Tanzania and Uganda. So we've already launched the product, it's in the market. Do you understand the legal and regulatory framework of the product, especially in Africa? Because we know Africa, we know our leadership, and it's already there. So are we creating products that are going to be censorable when we're dealing with the government? Are we prepared for the challenges that come with that? We don't want to roll out a product and then have to take it out or have to leave people in a dilemma once the regulations come in. And so I'd like to maybe even when we're training the developers, let's ensure there's continuity in the training. Let them understand the environment, what's going on, the new changes that are bound to come. Yeah. So otherwise, let's build and make Africa a great place. I think Africa is a market leader when it comes to the adoption, and I can't wait to see how far we go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was great. Thank you, Gloria, for moderating. I'm going to invite Femi to stay up on stage for just 1 second. Do you want to go to the next slide? I'm going to let you explain, my friend, okay? All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
There was one more person that was supposed to be on this panel. A friend of mine, 25 years, Mahasin. Some of you may have met her at Ghana. 2 weeks ago, she passed. Suddenly. She ran a project called WAS, We're All Satoshi, where she was educating or working to educate high schoolers in Nigeria around Bitcoin development. So running boot camps for them, coding boot camps, but also then going into Bitcoin development. Her project was funded by HRF, and one of our fellows, 2 of our ex-fellows are working with her. She's dead. We're still reeling from the shock. It's still not totally sunk in because a few weeks ago, we're still talking about seeing here. and seen again in Ghana. My personal goal, and we've had conversation with the team and with our friends, is to make sure we can continue what she started, because she had only just started it. I work with experienced developers. She was going to be preparing the pipeline for me, because my biggest challenge is pipeline. So I don't have full details yet, but I want to make sure that the legacy continues, and would appreciate support from anyone that can help, through me or through Alex, to see how we can keep her legacy alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. Yeah, so we're committed to continuing to support WAS in whatever form it takes, and whatever needs to be done. Let's grow the pipeline in her legacy, and I just wanted to make sure we got to talk about her here, because she was remarkable. I met her, and we were so excited for her to come here. She had so much energy, and it was obviously such a shock. So let's try to make the world that she wanted. We're going to do another slide, folks, for someone who's thankfully still with us, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Zia. Zia is a tireless Bitcoin educator inside Iran. He's someone I've learned a lot from. He's very technical. He's very focused on teaching. He actually runs a pretty amazing number of educational platforms in Iran. He has thousands and thousands of followers. He's educated thousands and thousands of Iranian women and men about how to use Bitcoin. And Zia, last summer, at the end of the summer, the revolution broke out in Iran. The women's revolution broke out, and he, as far as I know, I know somewhat of what happened, but I'm going to skim over some details. But you know, he mentioned to me when I interviewed him 2 years earlier that he really thought that Bitcoin was a tool for women in Iran. That's what motivated him. So I can only speculate that he was supportive of some way of what was happening. Regardless, to say he was detained, and we didn't know what happened. I was in touch with his friends, and you know, for 2 months we didn't know what happened. Again, without going into details, he was released. He's free, which is great. He's in Iran. He's keeping a low profile. He continues to do the important work he's doing. He thought it would be best if I just kind of gave a shout out to him. At some point in the future, I'm sure you'll hear more from Zia, but he's this total hero. So just wanted to give a shout out to him, and let's give a round of applause for Zia. And perfect transition. Now we're going to have a talk by Francisco about how to use Bitcoin in a dictatorship. So one more round of applause for our amazing panel here. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. This is TV. It was a free media outlet that was being shut down in Venezuela back in 2006 and 2007, and it was, you know, the beginning of the end for Venezuelan civil society. And what has happened there has obviously been completely tragic, and, you know, Leopoldo Lopez is here and so many others, but some of the best and brightest people in Venezuela have been disappeared, are in prison. The country is obviously struggling economically. It's the single largest source of refugees in the entire world, which is really shocking for people like Francisco, because when they were growing up, Venezuela was the place where you would go to as a refugee from the dictatorships in the south of Latin America. So we're here to support you, learn from you, and we're just so grateful that you're here, and we're really excited about this talk. So let's give a huge round of applause for Francisco. Thank you.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you, Alex, for inviting me. And thank you, too, because your effort for trying to make the world knows about the importance of Bitcoin for humanity. So thank you very much. Okay, my name is Francisco Calderon. I'm a software developer. I born in Venezuela, and currently I'm living in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And I'm going to talk about some solutions I've been working on, and they are for being used on the entire world, but specifically I put some effort and make it easier for people living under authoritarianism. So it's called, this presentation is how to use Bitcoin in a dictatorship. Okay, first, in countries where we are we are under repressive governments, and most of them use printing money to finance themselves. So people is trying to use another alternative like Bitcoin. So people always ask how they can get Bitcoin. But I was thinking there is some ways to get it. But for example, I'm just thinking about accept Bitcoin for goods and services, or ask your employer to pay you with Bitcoin. But this is not so easy when in your country not much people use it, Bitcoin. So we need to think new ways to allow people to use it. Even in countries where Bitcoin is like using Bitcoin is illegal, you can have like a company that allows you to exchange Bitcoin. You can have central exchanges. So this solution we're working is a non-KYC peer-to-peer. So there is the idea of this is people can use it from everywhere without the need of do what the government says. But also, I'm going to talk a little bit about the regulated exchanges because they can solve some problems, but they have a single point of failure. So in this country where you have authoritarianism, it's easy for the dictator to shut down a service or freeze the money of people, or just get personal information to see what they are doing. So the government, local authority force these exchanges to apply know your customer and anti-money laundering rules. And these have a lot of consequences. For example, if we have migrants that are not ready, they don't have their paper ready, they can't use that. So it's very difficult for them to receive money and do stuff, buy stuff, because they don't exist for the system, the current system. And also, these centralized exchanges have full custody of the information of the user, and they have full custody of funds. So this is a big problem, because the government can freeze these funds. So here enters peer-to-peer. And I can define it like the act of exchange something. It can be information, but in this case, it can be money, without the need to rely on a third-party intermediary. And why? Why peer-to-peer is important? Okay, this is, for me, it's very important to clarify that centralization from centralization to decentralization, we have like a spectrum, and we always try to go to the decentralization, not because to sell or to use fancy word, because a lot of people are using decentralization as the goal, but it's not the goal. It's the mean to have censorship resistance. It's the mean to avoid to have a single point of failure. So it can be centralized peer-to-peer, but they have the single point of failure. So they are not good solutions in my point of view. So, and I think we have to build solutions that can't be censored. And these peer-to-peers allows users more privacy because they don't ask information. We can operate without a trusted third party. As we don't ask information, we don't follow the rules of KYC. User can move easily from local markets to global markets, and very important, the restriction of dictators do not apply to cyberspace. Okay, and I'm going to talk a little bit about know your customer because I think it's important to respond to the people that tell that peer-to-peer is against citizen security, and they trying to target us, the people that promote peer-to-peer. So we need to talk a little bit about it. So I just looked this on internet, and at least this slide is a little bit objective, I'm sorry. So this, they say process is the process by which organizations identify and verify the identity of customers in a specific way and according to the regulations that affect their sector. Sounds good, right? And for this, the user is forced to give their information, sensitive information, and the company has to keep it safe. And this information can be requested by the government or the dictator. It's the same. This prevents users from doing money laundering, corruption, terrorist financing, and other types of illegitimate activities. So if that is that good, why we want peer-to-peer without KYC? First, I think monthly or each 2 months maybe, we hear some leak of information on some exchange or maybe a hardware wallet, or it's happening a lot, or maybe people inside, maybe a hack, or maybe someone that works inside the company, and this is 2 minutes. What? This is very, very difficult it's very dangerous for people living in the third world countries, even in first world country. And also, 72% of people in the world live under authoritarianism, and that is 4.9 billion. I just put some screenshot. And let's talk about money laundering. We can see here, for example, Venezuela ex-treasurer got $1 billion of bribe and moved it to HSBC in Switzerland, and he wasn't using Bitcoin. Same with the Mexican drug cartel, and it was using HSBC. Nobody was in jail. And the vast majority of users who use this type of peer-to-peer are third world users trying to escape inflation and use sending and receiving remittances. And getting Bitcoin from a peer-to-peer exchange, I'm proposing LMPT bot and Monstro. I'm going to talk very fast about it because I don't have much time. And this is not working. Okay. LMPT bot is a Telegram bot. It works on, it's open source. That is very important because it can be forked and people can use it, can study from it. It's non-KYC, uses Lightning Network. And Lightning Network tend to be, to make payments in Lightning Network tend to be low. So this is also good for us because the average of payments on LMPT bot are like 200,000 Satoshis, which is more or less $50. So it's going to be very easy for a drug cartel to launder $1 million. So it's good for us. And what makes this bot different? For me, it reestablished the peer-to-peer nature of Bitcoin. I'm going to pass it. It's okay? Oh, nice. I have more time. Okay, and I'm going to talk about communities. I'm going to come back because I have 4 minutes. Okay, we don't have internet wallet. That is very important because if the bot is get hacked or I don't know what anything can happen, people are not going to lose their money. And maintains privacy. We don't say store data of users, and allows users to create self-managed local communities. I'm going to talk a little bit about communities. And what are communities? Well, a lot of people started to ask me if they want to use the bot, the Telegram bot, in for their own currency. And I created as a way they can use it in a local community. There is a lot of community from around the world, and it's like a small company because they earn fees from the fee that the bot charges to the seller. So they are getting a part of that, a 35% of that, and they are financing themselves. And we have like 40 communities, and I just put the first and the most active, let's say. I put first the Cuban community. It's very important for me that they are very organized. I have to mention them because they are very organized. They are creating documentation. They are helping people, teaching people how to use Bitcoin, how to use the bot, because there is a lot of Cubans that needs to send remittances to the country. And there are a lot of Cubans don't want the Cuban peso. So it's a win-win. The same thing with Venezuela. I send money to my family using the bot, and I need bolivares they use it, and the people inside Venezuela, they want satoshis. Same thing. I really like that people take the logo of the bot and put their own flags and like appropriate it, because it's not mine. Since I put an open license, it's for everyone. It's for the people. And here is just a little bit of information about successful operation and a lot of operation from Colombia, Argentina, euros, Cuban peso, etc. And now, before I finish, I just want to mention that Telegram bot is very good because it can be censored by dictators, but it can be censored by Telegram. So before that happened, we don't know if it's that going to happen, but before that happened or not, but we already started to work on Monstro, which is a new version of this Telegram bot with the same properties. For example, open source is non-custodial, non-KYC, but the difference is on top of Noster. We have more freedom because we can create our own clients. So Monster is very, very I can say it's already done, but the clients are not done. We need help for people make clients like Android clients, web clients, desktop clients. So, and we can start to test it on real life. How can I collaborate? Or we need help. If you want to be part of this project, if you want to be part of this peaceful revolution, you can collaborate with us in many ways. You can help with translation to other languages, help with documentation. But if you are a developer, you can help us create client, finding bugs, or just reviewing whatever you feel comfortable doing. So there are issues created with the tag, help wanted, and that's it. MC, because it is not working very good. What? Okay, this is the website, Monster Network, and lmptbot.com. You can go and you will find all links there. And I'm sorry if I'm going to pass this. Follow us if you want to be informed of what I'm doing. This is my Twitter account. And thank you very much.
Okay, that was awesome. Thank you for all your work, Francisco. As a Venezuelan, I'm very proud to see Venezuelan developers and workers just helping to bring Bitcoin adoption and financial freedom to Venezuela. Okay, so the next panel is very exciting. It is called Building Communities in the Developing World. Check, check. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Many people may think of Silicon Valley and Wall Street when they think of the location of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency users. But there are hundreds of millions of users in the developing world. So now we'll hear from community builders and conference organizers from Indonesia, Cameroon, India, and Lebanon. So please welcome Darius Kita, Chio Minang, Anand Tapadia, Marcel Yunus, and Courtney Robinson. Thank you.
Hello.
Girl and boys. I know we have segregated ourselves. Okay. Okay.
Better?
Yeah.
Much better.
Sit up. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us here, even in the heat of the sauna, to get some perspective from these folks. If you have not gotten the chance to meet and talk with them already, you will now. I would like to start off by having you all introduce yourselves, say the name of your organization, and then say where it is based. And I'll start with Chio.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Chio Minang. I'm from Cameroon in Central Africa. The organization that I run is called Bitcoin Mountain. And it's quite interesting that in the introduction they mentioned Silicon Valley and Wall Street. So originally, the community that I was part of in Cameroon is called, it's still a community that exists, Silicon Mountain. But at the time, the focus was just on technology. Then when we discovered Bitcoin, it was how do we merge technology and finance? So in a sense, we're creating Wall Street and Silicon Valley in Bitcoin Mountain. I think I'll let others introduce themselves.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Darius Kita, and I'm from Indonesia, and I'm leading the Indonesia Bitcoin community. We are currently, we have 1,500 members spread across Indonesia. We even have a member that is, in the remotest place between the border of Indonesia and Malaysia. So it's been really cool, and we run conferences since 2021.
Hey guys, my name is Anant. I essentially wear two hats. Most primarily, I'm a builder in this space, and I've been building for the last few years. If you have attended some of the sessions I had yesterday, there's an app called Bitcoin Keeper that I work on. But more importantly, why I'm here is to share the work we have done with Bitcoin for India and share the learnings, learn from you guys, make sure the people who want to build communities can learn from it and let it happen where they are. So feel free to reach out to me or any of us to learn more about that piece.
Hi guys, my name is Marcel. I'm from Lebanon. I'm the founder of Bitcoin to Liban, which is basically the biggest educational community focused purely on helping and supporting and orange pilling people in Lebanon. So our focus is basically to support and to build communities and to help out every single person who is in need. And there's one cool thing about Bitcoin to Liban, that our central bank is called Bank to Liban. So I made it kind of on purpose. It's now Bitcoin to Liban.
Little wordplay. Okay. So thank you all for introducing yourselves. Why was there a need to build a Bitcoin community, or why did you see the need in your specific community to bring the services that you have brought?
So in most of Africa, people don't have bank accounts. They don't have access to credit, but they have resources, primarily knowledge. Because for us, we imagine that the ultimate resource is knowledge. Money is just a mechanism to allocate your scarce resources, but the true resource is knowledge. When you're a Bitcoiner, sometimes you're so alone in your family and friends that you have that urge to meet other Bitcoiners. So honestly, that's where it started from. We wanted to, just meet the Bitcoiners around physically, talk to them, say hi. So we did our first meetup just 1.5 years back, honestly, and it was
like when you create something where a lot of good people or Bitcoiners are coming together, it created such a magnetic field that people who were Bitcoin curious also started joining. They started asking questions. So before we knew it, it spiraled into something much bigger than we had initially thought. And people were ready to come in and help out from different cities, from remote parts of India that we weren't even aiming to reach to. And what we found that there are hardcore Bitcoiners pretty much everywhere. You go to the base of Himalayas, you go to the south of the country. We found Bitcoiners everywhere. So it kind of spiraled. It emerged to be a wider community than we thought. So that's how Bitcoin for India started. And I think, that's how we'll continue.
Okay, so to explain how Bitcoin Duly Bond came to be, I have to really explain my own journey in a short, brief way. So I'm a pharmacist. I have nothing to do with the financial system or Bitcoin, anything. I never really understood the money. And of course, like many of us, I joined during the bull run in 2017. Of course, I went to crypto and I started buying shitcoins, all kinds of sort of things. Yeah, it's standard. But the thing is, we already have communities in Lebanon, but unfortunately, they really focus on trading, promoting this kind of projects, smart contracts and selling the keywords, blockchains, whatever you want to call it. And I was really interested in that, and it was something totally new to me. And of course, greed took over, and I want to buy and buy and buy. But at some point, like a year and a half later, in the mid-2018, I figured out that those things don't really make sense. And I was lucky enough to read the Bitcoin Standard. And thanks to all the toxic maxics, I finally started to understand what's going on. And I fell down the rabbit hole. And now, the thing is, fast forward 2019, I started studying all the histories of different countries, Venezuela, Argentina, and all the places. And I found so many similarities to Lebanon. I went nuts like a clown. I was like, guys, this is bad. We're having a 15% interest rates in Lebanese banks, and this is going to collapse. This is unsustainable, like really unsustainable. And like a clown and crazy person telling, the world is going to end, the bank is going to end. No one listened to me. But of course, it happened. So as of today, Lebanon lost 98% of their purchasing power, the Lebanese lira. Majority of the banking system is non-functional. We actually have a parallel banking system. But the thing is, as I said, we already had crypto communities. And once we hit the hyperinflation, or the beginning of the hyperinflation, I knew there has to be something done in order to protect and to help speed up the education for the people like me who have nothing to do with the whole system. They don't understand the system. And of course, they'll be like pulled in by the greed. And there's so many scammers like they're going to use that opportunity to, exploit take advantage of Lebanese people to just suck out the money out of them. So the purpose of it was to start Bitcoin Duly Bond to educate and to help people avoid all the kind of scams, bullshit that's going on, and at least shorten the journey from crypto into Bitcoin into the freedom.
I love that. So you all talked about identifying a need and knowing that you wanted to bring the education, wanted folks to know about Bitcoin. But what has been the biggest challenge in actually doing that, to connecting with folks, bringing the education, and building either outside of or on top of existing systems where you work and live?
So just like you mentioned, there was the wave of crypto in Cameroon, and a lot of people had bad experiences with the crash. So when you come and you talk about Bitcoin now, everybody thinks that is a scam like crypto. But the way we walked around that was to start with a really small group. So I created a group on Telegram, and I started training 21 people. Well, the number is symbolic because it's 21 million Bitcoins, right? So the idea is find 21 people that you could completely shield from all of the shitcoinery that happens outside, and you give them skills that they could use to earn money in Bitcoins. Now, this group would be able to inspire 21 other people. So if each of the 21 people inspires 21 people, that's 21 times 21, and then it will be like a ripple effect. So start small, scale slowly, then suddenly you would be able to orange peel a larger community of people.
Anyone else?
I think the challenge in not only in Indonesia but I think Southeast Asia in particular is that people love to gamble, and therefore they're prone to get into scam. So there's a lot of misconception about Bitcoin or a project that use the name of Bitcoin but actually just scam. So like within our community, like this is a daily conversation. Someone's gonna come and then say like, hey, have you ever heard about this project? Blah blah blah. We call it's a scam. There's even mining or stuff like that. So it's a very tricky subject. And I think the other challenge is actually educating the regulator, because because of the scam, of course, the regulator wants to protect the people, and then like creating like a regulation that is actually doesn't make any sense. So this we try doing slowly, having a conversation with with the governor or with a government body or even like organization. But it takes it's like a slow process for sure. A part of like educating people, but also we have to educate the government as well.
In case of Bitcoin for India, it was these challenges were there, but the initial challenge was simply operational. It's such a huge geographically and distance-wise huge landscape that it's very difficult to go out there and conduct so many meetups. So while as developers, as people in the community, our urge was growing to let more people know, because some really good questions were coming in. People were using the products. They were really liking what we were saying. So there was an urge growing, and there was kind of a mini Cambrian explosion. People from different cities were reaching out to us suddenly. So though that was happening, it was just operationally impossible for us to manage it. So how do we do that? So what we started doing is we relied on the open source ethos, where we started kind of forking out stuff we do. So what that means is that instead of trying to go to every meetup and conducting it, we just let the local person run it. We just tell them how we have done, what we have learned, give them some tools, give them some presentations, and then let them run it. It was a completely the same way as someone forks open source library and works on it, and that was amazing. One, it was operationally efficient. It was something that just blew across the country. A lot of people started it on their own, and more importantly, they had the autonomy, and they were able to cater the theme of the meetup or whatever workshop they are doing to the need of the audience there. And there's a lot of diversity, but one diversity that happens is the intellectual diversity. So different people want different things, and when someone is conducting a meetup somewhere, their friends and family, people in that city are going to come. So no one is going to better understand the vibe than the person who is organizing it. So let them choose the theme, let them do what they want to do. So that's really something that helped us operationally, and even making it much more widely spread. A lot of these people, started off with a Bitcoin for India meetup, but then they started doing something on their own, which is completely fine. We still support them. That's what happens in forking. If you fork it, you can do something on your own. But a lot of people also contributed back. Yeah. Okay, we had this meetup. This is the presentation I used. It was really well appreciated. Just keep it with you to pass around. So that really helped us. That was the challenge, and that is how we overcame it.
Okay, so in Lebanon, it's kind of a specific and unique case. I mean, it's the same all over the world. But the thing is that the whole hyperinflation thing just happened right now. We were living in Lebanon for 20 years in more or less big system. So everything was fine. Everyone's really happy. Everyone had the latest phones. Everyone's having the latest cars. It was really, really fancy. And every single person wear like Louis Vuitton, basically, T-shirts and everything. Really rich country, and we're proud of it. So we really ignored all the situation and financial. We were really focused on politics and, well, having fun and enjoying. That's the Lebanese way. But this is the problem. When the hyperinflation hit us, the beginning of hyperinflation hit us in 2019, people really don't understand or didn't understand what's going on. They mainly blamed it on political affiliates and politicians, and it's some kind of a game. They're just playing with us. They're trying to force someone, ex-country, to whatever, obedience. But anyway, the major problem and challenge that I'm facing right now is the financial literacy. As I said, we are just entering the whole problem. We are kind of in denial of what's going on, and people do not want to read books. They don't want anything, spend time on the most valuable thing, which is money and your own life and energy. They don't want to do that. They always ask me, like, okay, can you summarize Bitcoin in 1 minute? I'm like, yeah, buy Bitcoin. But no, seriously, we're not a financial advice, but the point is, like, you cannot summarize. You really have to spend some time and understanding what's going on. It's not about Bitcoin, but about your own life and freedom. Once you understand that, once you understand what is money, life will change.
Yeah. No, that's so true. And thinking about what all of you said and how you scaled your work and made sure things can grow, how do you do that? How do you grow your organizations while also protecting yourselves? I say that because, they're twofold. There are not many governments who have wholeheartedly embraced Bitcoin or any sort of non-fiat government-issued currency, right? And then outside of that, there can be a perception that if you were involved in Bitcoin or how the space works, that you are wealthy, and thus there is a focus on you. So how do you navigate that as individuals while also growing your organizations?
Sure, I don't mind starting. Well, actually, we were discussing it earlier, guys, yes. Right? But the thing is, it's a very tricky question. Usually, the perception that if you are a Bitcoiner or in crypto, let's call it a shitcoiner, you are a rich person, most likely. So all your friends and family always come up to you like, how much Bitcoin do you have? What, did you send it on the top or anything like sort of that? But imagine...
That is not enough.
Yeah, I always say the same thing, but... If you're trying to build a community and there's like 2,000 or 3,000, 5,000 members, you don't know who they are, and you don't know what kind of wacko just joins you and think that there's something going on. And especially like in a country that was just stroked with hyperinflation and financial system, and the salaries of people are down to $10, $15 a month, that's really a crisis. It used to get like $2,000, $3,000 a month, and all of a sudden it's $20. So what they're supposed to do. And once they hear about crypto, and once they hear about Marco, and once they hear about Bitcoin Dulibon, that guy is loaded. Let's follow him. But the thing is, you have to be really careful. And my advice would be to make sure to distinguish between crypto groups and make a small, unique for yourself, a Bitcoin group. Make sure that those people are verified Bitcoiners, and take care of your OPSEC. So always choose public places, places where you have security. Anyone that's suspicious, don't make it too public about what you're doing, especially if you're doing a live event or like face-to-face. And I would just advise, stick to online till you understand or verify who you're talking to.
I think I came at it from a slightly different angle because I was already talking a lot about Bitcoin even before we started this initiative. So knowingly or unknowingly, I was already, I was never anonymous. I was already known out there. Most of my friends and family and everyone knew me as that weird Bitcoin guy. So I couldn't avoid that. But having entered this space and learning from a lot of people here, irrespective of the community, taking your privacy and OPSEC seriously is super important. You might be running a community, you might not be running a community, irrespective of that. It is so important for us that we have built a product on it. Bitcoin Keeper is about something which is like, your personal security, the $5 ranch attack security, the privacy that you should be taking care of. So I'm not an expert at these things, but I do understand the importance of it at a personal level and at a community level. And a lot of people do come to us asking about, how should they go about their privacy and security piece. So we have used that as an opportunity to educate more people on that piece, sending out links and sending out presentations that we have done so that they learn about it. So though it is a problem, but it's also something you can talk about and reach out to more people. So that's what I would.
Maybe I agree with whatever they say, but regarding like security, I guess like also like the most important thing is again educating people about how you can store your Bitcoin, so then they also understand like how hard it is to extract Bitcoin from you. So that's probably like one might take. But to answer your question for the first question, how you can grow the community. at least if for my case in Indonesia, like this community is not started by me, but it's like basically from different community that has the same passion with Bitcoin, the same interest. Like we band together under one entity, and also like to decentralize the knowledge, you know. So maybe I'm not the most knowledgeable person about trading, but there's someone in the group that knowledgeable in trading, so their community will teach other community. So that's like, you know, mostly like our conversation. You know, we do like meetups in multiple countries at the same time, you know, to celebrate like, you know, this oneness. And yeah, you know, running conferences is, you know, it's a good way to network, because like once you have a face-to-face, you know, meetings, then you will get connected.
Yeah, sure. So the way we grew our community, originally I was posting on Facebook, just talking about Bitcoin as though I was holding a megaphone into the air, without really knowing who was listening. But then gradually, I was building an audience on Facebook. People would ask questions in the comment section. Okay, what is Bitcoin? What does it do for you? And things like that. But to make it sustainable, I had to run it as a for-profit education business and staffing agency. So the idea was, because Bitcoin is internet money, you could do a lot of jobs online from anywhere in the world. So we would train you for 12 months. But then, now this might surprise a lot of people, you get to sign a student loan contract of $10,000. And there are 21 students. So that is $210,000 of future income. In the case where we find you a job after your year of training. If we don't find you a job, you don't get to pay the loan. But in the course of that year, what we do is we find people that are very bullish on Bitcoin and who believe that there would be opportunities for Bitcoiners to earn. And we resell those contracts to them at half price, which means that a $210,000 contract, we're going to sell it to you for $105,000, which is the resources that we use in the present to pay for teaching, training, material, and things like that. Now, like I said before, when people see success, they want to emulate it, all right? So we're counting on the first cohort. When they finish and they have jobs and they are earning, of course, people around them would want to copy that success and they'll want to study, and that is how we would grow Bitcoin knowledge, first of all, in our communities, make people to earn money, teach them how to invest that money, and inspire other people to want to join the course.
Thank you. Oh, Marcel, you wanted to say something?
Actually, I do want to add something. You know, I guess I was watching the sessions from the early morning today, and I spent all day in the sauna. Yeah, and I did the same mistake as a Faisal, wearing a jacket just to look better. But you know what? I was listening to every single person, and I was writing down notes, and there's common things that came up, like node of network, human ATM, education, serving people, bringing people to community, and it just made me like realize more how communities are so important. It's like, kind of like modular granularity, which I'm trying to say is that building community, it's the base of foundation of every single thing. If you want to help any kind of a journalist or freedom fighter, you need a community to support. Even if you are trying to send from out, you need a local community to help those people to maybe liquidate or whatever you want to do. So communities are the heart of Bitcoin. That's what I believe.
Marcel, that was beautiful. So true. Okay, so we're coming towards the end of our session. What is one thing that you would tell folks to do if they want to help? If they want to help or contribute to the work that you're doing, how can they do that? I'm going to start with Dia. We're going to mix it up.
Okay, well, support us by coming to our conference. Like we're going to have a conference in October 26, 27 in Bali, Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. We have many plans, like, doing a lightning hackathon, so then more and more developer in Indonesia understand about Lightning Network, and then create something amazing from different perspective, from like Indonesian perspective. If you want to support, like, come into our conference. Yeah.
Thank you, Dia.
I think before you go there, you should come to the conference in India.
Yeah.
It's on.
Do a tour.
Yeah. So you can do conference hopping 14th and 15th October in India, and then we'll figure out a way for you to reach Indonesia. I think one thing I would leave everyone with is that we have talked about challenges, we have talked about security risk, and how do you grow the network and all that. But ignore that for a second. You have also heard previously in this session and across the days that how important the community is. Fedi team clearly has built a whole business around community. Obi clearly mentioned that community is a superpower, and it is a superpower. If you do not have a community, this is a community. Freedom Forum is a community. HRF is a community, right? Without community, nothing really works. If there was no Bitcoin community, I wouldn't have the work I'm doing. Also, when you have a community and you're doing like some education stuff or development stuff that I am doing in parallel, it always helps. Because I'm building something, it's very easy, not very easy, but it is really good for me to explain it to people. And when I explain it to them and I hear their problems, it's very easy, very useful for me to get it back into my product. So community can help you in several ways. It can support you. It can, make sure that you are more aware of what you're doing, talk to the users much more. So though there are challenges, if you have any inclination of, starting a community from where you are, please reach out to any one of us and we'll tell you all the good parts of it.
May I also add on that, since, this is a convergence between the human rights communities, like freedom communities, and also Bitcoin, within your community, always share your voice, share your expertise, because everyone is different. Someone is probably really good at the security or building apps. Someone is working in the NGO and then doing some freedom activism. Share with each other, and that's the reason why we have communities. Open source, yeah. So
open source stuff you do and you will get it back.
Exactly.
Thank you for that call.
I'll try to make it short and very sweet for the people who are trying to, reach out to communities. I think that the minute you send a message to a community and say, how can I help? You're already becoming the part of the community. And that's the best thing you can do. Just reach out, drop a message, and just we'll take it from there. Because everyone is welcome, and it doesn't really matter where you're coming from or what's your background, education. It really doesn't matter. As long as you just ask, how can I help?
Thank you, Marcel. To your last word?
Sure. So it is an online community to start with, although we are using that online community to influence a physical district in Africa, Bitcoin Mountain. So we would encourage people to just join our Twitter feed, consume our content, discover the people within the community, and then we are creating projects as we go along. Right now, we're about to launch a community bank. So we are issuing peer-to-peer credit. And it's based off of something that we've been doing in Cameroon for a long time. They call them Jangies. So we are launching that for our community. So anybody who joins on Twitter, we could add you to the Jangi group, and then we figure out ways to pool capital, peer-to-peer, and figure out investments that we could do collectively. Although the first set of investments that we're doing is raising the money to pay for their education as a loan, which you get back with profit when the student is working and earning, just so that it's sustainable.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for sharing your knowledge and your work with everyone here. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to keep it rolling in... Check. There we go. Okay. Okay. It's time to talk some Noster. Yes, let's hear from Noster. All right, so the next chat, it's entitled Decentralized Social Networks. So, in a world with increasing censorship and deplatforming risks on social media hubs like Twitter and Facebook, engineers are developing new, more decentralized models. Earlier this year, a new social networking protocol called Noster began gaining popularity. Yeah. We're going to hear from the builder of one of the most popular Noster apps on the value of unstoppable communications. So we're going to welcome up Will to chat about Damas and much more.
All right. Thank you, Ben. So, got some Noster fans in here, maybe. Yes, I'm here to talk about decentralized social networks. So this is a relatively new idea, but we're trying to build a new type of social network which is not controlled by these large big tech institutions. So I'm really excited to be here at the HRF, at this event. I'm really appreciated that I've been invited. It's just insane, like in terms of just the people I've met and the people who are here and their stories. It actually just like reinvigorates me and makes me super passionate about this technology because it actually can have a huge impact on the world. And I'm super excited for how this technology can be applied to human rights use cases. So I started working on an application called Damas, and it's for the iOS App Store, and it's a Noster client. So Noster is, again, this is this new decentralized social media client, and I launched it in February, and it's kind of blown up, and it's really exciting, and people are really interested. So hopefully, I'm gonna explain a little bit about what we're doing and how we're kind of integrating financial freedom and things that are really useful to human rights. So what's the problem? A big issue with a lot of the platforms today is that they are controlled by big tech corporations, and they have their own interests. Their interests are they want to make money, and you are the product. So a lot of the ways that information is presented to users on these platforms is driven by advertisements, because they want to get your eyeballs on advertisements, and to do that, they have a bunch of techniques. So they use algorithms like AI, and a lot of these AIs, they'll actually, what ends up happening is that they'll just promote this like aggressive, angry content that makes people upset, and because it gets clicks. So this is like a very unhealthy way that we're building this. Like this is our free speech online, and the fact that so much of the way that information is presented on these networks is driven by these algorithms just so we can buy things. It just feels very wrong. And so I feel like social media, decentralized social media protocols has a way to like bring more humanity back into discussion online, and one that's not driven by for-profit motives. So in my country, in Canada, we recently experienced for these trucker protests, and which Ben was on the ground, a big part of that as well. But we started to see where things break down when these big tech corporations, they just go along with whatever the government says. So basically, a good example of this is a lot of accounts were shut down, a lot of accounts were censored, protesters' bank accounts were frozen. So if we're going to solve not only this free speech issue where deplatforming and shadow banning is causing so many issues, we also need to solve what does it look like to transact on this network, to send value on this network. Because a big part of these protests were about people are on the ground, they're trying to get fuel, they're trying to get food, and their bank accounts were getting shut down. So imagine a situation where you actually could transact using a social network and send peer-to-peer uncensorable money on the network itself. It's a very powerful idea, because imagine if someone just reposted something and it was like, hey, I need help, and then people around the world can help in real time in an uncensorable way. And I feel like that's a super powerful use case, which we're starting to see on these networks, such as Damas and other clients. So what's the solution for the free speech part of this? So we're built on the Noster protocol. Noster is this relatively new idea. I think it started in 2020 by Fiat Jaff, and it's kind of so silly. It's so simple. It's like people always ask me, like, why didn't we think about this before? Like it's kind of silly how simple it is. So the basic idea is that it's not a single platform, it's not a single company that's running these relays. They're all run by different volunteers and contributors, and when you do a post, it's sending to all the relays. Anyway, I'm going to get into a separate slide about this, but it's a really cool technology for freeing speech online. And in terms of the financial freedom, it made sense to integrate Bitcoin just because, I mean, come on, there's nothing really else. Everything else is kind of scammy and it's a joke. Bitcoin is really the only free. It's the money on the internet. There's nothing that comes close to it. So it made sense to integrate Bitcoin and Lightning. So these new developments in Lightning had a huge impact on how it was integrated into Nostra. So Lightning enables real-time payments. So why not integrate that into a free speech protocol as well? So what is Nostra? So Nostra stands for Notes and Other Stuff Transmitted Over Relays. It's a relatively simple idea of all the data is controlled by keys and users. So this is the biggest distinguishing factor of this protocol. Almost every other platform, you are sending your post to a central server, and that data is owned by those companies, and they can do whatever they want with it. They could even forge the data. They could change the data if they really wanted to. But this protocol does not allow that. Every piece of data you produce on this protocol, it's signed by your key that only you have. So this is very powerful because all the hosting and all the relays, the only responsibility they have is basically just storage. They can't change the data, because if they change the data, it'll be invalid. So it basically gives power back to the users. And instead of, so I mentioned this before, but instead of sending it to one relay, you're sending it to 10 relays run by different people, and this gives it its censorship-resistant properties. So the first thing you'll notice when you download Damas or any other Nostra client is that there are no identifying information. You're not entering your email. You're not entering your government ID or anything. Literally, you just generate a key, and you can get started. So this is really important if you're an activist on the ground and you're trying to, get something started, and you don't want to be giving away your identities to be a target. So you can just generate a key and get going. And we think this is really important, and we think more apps should be doing this as well. So, does it work? So this is it's a relatively new idea. People are starting to use it, but is it scaling? Is it working? So we launched it. We launched Damas in February, and within a week, I'd say almost 5 days, 2 days. Sorry, I got COO here is correcting me on the data. Thank you. We got 220,000 installs, and then within 2 days, we were pulled from the Chinese mainland app store. So the CCP was already on top of this before a lot of people. So that was really interesting. If China comes after you, if the CCP comes after you, you're on the right path, I think. Yeah. Edward Snowden joined the network soon after. He's smells like fear. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. So soon after that, though, about probably a month later, we started noticing that all of our kind of initial bootstrap relays within Damas were starting to get banned by the firewall in China. So not only were they just did the quick fix, but they're also looking into the technology and making sure that all the relays were banned so that no one can access them. So I had to create a new feature within Damas that allows people to change the bootstrap relay so that you could still connect. And so I felt like it's like a cat and mouse game between the CCP and Nostra clients at this point, but I think we're winning. And I believe that because a few days after I did this feature, I got this message: "We're still here." Yeah, when I saw this message, I'm like, wow, it's amazing that they're finding ways to get around the firewall, by VPNs, switching their Apple accounts to Hong Kong. You could even just bounce notes off of satellites. As long as you can get your piece of data onto this network, it's really hard to censor because there's so many different relays, and you can always get around the firewall in some ways. So that's once I saw this message, I'm like, well, this is something. This is amazing, and I got to keep working on this. So a big part of the app is Zaps. So this is a technology that thank you for this. Zaps are a way to send micro amounts of Bitcoin to users So you imagine if you're making a post that says, hey, like, I need fuel at this protest. You can just do a post. It can be reposted, and people can start zapping your post and sending you money. There's no limit. Like, someone could zap you $1 million on a post. Someone could zap you 0.01 cent on a post. So this is the power of Bitcoin, and this is the power of free speech money on a free speech network. But soon after, I mean, recently, actually, I just recently added these slides because of something that's happened recently. Apple asked me to remove the zap button from the post because it's considered selling digital content. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, we feel like this technology is making these huge impacts on free speech and human rights. And for Apple to come after me about some minor thing so that it's going to make them slightly more money, it's just absolutely ridiculous. So I think we need to push against these corporate, monopolies and say, like, look, like, there's more important things happening here than your profits, and we need to make sure that these technologies are easy to use. So right now, I'm going to have to update Damas to only have the zaps on the profile, so you'll still be able to zap people in need, but it's kind of lame. And I think Elon, there's like one thing where I actually agree on Elon is like we're all kind of suffer by these policies. Like Elon has Twitter, and maybe he wants to add a tip button for Dogecoin. I don't know, but there's similar issues across the board. So what's our mission? Extend free speech and free speech money to 100 million users. Let's make this as easy as possible so that everyone can be using this technology and to get freedom around the world and into everyone's phone. That's the goal. Our team, it's composed of basically just contributors, voluntary contributors from around the world. Anyone can contribute to Damas. It's all open source. So we're mainly funded by grants. HRF grants have been very helpful. OpenSats. We have a great team. We have a great advisor. Jack Dorsey has been he's a huge Damas fan. You'll see him greeting. He's like we call him the Walmart greeter on Damas because he'll just like greet all the new users. So he's been great support, and he's been helping fund as well. But yeah, we're relying on grants. We don't want to become VC funded and controlled. We want this to be open and free. We also have a team of 20 translators around the world. We're translated in 24 languages. I think the first release on the App Store, there was translated in like 13 or 14 languages. So the amount of people helping across the world to make this a reality has just been absolutely incredible. Human rights activists. We want to learn from you. We want to help you. What things can we add to Damas to make your use cases a reality? This is an open protocol. Anyone can help. We can make this the most powerful tool for human rights activists, and I want to talk to you, so talk to me after, talk to our team. How can we help? So we have a conference in Tokyo coming up in November, in Australia. You can go to Noster World to register. We also have a satellite meetup in Hong Kong, so please register. If you want to learn more, you want to get involved, come to Tokyo. It's going to be a lot of fun. Jack's going to be there, hopefully. Holding it to you, Jack. Come on. You'll be there. Yeah. So thank you. I just want to add one thing, which is so Damas in Latin stands for to give, and in Noster in Latin stands for ours. So that's what I truly believe that it represents those ideas. So thank you.
Okay, well, that's kind of amazing. I live in Vancouver, in Canada, as well with Will, and I have to say that with everything that happened with COVID and the Canadian government and just how our freedoms were taken away, it was very discouraging. So when Damas came up, I felt that the community got reinvigorated and re-energized because now we had a platform where we couldn't get deplatformed or censored, so it's been really, really wonderful to see this explode since February. So if you're an activist, again, like Will said, please go and speak to him. We need the feedback so that this platform can work very well for you. Okay, with all that said, our next fireside is called From Tether to Tornado Cash, the Human Impact of DeFi. Decentralized finance has been a much mocked topic in the wake of the collapse of Terra, Luna, BlockFi, and FTX. But dollar stablecoins like Tether continue to provide utility to millions of people around the world, and protocols like Tornado Cash gave enough privacy to users that they attracted the ire of governments. So now you'll hear from an early Ethereum engineer and the founder of one of the most popular crypto platforms on differentiating the signal from the noise. So please welcome Lane Rettig and Sergej Kotliar.
Back into the sauna. How's everybody feeling? Nice and warm.
It's actually chilly down here.
Hey, everybody. Wow. Oh, yeah, so sorry. Keep your mic very close to your mouth, because these
Like
mics
this?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. We want to make sure everyone hears us. Thank you. Wow, what an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys today. I think this is a really important, exciting topic, so thank you so much for coming to listen, giving us your attention. We are going to talk about Bitcoin, of course, but we're going to talk about things adjacent to Bitcoin as well. Hopefully that's not too controversial. But let's start with intros. Sergej, do you want to quickly introduce yourself and BitRefill?
Sure, yeah. I'm CEO of a company called BitRefill. Some of you may know it.
Hold the mic closer to your mouth.
We're working on making Bitcoin money. And what kind of money is it if you can't actually buy stuff with it, right? And that's what we're doing. Like we run an online shop where you can buy gift cards for digital goods, e-commerce, things like that. If you're here in Norway, you can buy an Uber Eats or whatever, pay with Bitcoin, pay with stablecoin. We're going to get to that, I guess. 3 clicks, no sign-ups required, privacy, and so on.
Sergej's being very modest, but I'll just add that BitRefill is, in my opinion, just a really essential piece of both technical and social infrastructure in the Bitcoin world. As many folks here know, once you have Bitcoin, thanks to amazing technologies like Lightning and a lot of the technologies people in this room are working on and aware of, it's relatively easy to move that Bitcoin around, but it's not so easy to use that Bitcoin in the kind of physical world to buy goods and services. I think BitRefill is probably the most important platform that's supporting people, and a lot of people rely very heavily on that. You guys are in more than 150 countries and territories, right? It's a very high number.
We stopped counting.
Yeah,
really.
it's incredible. I'll just share it.
Most of them.
30-second
not
anecdote.
all of them, but most of them. But I mean, nobody even knows how many countries there are there, right? It's a disputed topic.
That's why I said countries and territories. It's a little gray area. But we were at breakfast with Kay. I don't know if Kay's in the room. A really wonderful activist from Madagascar. And we were chatting about you and about BitRefill and about this panel, and we said something, I think Alex was there as well, and we were like, let's see if BitRefill works in Madagascar. And we were kind of a bit skeptical, but actually you had like more than a dozen ways to spend Bitcoin in Madagascar. So I think that's pretty awesome. Anyway, just throwing that out there. I'm Lane. I am a former Ethereum core developer, currently working on a project called Space Mesh, very deep in consensus mechanisms and kind of the technical side, protocol design, that kind of stuff. Maybe potential future Bitcoin core developer. I don't know. I had dinner with a bunch of amazing Bitcoin core devs yesterday, and they really inspired me to jump back into Bitcoin. So So I guess the first thing I want to say is that Bitcoin is, as you've heard from amazing people on this stage and throughout this conference, it's a lifeline. It's a vital lifeline. It's a super important technology for activists and many other people, marginalized folks and groups around the world. But there are other technologies that a lot of these same groups of people are relying on, and a couple of them are in the title of this panel, or fireside chat, which is Tether and Tornado Cash. And so, I thought we'd maybe just start by talking about them and introducing them. Maybe you want to take Tether, and then I'll kind of talk about what Tornado Cash is, like what it is, what it means to you guys.
I guess. I mean, people know Tether, right? It's a stable coin. It's
maybe then talk about stablecoins. What are they?
Sure.
What's the history?
Stablecoins is a token. Most frequently, I guess today, traded on some kind of Ethereum type chain that is backed by it's an IOU from the Tether company that promises to pay you $1 in exchange for this, and it's being traded in an economy much like Bitcoin, but without the volatility.
So, I mean, you kind of touched upon the big upside of stablecoins, which is the lack of volatility. This is obviously an issue if you're holding Bitcoin as a store of value. I've personally had a lot of conversations with folks in the developing world, places like El Salvador, Cuba, who have no choice but to rely on cryptocurrency in general and Bitcoin specifically, but then have faced issues with, I mean, we all know how volatile Bitcoin can be. But there are downsides as well, big downsides potentially to stablecoins, I think. Do you want to touch upon that, or like some of the risks involved?
Well, I mean, it's an IOU. It has an existential risk. We don't know, is that company going to disappear for their own reasons? Or, I mean, there's all kinds of things. Like, I mean, Bitcoin, you don't, with some caveats, but you mostly don't trust anyone with your money, right? Whereas in this case, you do, and this is why Bitcoiners are apprehensive about it, because hell, not your keys, not your cheese, and here you have some keys, but you have the keys to an IOU, but at the same time, what we're seeing, and it's not just Bitrefill, I think, from talking to people dealing in like peer-to-peer trading all over the world. Especially in emerging markets, is that more and more of that activity is happening with stablecoins, with Tether, with USDC, other solutions, and we're talking about like, is it because people don't know? I think people know that they have these risks, and I think a lot of people will accept that existential risk in exchange for knowing for sure that the $10 that I have here in my wallet are going to be $10 tomorrow, not $9.50. So yeah, and that's I think where we are, is that like a lot of growth. I mean, from Bitrefill, we added Tether 3 years ago, and up until that point, in general, like from our sales volumes, it was 90% Bitcoin. It was always
98. Yeah.
Huh?
You were 98% Bitcoin.
No, 90 plus.
90+% Bitcoin.
Yeah, from inception until a couple of years ago, and these
just to put things in perspective, the Bitcoin like market dominance isn't that high, right? It's bounced around between something like 40 and 60-ish%, but. So
exactly.
Disproportionately Bitcoin.
But I think I trust more our dominance metric more, because it's about transactional use. Like everything in crypto, you can just someone deposits $1 billion somewhere and some number goes up somewhere. Like this is like real world activity, like people buying stuff. And for the longest time, there wasn't all that much activity, even though like in Ethereum and so on, there was a big market cap. There wasn't that much activity that we would see. And that was like a good basis for like the classic maximalist argument, which was about network effects, which is something I hear not often enough maybe these days. That like, well, if 90% of everything is in Bitcoin, then eventually Bitcoin is just going to grow to 100. And these days, like nowadays, Bitcoin's down at 30% of our volume. And stablecoins combined across multiple stablecoins across multiple chains are also 30, right? And growing.
That's by transaction volume or okay.
However you want to slice it, really. And so this is a trend. People are using it, and I think like for us, we had to go through a bit of soul searching. Like, are we a Bitcoin company? And what is a Bitcoin company? It's like difficult philosophical question. I think we like go down to core principles that like, is Bitcoin the goal or is Bitcoin the means towards another goal? Well, I think Bitcoin is the means towards another goal. I think the goal is financial empowerment and freedom. This is why we're here at the Freedom Forum. It's not the Bitcoin Forum. And so if other tools provide people financial empowerment and freedom, great. If someone can do something with their wallet that they couldn't otherwise do using something like a stable coin, that's not an enemy for me.
Walk us through. So go back. How many years ago? 3 years ago, you said you added support for Tether. Walk us through a little bit that decision process, both your personal decision-making process as well as just the decision-making process in Bitrefill, because it is a big step in the direction of becoming something other than purely a Bitcoin company. Like what factors did you consider? Why did you decide to make that decision at that time when volumes were quite low?
We get customer requests and we process them through our own proprietary bullshit filter and look at again on-chain activity transactional data, say process that through some kind of proprietary bullshit filter and try to determine where is their actual activity, and then we go there. I think what we've seen is that like Bitrefill alone can't we're not big enough on our own to make a cryptocurrency fly. Like just us is not enough, right? So
when bit refill coin? Sorry.
Well, yeah,
never.
I think the point is that like we look at where is there an economy forming a little bit, and then we see if we want to support that.
You must have gotten some pushback from Bitcoiners, people in the Bitcoin community. Can you share a little bit what that has been like, how you've responded to it, or haven't you?
To be honest, I don't know. Like if Bitcoiners push back so much about stablecoins, they push back more about Ethereum, for example, right? You sensed it in the room, right? There was a certain wind that went. You
said the E word.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of stablecoins, I mean, I think everyone's discovering. Even like we have a lot of other solutions that provide stable value. We have things like Strike. We have things like the Bitcoin Beach wallet, Chiva wallet, and so on. Like it adds a lot of value, and all of those always introduce counterparty risk, trust, all of these things that we kind of don't want, but it seems very clearly that the market is willing to live with these downsides, and I think it's going to be the case until the volatility of Bitcoin reaches such a low point that Bitcoin in itself becomes a stable coin, which I think is
it's kind of been that way recently.
Yeah, and I don't think it has to be all that far off. Like volatility is decreasing, and I think we will, in some foreseeable future, have a world where your Bitcoin was worth 10 a couple months ago, and now it's worth 10.10. All right, great, whatever. Right? I mean, it just has to be good enough. Like it doesn't have to be perfect.
I want to drill down a tiny bit on the risks point. You mentioned risks a couple times. You mentioned counterparty risk. There's kind of two categories of risk here, and in my experience, people aren't always really good at classifying and quantifying risk. And I think this is the root of a lot of a lot of debates that we've had about these choices we have to make when we figure out the financial tools we're going to use. So, in the case of Bitcoin, the risk is not a security risk per se. It's more the volatility risk. It's more of I don't know what you want to call it, like a sort of a FX exposure risk. I mean, obviously, we love it if it goes up. We hate it when it goes down, right? So if you're putting your life savings in Bitcoin and you need to touch it in the next 5 years, then it might not.
Well, I mean, look, it's like a common topic, like talking to Bitcoin companies that have received investment, and it's like, how do you keep that investment? Like, do you keep all of it in Bitcoin? No? Okay. Some of it? Okay, great. Where do you keep the rest? And so on. And then for the rest, you're going to have counterparty risk, different kinds. And there's always that. I mean, like, I think we're learning that. And with Bitcoin, like, it's a different set of trade-offs. Like, you'll very likely always have your Bitcoins, but there is a meaningful chance that they drop 20% in value.
There's also a chance that you don't custody your keys properly.
Sure. But that's kind of like equal across many different solutions.
But then let's look at the other side as well, because it is interesting to ask we touched upon this before, what are the risks of things like stablecoins? So broadly speaking, just it's super like simplified stablecoin 101. There's like two buckets, two types of stablecoins. There's kind of asset-backed stablecoins, and there's what are called algorithmic stablecoins. Asset-backed stablecoins, they can be crypto asset-backed, they can be kind of fiat asset-backed. I guess we're also now looking at certain projects doing real-world assets. So they could be backed theoretically by something like property or stocks or bonds or something like that. In that case, you have a lot of counterparty risk, which you mentioned a couple times, right? So like Tether is a company, it's a centralized issuer that claims that for every dollar of Tether coin or token that they issue, they have a dollar or a dollar equivalent in a bank account somewhere. We don't need to spend too much time on this, but you just kind of Google Tether and you'll very quickly find it's kind of like, what is that collection, the Bitcoin obituaries? There's kind of a probably at least as large collection of articles talking about Tether obituaries, about how it hasn't been as transparent as it could be, and there have been some accounting anomalies and things like that. But it's still around, and a lot of people rely on it. In fact, it's gained in dominance recently in the wake of some of the US regulatory issues. And then the other bucket is these algorithmic stablecoins, which have largely fallen out of favor since the collapse of Terra Luna, which of course was like the biggest algorithmic stablecoin, and there's some serious flaws in a lot of those designs. So yeah, I mean, just the risks. But there's risks anywhere you go.
Yeah, and there too, you have technical risks. Like, did you verify the algorithm? Like, can you trust it? How, like, there's no such thing as risk-free. Even like, I mean, holding keys in a wallet, you know, like we had last week, you know, users of the Atomic wallet, they had their keys, they had their custody, and so on. Something happened, wallet pushed an update, all the coins are gone. And so, like, you know, if you have your keys on a mobile phone wallet and you have automatic updates, it's like, yeah, well, there is a chance, I guess, that the company that makes the wallet might get compromised and send a bad update, and then your coins are gone. So there's always different kinds of trust. It's not literally trusting someone to keep money for you, but you still have, you know, some kind of technological trust. And like most of us are not savvy enough to verify source code and even to just, you know, compile to see that it's the same as the source code in the GitHub or whatever.
I hear you, and I don't disagree, but still, as a cypherpunk, I would much rather put my faith in cryptography and code than in people, right? So, like, given this impossible choice...
Sure, but
you know,
10 billion people in the world are going to put their faith, I guess, in you and in other cypherpunks.
But that's it. We need networks of trust. It may not be the case that 10 billion people, 8 billion people, whatever, can audit the source code themselves, but arguably they can find someone who can, or they can, you know, I don't know, outsource that trust somehow to someone within their network who can. I think that's kind of my vision of how things might work. So final question on this topic, and then we can maybe talk about the Tornado Cash side. How do you guys think, we're talking about risk here, we're talking about, you know, challenges of people kind of custodying their funds. How does this impact your business at BitRefill? Is it something that you feel that you need to communicate to your users, educate your users about these various types of risks? Do you feel your users are very kind of sophisticated with respect to understanding the risks of these different choices? Sorry, that's a mouthful.
It's a big question, and like, I mean, education-wise, I mean, like, you know, some of the things that we found, you know, like, for example, looking at which wallets people use, and it's like the wallets that are most popular are not the wallets that are usually recommended by famous Bitcoin thought leaders, and why is that, and so on. So, like, at some point, like, education is very valuable, but there's also the dynamic that people are just going to do whatever they want. And in some way, you know, and both of these things are true. Like, education is worthwhile, but people are still going to not listen. I mean, that's, you know, the story of Bitcoin. Like, who has the perfect setup? Nobody. At some point, everybody pretends that they do, right? But like,
I don't think there's any such thing as a perfect setup. I think it really depends on your personal situation. But I mean, there's a lot of people in this room and at this event who are much more knowledgeable than me on this topic, and I do encourage you to, you know, there was a great session yesterday on privacy and how to kind of use technologies like Bitcoin privately. I learned a lot there. I really encourage folks here who are cognizant of this, who care about this, and this should be all of us, to start those conversations, you know, kind of compare notes, ask other people what works for them, what kind of custody solutions, security solutions, privacy solutions work for them.
And just, I guess, to plug, but like, you know, it doesn't matter how great on-chain privacy you have. If your Bitcoins come from a bank and go back to a bank, then like, they need to start circulating. Like, we need to grow the economy of Bitcoin, and it is growing. And things like...
You guys are playing a big role in that, so thank you for that.
Yeah, we try. I mean, I wish there was more. Yeah, you know, the goal isn't to be such a dominant part of it over time.
So we kind of have touched upon privacy, so let's now talk a little bit about Tornado Cash. I think this is another tool that many people in this community, many you know, activists around the world have relied on historically. So kind of by way of background, Tornado Cash is something called a mixer, which, you know, versions of this exist both in the Bitcoin world as well as in the Ethereum world, probably other ecosystems as well. There are others, but it was the most popular one in the Ethereum world. So the rough idea here is if you have coins in a wallet, whether that's in a UTXO-based system like Bitcoin or an account-based system like Ethereum, I mean, there's some nuances, some differences there, but at a high level, it's kind of the same idea. You want to break what's called linkability, right? So if you want to spend those coins and you don't want third parties to be able to kind of surveil all of those transactions and kind of, you know, track where your money's coming from, where it's going. But, you know, we don't need to name them and shame them, but there are a number of organizations that kind of build technology, proprietary technologies to do this. One very strong tool in the privacy toolbox. By no means the only tool, but one very powerful tool is something called a mixer. And the idea is, and by the way, shout out as well to like Wasabi Wallet, Samurai Wallet. You folks are doing amazing work in the Bitcoin world. There's mixers built in to those wallets, and there are some things like this in Ethereum as well. They basically kind of use technologies like Wabi Sabi and CoinJoin, and there's again variants of this in the Ethereum world, but you kind of mix your coins together with coins from other people, and then use things like zero knowledge proofs in the case of Tornado Cash, wait a period of time. So it aggregates a bunch of coins, a bunch of transactions together, and then you remove those coins from the pool, the shared pool, after that period of time using a zero knowledge proof. And then in the ideal world, if you've done everything correctly, and it's not super straightforward, but these wallets help, then you've effectively broken the linkability between that coin having come from your wallet. So yeah, there's a lot to say about Tornado Cash, but I'll just jump to the conclusion here. So about 8 months ago, yeah, 8 months ago,
Did something happen?
10 months ago, yeah. Tornado Cash was added to the OFAC sanctions list. I'm sure most folks here will probably have heard of this happening. And this is a really big deal for a lot of reasons. The most interesting reason in my mind is that they added not the kind of names of individual persons, not the kind of, and previously like Bitcoin and Ethereum addresses had been added to the OFAC sanctions list that were associated with persons and companies. In this case, they actually added something like 10 smart contract addresses. And these smart contracts are, of course, autonomous software. The developers do not control the keys. They don't control those accounts. This may be unconstitutional. There are, amazing legal minds who are working on bringing this to court. I do hope it kind of makes it, as far as the Supreme Court or something. So we'll see what happens. But the sad outcome is that it is now, as of when these sanctions were announced, illegal for U.S. persons or people who do business in or with the United States to use Tornado Cash. Of course, there have been mixers in the Bitcoin world as well that have also been sanctioned. And to the extent that Tornado Cash and apps like it are uncensorable smart contracts, like the back end, the smart contract still exists on Ethereum, and it's still possible to interact with it. There are various decentralized front ends that exist in places like IPFS. But of course, the transaction volume has fallen substantially, and there are risks associated with that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a snapshot. Do you have any thoughts on privacy in general or mixers specifically? Or how does it impact your business? Or worrying about sanctions? You said the sanctions is something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the interesting topic is that it appears that, the US is working really hard to make sure that American Bitcoin and cryptocurrency becomes separate from that in the rest of the world. Like, okay, now, for example, you have Tornado Cash. It works everywhere except for the US. And that also means that, companies, you have to, at some point, choose. And it makes it very hard because, like, the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is that, it's the same apps, the same things that you can use if you're a billionaire in the US and if you're a freedom fighter in Zimbabwe or whatever, right? And nowadays, obviously for companies, like obviously the US market is more profitable, right? But now the US market demands that like you don't more and more work with some of the other countries, which are some of the countries that need Bitcoin the most, right? It's the Cubas, the Venezuelas, and so on and such forth. And it's getting harder, and it's I think that's a very troublesome development in general that I don't know, like where we're going to be, if we're going to end up with two separate Bitcoins or not. Probably not, but like to what extent, I guess they will be. They're already to some extent separated. But I think we're
Are we getting a time signal? Do we? Okay, great. So maybe we'll do one or two quick questions. I'm going to get in a final word, which is privacy matters. Privacy is a fundamental human right. It's something that we should all be sitting up and paying attention to. If you don't care about it today, you will likely care about it in the future. You should care about it today. And if we're not sort of paying attention and these technologies and tools are taken away from us, then it's going to be too late. Yeah, privacy is not illegal. That's my final word. Do you want to get a final word in?
No, that's a great final word.
The topic is not privacy, but we can always bring it back to privacy.
Sure.
Maybe we'll do one or two quick questions. Does anyone have any audience questions?
Does anyone want to comment about the rhetoric around tainted addresses if they're put through mixes?
Yeah, this is probably relevant to your business. I'll just repeat the question for the sake of the recording. Any comments on like tainted addresses or addresses that may be blacklisted or have transacted with a blacklisted address? And this impacts the fungibility of Bitcoin, which is what you were talking about a moment ago when you said there's 2 Bitcoins.
Yeah, and I guess the big question is whether or not coin joins should be seen as tainted, because what if you're coin joining with someone bad and so on? I think
the sad reality is they are in some cases, which is crazy because
but it depends.
It's very hard to comply with sanctions, and the penalties are so severe that a lot of companies act just very conservatively, right? And they, for example, will not transact with addresses that have been through mixers and coin joins.
Which is yet another reason to rely less on financial institutions, because they have to follow these things. Whereas things that if you use your Bitcoin to buy a Snickers, they're not obliged to follow sanctions laws.
And by the way, kudos to you guys. I know that you are able to operate with some degree of freedom here with BitRefill because of the nature of your business.
Because we're not a financial institution.
Exactly. But
we're a store.
Kudos to you guys for not requiring KYC when it's not required. I think that's an important service you're doing to this community, and you are respecting privacy.
We try. But yeah, it's a battle. Is that the honk?
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for
Fun
listening.
Conversation. Thank you.
Hello? All right. Check. Okay, here we are. All right. We're going to keep it moving here. This next talk is called Off-Grid Activism. So more than 600 million people lack electricity. You guys can take a load off, relax. More than 600 million people lack electricity in Africa. The impact this has on education, commerce, human development, and activism is incalculable. One company has realized they can take advantage of the plentiful, renewable energy resources in the region and use Bitcoin mining to finance off-grid decentralized power. Today, we're going to hear from the founders on why this will have an impact on civil society. So I'd like to welcome Janet Maingi and Eric Hersman from Gridless. So let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon. So as Gridless, our goal is to actually mine Bitcoin. Our mission is to push the electrification of Africa right to the edge. So that's really what Gridless does. So this is an example of a typical site where we'd work from in Africa. This is somewhere in the villages in Malawi. So our focus is really in rural Africa, not the Nairobis, Lagos, where you already have the power grid that's in place. You have options of how to electrify your home. Our focus is more on the rural homes that are not able to get power. And as mentioned earlier, when you talk about over 100 million homes that don't have electricity, two-thirds of those homes are actually in Africa. This is typical of what you'd see in a village in Africa, unlike what we have here where we have the daylight savings. In Africa, when the sun goes down, darkness checks in. So we don't have a gradual cutoff. It's 6 p.m. and becomes pitch dark. And so if you look at the photo on the screen, you can see a small, what we call a kiosk, or a small shop within the village. And they need electricity to be able to continue selling their commodities to the community. And then you can see what a typical power installation looks like in rural homes in Africa, or a shop. Basically a single bulb just to be able to charge your phone and keep the life going. And then, of course, what you can see also is what a kiosk looks like. So this is a small shop. And again, it's just a bulb that they need to be able to still sell their commodities and earn their keep. Letitia is a lady in Malawi, and this is now somebody who is a bit more advanced, where you can see electricity. has allowed her to own a television, own a refrigerator, be able to have a kettle to boil water, and have a radio. This is not typical in rural homes in Africa. So most of the people are just excited if they can just get one bulb powered on in their homes. And so we look at it as Gridless, we looked at energy is the base layer of human progress because one, grades become better. When you talk about grades, I'll give a bit of context. Most of these homes, children study using paraffin lamps, right? That is such a high risk when it comes to either if you hit it, it topples, there's a fire in the home. Or secondly, they have to inhale the fumes as they continue doing their assignments. So with electricity or a single bulb in your home, then you know their grades get better because they're able to focus on what is really keeping them in school. Health improves because then again, we don't have somebody inhaling fumes. Security gets better because then again, the streets are lit. You should be able to walk through peacefully. You don't expect somebody to nudge into a dark corner. And then overall productivity goes up because if children are being able to do their assignments, get through with their education, you have a shopkeeper who is able to run his shop late until 9 p.m., which means he's able to sell a bit or more. Then overall productivity goes up in these communities. So what you see on the screen is 1.1 billion, the population of 1.1 billion within the world where there's no electricity, and where 600 million of these people are in Africa. So if you look at the picture on the screen, you can see majority of where there's no electricity is in Africa. And this is just access. We're not talking about reliability. We're not talking about affordability. We're just talking about access, a single bulb powering on in your home.
All right, I'll take over for a second here. So a lot of people ask us what we do with mining, and I wanted to bring, because I know there's a few people here who are activists and not everybody has even seen a miner. So Christian, a local guy here in Oslo, brought us a miner so we could just have one here so people could see it, and if anybody wants to come up afterwards, we'll have it out behind. So if you want to come see what a miner is, how it works, we can talk to you about it, okay? This is a very old one. Like most people don't use these anymore. It's an S9. But how do we do it, right? So when we go to a village, the basic idea is this, right? You have a river coming down. This is a run-of-river site. It takes off some of the water into a generator and a turbine. That then powers homes. It also powers maize mills or the local phone tower, maybe a tea factory. And then everything that's excess, we use for Bitcoin mining. So what does it look like in the real world, right? So this is the first site we did mining at. This is the first powerhouse in Kenya. This is a 50 kilowatt site. And you can see we just had about 20 kilowatts of miners in there. So each miner takes about 3 kilowatts of energy. We have 6 of them in the turbine room. They just sit there and run 24/7. The beauty of it, I think this is what people are just now starting to understand about energy and Bitcoin mining, is, I'm going to jump forward to this, is this. So this is actually the real data averaged out over a year for the community in Malawi. So you can see there's little spikes along the way, but in the evening there's a big spike in the need for energy. What happens is the power company that we've partnered with, they don't make any money right here until we walk in with Bitcoin miners and we soak up all that excess energy, all that wasted energy. So what we do, though, is we do what's called real-time demand leveling. So whether there's less water coming in on the supply side or there's more energy being used by the community, we automatically shut down machines and turn them back on. So it can do that in an automated way and makes us so much more efficient. It makes the grid stronger, and more importantly, it makes the power provider financially sustainable for the first time ever. Almost all of these mini grids have never been financially sustainable, and now they can be. So what we do isn't really sexy. We work inside powerhouses with turbines and generators. We put up connectivity so that our miners can speak to the Bitcoin network. And we put in Bitcoin miners, which are what? Really dumb machines, right? They're really simplified computers. These simplified computers change the way that energy can work in Africa. So the grid has gone about, the national grids have gone about as far as they will go. So the only way to push electrification further is through small power houses and mini grids. Okay. But what we also wanted to talk about was, for activists, what can you actually do with this, right? This is about the Oslo Freedom Forum. It's people trying to make change in their part of the world. How do we do that, right? So you've got off-grid activism and off-grid money available to you. Is there any reason why an activist couldn't buy or find or get donated one of these machines to help them get their own money? So we think that there's a way, and this is a riff off of a blog post from a couple years ago called Mining for the Streets. You can look it up. And what it is, it's how do you use your energy bill, right? How do you pay for your energy by putting a Bitcoin miner in your home and using that as your non-KYC option to get Bitcoin, okay? And that's something special, because if you're sitting in one of these environments that is very hostile, so I grew up in Sudan and Kenya, right? So in Sudan, you would find it a hostile environment to try and use your money if you're trying to do anything that is considered activism to the regime. So you need resistance money, right? So this is money that isn't assailable by corporations or the government, by the state. How do you get that? Is there a way to turn your fiat money into Bitcoin? Is there a way to earn it yourself? And we think there is.
So in conclusion, we do believe that Bitcoin is the tool that will actually allow for a level playground when it comes to financial freedom. Now, when you're getting started, these are some of the things you would need in your home. A power outlet, it could be 220 volts or 110 volts, depending on where you're in the world. A Bitcoin miner, so one of this type. And again, we're trying to keep this as basic as possible. So something to dampen the sound. So the miners are quite loud. They sound like bees buzzing. So for the sake of peace in your home...
Or a jet landing.
Or a jet landing. So for the sake of peace in your home, it would be good to have something just to dampen the sound. And this is just like a cooler box. And then, of course, you need like some basic Ethernet connection. So it's not data intensive, just enough to be able to connect to the mining pools that allow you to mine Bitcoin. The additional tools, of course, you'll need is what I've mentioned, the pools. So these ones do regular payouts to you based on your contribution to the larger the mining community. And these are examples. So you can use linkcoin.com, you can use Luxor, or you can use ckpool.com. And then, of course, there's a question of where do you buy the miner. So being conscious that, as Eric has mentioned, some of this equipment is quite expensive. There are certain markets that exist that have been verified. So again, you avoid being scammed, where you might buy a miner and receive a loaf of bread, maybe. So yes, there's Hardware Markets channel, and then there's Kaboom Tracks on Telegram. And then beyond that, of course, being activists, and of course, we're in a bigger society, I'm sure we'll be able to get somebody who will be able to donate a machine or two for you to be able to start this out. So if you feel like walking down this unsexy path, as Eric has shown, we go up very strange electricity poles, and you feel that you're ticking all the boxes when you come to the tools that you need, we are willing to work with you. And so for an activist who's ready for this, we'll be able to donate 2 miners to you and get you started, and hopefully be able to generate your own financial freedom without relying on anybody. Thank you.
So if anybody has any questions, we're happy to answer a couple questions until our time's up. I'm not sure how much time we have. About 3 to 5 minutes? Okay. So if any questions, please just holler them at us. KG? Which power sources? So we're very fortunate in Africa that we have a ton of renewable energy, and we're seeing more and more hydro come online in Uganda, Ethiopia, Congo, Zambia, Ghana. There's a lot of hydro coming online. So I think the majority of the energy will still be hydro. And we're also seeing some others, so geothermal in certain areas in Kenya and Ethiopia. And then, but the prime growth is solar, right? So solar has become massive and is like 95% of the mini grids. It's not great for a return on investment with Bitcoin mining. That might change in the future, but it's not quite the right energy source yet. So solar is, because we have such good sunlight all over Africa, it's really easy to deploy no matter where you are. If you're trying to do hydro, by its nature, you have to be close to a good water that has enough velocity or drop in order to spin a turbine. So and same with wind. There's only pockets of areas that are really good for wind. And geothermal is even more specific, right? So solar can be almost anywhere and be effective in Africa.
But from a commercial perspective, I think why Eric is saying the return on investment is not as friendly is because then you have about 8 hours of sun, which means then you have to start thinking about how do you store this power to be able to continue running your mining 24 hours, unlike hydro, which runs 24 hours. But for the homes, it works pretty well because they come with very simple battery packs that are able to power on the homes until about 10 p.m.
We got one here. Our own operation, so gridless. Yeah, we have our 2 sites in Malawi and Kenya. We have another site coming online in Zambia in about 4 weeks. And then we have 2 more sites coming online in Kenya in probably, let's call it 8 to 10 weeks. So scale-wise, we're petahash levels. We're not exahash guys. We obviously believe that there's more to be gained for the Bitcoin network and decentralizing it and doing horizontal scale rather than vertical scale. So you're going to see us always doing a lot more smaller sites, which of course isn't as efficient as the big miners who are just warehousing, 10,000, 100,000 miners in a single site. But we feel like that's not our mission, right? We have another mission. Sorry. All right, let me go up there first.
So for the communities, we are pretty coexisting peacefully because one of our part of our business model is we only buy what is called the stranded power. So we don't go for what the community is actually using. And as Eric mentioned, based on the water levels, we're able to actually do demand leveling and ensure that we are not taking power that should be used by the consumer at that moment. And then for the community or consumers, they have only one purpose. Can I get a bulb lit? So we are coming in and being able to give the power operator a new lifeline when it comes to their plant being economically viable. For them, then they know this electricity is going to be available much more longer than what we thought. So their focus is, when you came here, are we getting electricity? Are you expanding to more homes, more than you're mining Bitcoin?
Let me give you some real data on what we do. So we go and we structure a very creative agreement with the power provider so that we are always the last buyer. So if anybody comes online and needs that power, then we turn off machines. If it's turned off for long enough, we move the machine to some other site, okay? Secondarily, there's downstream effects, which is in Malawi, they had been unable, there's 800 families who wanted to get power, but because the power provider didn't have enough financial sustainability, they weren't even able to buy the meters to turn on the next couple hundred homes. So we came in, signed the agreement, they were finally able to buy those meters, and now 200 more families have electricity than had it before. In Kenya, what happened was the downstream effect was because we came in and made and used the whole amount of energy that was being created, they were able to lower the price for the community for power. So there's some really interesting downstream effects that we don't actually control ourselves, but our power partner does. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Wait. Okay, go there first.
How do you balance the incentive model of when maybe Bitcoin is
No, we do a revenue share. So the power partner gets 30% of the Bitcoin that we mine, and we get 70%. So we're all incentivized for the same thing. How are we doing time? Okay, one more question. So wait, who hasn't asked a question before I go to UKG? Okay, we'll go there. Okay, so as Janet knows too, we have not had to even do exhaust fans on our containers. So we actually don't have a problem with heat because we're at high enough elevations. We're in the highlands. That will change as we get to some of the new energy sources. But for now, we haven't even had to add that. So the heat hasn't been a major issue. We've had other problems. If I had more time, I was going to put in like how all the bugs got into our machines, and it took us like 3 days to clean out all the bugs with toothbrushes. We've had people cut down power poles to get access to the battery that has the repeater signal in it for the internet. We've had other issues, but heat hasn't been one of them. Are we good? One more? Thank you guys. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, obviously the dream of civil society organizations being able to have power that the government can't cut off combined with internet is very appealing. So it's really cool to get that fresh perspective. One thing before Ben is going to announce the next session, we're going to have a surprise closing session today at 5:20. Adam Back, the CEO of Blockstream, will join us for kind of a community Q&A about cypherpunk values. So that's going to be really fun. That'll close us out. And I turn it over to Ben to announce the next session.
All right. Get that clicker here. All right, here we go. Okay. So this next session, it is called Global Financial Inclusion. Most of today's financial systems rely on credit. Credit requires trust. You need to trust that someone will pay you back. Credit is gatekept and exclusionary. You must be identified to use the system. Bitcoin and Lightning, on the other hand, are not credit instruments, nor are they liabilities. They are bearer instrument digital assets. Recipients don't need to have a registered account with a company, nor do they need to prove anything about themselves. So today we're going to hear two collaborating entrepreneurs from different sides of the planet talk about this new kind of financial inclusion. Let's welcome Jack and Abubakar.
All right. What's going on, Oslo? Yeah. We're in a sauna this year. My name's Jack. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Strike. I've been working on Bitcoin for over a decade, and I'm beyond excited to be here. I'd like to quickly first thank the Human Rights Foundation. You guys do an incredible job every single year. I personally believe Bitcoin is a tool for human rights and human empowerment and human flourishing, and it's an honor to be here. And one of the reasons I'm so excited is I get to host a conversation with one of the coolest guys I've ever met. And so with that, if you want to introduce yourself, and we'll start talking about money.
Sure. Like Jack said, I'm pretty excited to see a huge crowd. Last year was very interesting, and it's good to see the numbers growing, and it's good to see the conversations maturing. So yeah, I'll get into it. My name is Abubakar. I'm CEO and CTO of a company called Recursive Capital. We're a Bitcoin VC, the only Bitcoin VC in the African continent, so we see quite a bit of the things happening on the continent on multiple fronts. I'm also a Bitcoin Core contributor, so I help write and review code to the Bitcoin Core network. I also run a program called Gala, where we train existing African developers to become Bitcoin developers. And then lastly, I'm on a board of B-Trust, where we're trying to grow the Bitcoin ecosystem. So yeah, just really trying to help out on dev funding and everything.
Yeah, TLDR, he's a pretty cool dude. Yeah. So, okay, one of the things I think would be interesting for a wider audience to know about our relationship and what we talk about, we're similar in age, similar interests. We listen to the same music. We're great friends. We're homies. And we communicate over the internet fairly freely, sometimes on Signal, sometimes we're on Twitter, sometimes we're on Noster.
A good mix.
But we talk. The one thing that's vastly different in our lives is our relationship with money.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we both like Jay-Z, but I don't interface with the Naira. And a lot of what goes on in Western African countries or just the continent in general. And you obviously don't know what it's like to be an American.
Yeah.
And so I think it's more widely understood, the American story, the American dream, Chase Bank, what it's like to have an Amex credit card. I don't think people generally appreciate your viewpoint, relationship with money, why you have the career you have. And so I think we should start by giving context on what firstly got you into Bitcoin, which is your relationship with currency and with money and with payment networks.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And to give more context, so if I was to hit up my title subscription, as a Nigerian is extremely difficult. So typically, all Nigerians know this in the crowd or who will be probably listening. You have to switch between multiple providers for either a virtual card because the Naira cards don't work. An interesting thing that people should know about Nigeria is people often talk about Bitcoin's fungibility and how, it's not fungible, quote unquote. But it's ironic because in Nigeria, we have 4 Nairas, essentially. We have the e-Naira, we have the Naira in accounts, which are very different. And then we have 2 instances of physical notes, both the old notes and the new notes. The reason why we have a lot of that breakage, really, when it comes to fungibility is because of failed economic policies, a difficulty when it comes to monetary policy actually being effective, given the majority of money is outside banks in Nigeria, which is why they did the redesign for the Naira notes to kind of bring that back in. But yeah, just to cut it short, in all honesty, the thing with money in Nigeria is typically you're exposed to how broken money is in Nigeria, which is why Bitcoin has remained fully grassroots. So it's typically a case of not being able to make payments when you're overseas, even in Nigeria. So it's the thing of a lot of people have started to realize that it's best to have all your money in Bitcoin, or at least the majority of your money in Bitcoin, and then step out when you necessarily have to, because the best medium for us to transfer our wealth, transport it across borders, and also just off-ramp, really.
So why do you think that is? Generally speaking, unless a human has really malicious intent, no one desires to give people awful experiences. But you're describing, and I've gotten to know, pretty terrible experiences that you've had to live with. Why? What's the problem?
It's, again, money is like a historical human problem to begin with. But one thing I've noticed, like even speaking with you and other folks from other jurisdictions, is that sometimes things add up over time when it comes to either economic policies or just geopolitical considerations that not a lot of people tend to pay attention to. So for example, in Nigeria, we tend to be locked off of a lot of financial services, whether it's like TransferWise or some other thing. It usually has to do with the risk that people see with having Nigerians. So creditworthiness has a lot to do with that to a certain extent, as well as this conception of like Nigerians being fraudsters or like always having an angle, coming to a place, dominating, often doing kind of like stuff like that. But then the challenge becomes what now happens to a Farida, a Zainab, a Taiwo in Nigeria, who honestly, they're just trying to make a better living. And they're usually the population that gets the brunt of all these issues when it comes to like broken money. So yeah, that's kind of the reason. It's a lot of considerations, really.
The credit problem is what you just... So I think we should spend a little bit explaining that in depth because it's more nuanced than people think. Before Bitcoin, in order to make a digital payment, it implies a sense of creditworthiness. The reason for that is there wasn't a physical form of digital money. Every time that you swiped a Visa card or you made a PayPal payment or you sent an international wire, it's a promise of future settlement. And that promise has to be held up. There is a reality that someone like Visa allows the swipe to be successful, but then the transaction ends up failing and the merchant doesn't get their money. And so that's a promise to a certain state in the future. And so the way payments have worked traditionally before something like Bitcoin is companies like Visa and banks and payment processors, they have to assess the creditworthiness of the person making that promise, right? Does that make sense? When I go send money across the world or I go buy lunch or I'm sending money to my friend, I'm constantly being assessed for how creditworthy am I to make good on the promise that I'm asking Visa to broker to the merchant or to the individual on the other side of the world or to my friend. That is the reason why financial services require so much of our information. I don't think Visa cares how tall I am or what color my eyes are. They want to know how creditworthy I am. Now, if you extrapolate that to a world that's rapidly moving to more decentralized and global, how feasible do you think it is for any company or any individual or any government to actively assess the creditworthiness of 8 billion people? It sounds like a fairly impossible problem. And so what we result with is a tremendous financial inclusion problem, because the reason that TransferWise may not want to serve you and your friends is not because they don't want your business. It's because they aren't confident in assessing your creditworthiness, which has nothing to do with money. It's just broken, is that we live in a digital world that's more decentral and global, and our money wasn't. Bitcoin fixes this, because when I send a message using Bitcoin that I want to pay someone, inside the message is the money itself. I don't need to assess the creditworthiness. Either the instrument is inside the message or it's not. Inside of a Visa message is a set of instructions and a set of creditworthiness details, like my credit score. Two entirely different things. And so for that reason, we can really make a lot of progress on financial inclusion, global payments, opening up new market opportunities. Like a company you've invested in, and my own company, we send instant, cheap cross-border payments with no reliance on creditworthiness. I don't need to know anything about anybody. So that is what you're alluding to, probably, right? And what you think. So what do you think that means for Nigeria, for Africa, for the world? Because where I come from, the kids I went to high school with don't have a clue what I just described. But inside of all of that is where the fees come from, where the intermediaries come from, where the privacy invasiveness comes from, of needing every amount of data about everything. And the reason that if you scale that out, guys, over 50 to 100 years, you get a really developed Western world that has Apple Pay and all these amazing things. And then you get a lot of the planet that's left behind. And that delta is due to really a fundamental problem in money not being natively digital. What do you think it solves? What it makes you interested in it? And how are you helping, acting, and developing on this stuff?
Yeah, like Jack said, it's one of those things. Typically, some of the conversations are like, oh, you know, I'm into drill, I like that artist, blah, blah, blah. Have you seen that thing? Well, as soon as you meet any African, I'm sure a lot of you have had this experience, is like, wait, how exactly am I supposed to pay? We're always inquisitive about exactly how other monetary systems work. Again, it all comes down to the fact that the whole creditworthiness system that's like baked into fiat is insanely converse, or should I say is insanely antithetical to the idea of bringing more people onto the system. Because think of it this way. All of this information that Jack was talking about that they require, not a lot of people typically have that. So the assumption already brings exclusion by definition. So even if you want to onboard people that truly need financial rails, it's actually impossible to do so. Because again, you're now talking about getting IDs, erecting new structures. So for a lot of people, it's simple. It's finding the best money that works for them. And where the vertical comes in, or at least the interesting thing with Bitcoin, is they found Bitcoin is the best money that works for them, which is why it's always going to be grassroots. It's always going to be people on the ground sticking to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is the only money that actually serves them, honestly. So I think another thing really to consider is, especially when we're talking about financial inclusion in general, it's just the permissionless nature of Bitcoin's involvement, I guess, when it comes to being a money that really speaks to a lot of people at broad levels. So you don't have to be a developer to appreciate the fact that I don't need an ID. Bitcoin doesn't need to know, again, how tall I am, my eye color, what I like. All it needs is internet connection. And the cool thing with internet connection and internet infrastructure generally in Africa is it's very, very diverse, because Africa is a huge, huge continent. Each jurisdiction has its own issues or its own benefits. So typically you have to be arbitraging really exactly to see exactly what works in each jurisdiction. But again, I'm pretty hopeful given the fact that we have companies that we invested in like Fedi who are building federations that leverage existing trust models and bringing that into a space where you could operate on Lightning. So I think this is kind of why people are hungry and yearning for Bitcoin in Africa. and kind of why I guess it's always going to succeed. It's always going to be Bitcoin winning in the end because it's for and by the people.
Totally. It's really a remarkable concept. I do this sometimes when I have Zoom calls as like, this is a bearer instrument is what's described. It's a physical thing. I am 5'8" and I'm 150 pounds. I'm not nearly strong enough to throw this to Nigeria instantly and for free. So it's difficult for me to make a physical bearer transfer from Norway to Nigeria, Norway to Chicago. However, if you guys gave me a second and I reached in my pocket and grabbed my cell phone, I would be able to get a physical Bitcoin into Nigeria for less than a second and for free. And so then you don't got to trust me. Either you're going to get the physical bearer instrument or not. And we don't need eye scanning and IDs. Because you're right, it's an impossible uniform to place on humanity to assess everyone's creditworthiness actively. It changes a lot. Okay, on that, we talked a lot about payments. Financial inclusion is a very broad concept because the same issues that we're talking about extrapolated is just property rights and the ability to save and persist wealth that you earn, right? The monetary policy you mentioned before in Nigeria has been subpar, to say it politely. So talk about, like, when you think about financial inclusion, when you think about Bitcoin, and you think about inclusive, cash-settled, physical bearer, no need for credit payments network, and you think about saving and a bearer instrument that cannot be inflated or changed at all, where do you see Africa's interest in both, in one? How do you see it play out? What's more important when you talk about financial inclusion and when you talk about freedom? We're at the Freedom Forum.
Damn, that's a long-ass question. Okay. So I like to think of it this way. So if you think about it, Bitcoin is really, really, like, definitionally speaking, it's hard money at the end of the day. And when I mean hard money, I mean like classic hard money. So for all the gold bugs in the crowd, what they thought or think gold is pretty much what Bitcoin is on like a 10x level, given the fact that it's digitally native, which for a lot of communities that are moving more into the digital realm, that's like a perfect bearer instrument. But I think another thing to consider about Bitcoin is the fact that Bitcoin is a versatile tool at the end of the day. So again, it serves all the purposes that you just described. Great savings tech, instant settlement, permissionless, I guess, monetary system where you could actually send remittances, so it's not sending a burger and getting peanuts at the other tunnel. So I think for Africans, the immediate benefits that we have from Bitcoin is that versatility, specifically around things like remittances, things around like payments in general, because payments are horrible. I mean, we have the best payment infrastructure between banks in Nigeria, but at the same time, banks get shut down all the time. Like, I had a bank account closed because someone sent me an amount and you put Bitcoin in the invoice and they're like, oh, cool, interesting.
Lost
shut
your
down.
credit worthiness, bro.
Unfortunately. But hey, we've got Bitcoin. So again, people move outside from, they start in with payments because that's naturally, I guess, the most immediate pain that you have when it comes to interacting with money. And then they move on to savings tech. Another interesting thing that's been happening in the last, I'd say, maybe 18 months is the DCA culture. So for those that don't know, it's dollar cost averaging. So instead of trying to game the market, which a lot of people in Nigeria unfortunately still do, or you get burnt because honestly you need a lot of information to really arbitrage some of these markets, it's a case of having a small amount over a frequency of time, so maybe like $10 a week or maybe a month. And what they've come to realize is that's a better long-term strategy for preserving wealth and also wealth generation itself and creation, which is kind of a huge problem on the continent that I think Bitcoin is really, really providing a huge beneficial solution for. So yeah, I'd say definitely payments and then savings tech comes along.
And I think it's more broadly known at this point that Africa is a leader in Bitcoin adoption, Bitcoin evangelism, really like building a culture like you just described. It's a tool that solves real problems today. It's far less speculative, and it's more like a painkiller than a vitamin, right? And so speaking on the culture in Africa, I had a chance to visit. I went to the Africa Bitcoin Conference. It was amazing. I'm going to go again this year. I recommend everyone that has an opportunity to check it out. It was phenomenal. And I got to experience the culture myself. One of the most interesting takeaways was this concept that in Africa, African countries, typically, in order to really develop innovation and build tooling and build technology and disrupt, at a certain scale, you need permission from the West. There's this really, I'm trying to figure out a polite way to say it, interesting relationship that these countries have with the IMF, with the World Bank, and access to resources, access to funds, obviously a history of poor monetary policy at the central bank level. And you, among others in the continent, have described to me that Bitcoin is permissionless innovation, is that the amount of progress and the amount of culture and the amount of problem solving is something that's really rarely ever seen because you don't need to ask and get permission. Talk to me about what that means for hope, what that means for freedom, and what that means to the continent, or specifically your country, Nigeria.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a concept that I think has started gaining ground in some of the Bitcoin thought spaces across Africa. It's, again, back to your point about the IMF. It's so funny to me because people talk about developmental economics, and then the number one recommended model is aid-based economies. And if I just do a random poll here, how many of you know any economies that have developed from aid-based economies? Exactly, crickets. So I don't know why we still pretend that it works. So I think, again, Bitcoin is really, really special on a geopolitical level for Africa. Why? Because, again, it's permissionless development. Think of it this way. I was all the way in Kaduna, for goodness sake, like in my room. All I had was an internet connection. And I was able to get myself to contribute to the network, get the ability to actually have a money that works for me, able to send payments any single where I could. And the interesting thing is, like, there are very, very few barriers for you to get into Bitcoin, other than like an internet connection. And for me, it's super novel, really, to think about it, given the fact that all the trends in Africa when it comes to development around electrification and all that either help in terms of getting more people into Bitcoin or are being, catalyzed by Bitcoin. Think electrifying communities using Bitcoin mining. So again, for us, we finally have an opportunity where we have a money that works for us, a money that is able to actually bring about social and economic progress to the continent. And all of that, we do not need anybody's permission. F the IMF, F everyone else. All we have is Bitcoin.
And you, very impressively, were able to raise a bunch of money and work with people like one of our favorite rappers, Jay-Z, and one of my heroes in Jack Dorsey, in order to put money where your mouth is and actually seek out. So you have a particular interest in funding developers, which I think is really interesting and why you decided that. And you are an early stage venture fund, and that you actually are trying to support business locally. Talk to me about that, how you want to see Africa flourish, where you think it needs investment. What's the difference between a venture investment and investing in an open source developer for maybe folks that are new to a lot of this stuff? How do you see it all?
Yeah, I'll start from the end and then walk my way back. So the thing to think about is there's a huge pipeline generally in any ecosystem, and it's not different in Bitcoin. So when we're talking about the Bitcoin ecosystem, typically we have different areas. So we have the mining side, we have developers. A lot of that still interacts with the entrepreneurs that make the companies, that people have these tools that work for them. But when it comes to evaluating companies versus developers, it's very, very different. Because on the VC side, while I might be looking at a company thinking business model, returns in the future, how sustainable, for a developer, there's no immediate return. It's more so understanding the fact that they plug into the system at a very, very fundamental level. It's a case of making sure funding goes to the right amount of devs, building on the right amount of tools, really. So projects like Bitcoin Core, BDK, all of that helps devs and both the Bitcoin network as a whole. But that is very, very different in terms of how you assess.
Yeah, but just in layman's terms, why would you do that?
Yeah.
So I know why, but I want you to tell the world why. Because if someone like Jay-Z gave me a bunch of money to invest, I'd want to invest in the best companies. I'd buy Tesla stock. Why is there an interest in funding open source development with no expectation of return? Why is that important to the continent? Why is that important to your mission, how you see Bitcoin? You talk a lot about a specific interest of having Nigeria and Africa have developers that are part of the future of money.
Yeah, for sure. So, again, it's the reason why you want to support open source development in general is because the entire ecosystem is built on top of open source. So at the end of the day, we could be funding, again, from recursive capital, all these crazy, cool Bitcoin companies. But at the end of the day, if the health and integrity of the actual open source tools that enables everyone to build on is lacking or frankly mismanaged, then there's really nothing for us at that level to fund. So with Btrust, really the thinking is Bitcoin has no central authorities, which is great, but it's not so exciting or as helpful when you think about it in terms of community or at least global-led efforts of coordination, whether it's marketing or even just funding. So for us, Btrust is the hope, really, and the vision is for it to sit as an organization that's able to support the health and integrity of the open source ecosystem while providing that pipeline for everyone else, whether it's the VC side or developers, to come across and then benefit from all that health that comes with, I guess, funding developers and all of that. So that's really the reason why you'd want to. And why, you might ask, you'd want to bet on Nigeria or like Africa in general. Two reasons I typically say, which is essentially at the core of Recursive Capital's thesis. It's Africa is going to be the dev hub, we're already starting to see that, of the entire Bitcoin development ecosystem for a lot of reasons. Primarily, we need Bitcoin the most, in my opinion. And secondly, the other reason is because of the unique challenges we face in Africa, the use cases that Bitcoin really professes or provides benefits to people that actually use it is going to be on the continent. So naturally, the majority of really, really good Bitcoin companies will likely come out of Africa. So that's why really you'd be thinking about in Africa in terms of that.
Totally. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, can I have one more question?
Yeah, just like a closing statements, last questions. Yeah, wrap up. Yeah. And then we'll do our little thing. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do our little thing. I got one more question for you. We're at the Freedom Forum. We're at a Human Rights Foundation conference. Freedom, you think, like foundational human rights is that around half the world is oppressed, and their human liberties and human rights are taken from them against their choice and against their will. And when you think about how that's even possible, you think of things like freedom of speech and limiting the ability to have honest, open journalism, freedom of speech, public discourse. I don't think people understand money's role in a functioning society. Money is a technology that humanity invented in order to have a functioning, scalable society. And if the money can be controlled and co-opted, it is a very obvious and active way to severely oppress a country, a region, an individual. And so, as it relates to Africa, what does Bitcoin mean to freedom, to close it out, to you, to your country, to the continent? And if you were at a Freedom Forum in Oslo, what would you say to the world?
Ooh, great question. So, I mean, honestly, again, when we're thinking about freedoms, it's not a case of Bitcoin. As soon as you have Bitcoin, you have freedom immediately. It's really about the protection it gives to your freedom, because at the end of the day, rights and all of these things are really embedded in human beings. It's more about protecting it as opposed to just imbibing rights in general. So with Bitcoin, it's a case of economic freedom is at the heart of a lot of freedoms in general, which is typically why you see oppressive regimes attack economic freedom. Because at the end of the day, once you do that, you pretty much don't have political power, which, again, feeds into why they start attacking that. But for Africa, I think the interesting thing with Bitcoin is, again, because it's the money that works and because it's the money that protects financial freedom, which is the biggest thing at risk globally across multiple jurisdictions, it's a case of having this novel tool for the first time, which basically has zero, I guess, cost for you to come on board, where it's able to protect your financial freedom at the end of the day. So it's one of those things where great for saving, great for payments, and great for protecting your financial freedom in the long run. So it's really like a shield for everyone in Africa, which is why I think is always going to resonate, because there are a lot of repressive regimes all across the continent, but the one thing we can always bet on is Bitcoin.
Amazing. Well, thank you, brother. It's an honor. Follow
Likewise.
this man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. It means a lot. Yeah, you could stay there for a second. We'll do this together. Jack has a special little announcement, which I think will be pretty well received. Before we do that, I just want to say the next hour is going to be extremely exciting. We're going to be hearing from Farida Nabourema, Jeff Booth. We're going to hear from Elizabeth Stark and Mike Brock and Adam Back. So it's going to be a fun hour. It's going to be a fun hour. But before that, yeah, what do you got, Jack?
Yeah, no, nothing too big. My company, we care deeply about human freedom, human flourishing. I personally actively have been working on that through Bitcoin for the last 10 years of my life. I'm a big donor through the company and personally in a lot of these efforts. I think the Human Rights Foundation is phenomenal. I think the cross-section between freedom fighting and freedom money is very natural. It needs more attention and it needs more resources. And so last year we donated $100,000 to you guys for an effort of BTC Pay Server, and we're going to repeat the donation and do it again. And so I'm Alex. I think you're a genius. I think you don't get enough credit, man. And
thank you, brother. We will put the funds to very good use, and we will collaborate with BTrust and others, and we'll make sure that the legacy of Mahasin and many others goes on, and that we continue to, bring financial freedom to more people. So we couldn't be more honored to be receiving the funds, and we'll work with you to make sure they, again, are dispensed extremely effectively, and can't wait to see how that goes. And just from all of the HRF staff, we're super grateful for the gift. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to let Island introduce the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was incredible. Thanks, guys. Okay, so just to keep things going, the next fireside is called Challenging Financial Colonialism. More than 180 million people in 14 authoritarian countries in Central and West Africa live under French monetary colonialism. They continue to use the CFA currency, a relic of the colonial era. Any attempt to challenge the status quo is met with significant resistance. So now we'll hear about the connection between democracy movements in the region and the movement for currency reform. So please welcome Jeff Booth and Farida Nabourema.
Just give us a second here some folks are coming out, a lot more folks are coming in. Give us 1 minute here. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, here they are.
Seats are now opening up. Wonderful. Here's Farida coming through. Wonderful. Here's Jeff. Go on up, come on down. Thank you, guys. Honestly, such an important topic that has literally never been discussed ever at another human rights conference, and that alone will blow your mind once you're done with this conversation. So we're super excited to be ripping off the Band-Aid here and revealing this, reality, and couldn't be more thrilled that these two are going to do it. So thanks again.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, let's get going in this. For people that don't know you, Farida, could you give your backstory? Growing up in Togo, kind of what led you to being an activist?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've been having a good experience so far. So I'm Farida. I'm from Togo, one of the least populated countries in Africa, 8 million people. And my country has a particular story, is that we have been ruled by the oldest military regime in Africa. And the first dictator ruled for 38 years. And when he died, his son did a coup and took over and has been ruling ever since. I became an activist at a pretty young age, accidentally, when my father was arrested when I was 13 years old by the dictatorship for holding meetings against the regime. But although it wasn't the first time my dad went to prison, it was the first time that I was old enough to understand what was happening, and I was involved in the process. Growing up in Togo is a very interesting thing because a lot of African nations have known severe dictators, but I consider ours to be one of the worst because our former president Nnimdi had extremely narcissistic traits. He was super fond of himself. We don't go to school on Wednesday afternoons, and on Saturdays we have to practice choreographies to dance for him every Sunday. Then every day when he's going to work, we have to line up from his house to the presidency to clap for him when he's going to work and clap for him when he's coming back. And we do it 4 times a day because he takes an afternoon nap and he goes back. And so when he travels, it's the same thing. Under Yadema, it was complete ban on all public radio. There were only 1 elections that take place, the presidential elections. The mayors were appointed, the member of parliament were appointed. But even for the presidential elections, he was the only candidate, so you could only vote for him on that thing. That went on for decades, and then in the early 90s, there was a massive, the east wind, as they call it, for democracy, kind of like reached part of Africa, and the student movement managed to force him to call for constitutional reform, which introduced term limits, but then he never respected it anyway. He accepted the conditions and eventually just used violence to imprison everybody who asked him to leave after the official 2 terms he served from 1992 to 2002 ended. And my dad was one of the people who was challenging that and ended up in prison. So since Eyadema has died, his son has continued his brilliant legacy of torture, human rights abuses, and killing. He's his father's son and can only do that. And as of today, we continue to have hundreds of political prisoners in Togo. There is no such thing as freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. It doesn't exist. I'm like, in Togo, literally the only freedom you have is the freedom to die. That's your choice, but nothing else. The government controls every single aspect of our livelihood.
So I remember in one of your previous stories, you talked about how you would work for so much time and then a devaluation of your currency. And that would happen over and over and over again. Could you talk a little bit about that and how that's connected?
Yeah, I'm going to have to walk you a little bit through history, so pardon me if I sound a bit too talkative, but the context is important. So Togo became a dictatorship not accidentally. It was planned for a reason. So initially, my country was colonized by Germany. Then when the Germans lost World War I, the League of the Nations, which eventually became the United Nations, technically handed over Togo to Great Britain and France, because the 2 of them were fighting for it, because the Brits felt like the French owned too much territory in West Africa and they didn't want to let go of it. So they decided that the Great Britain will take 1/3 and the eastern side, because they have Ghana on the eastern side, the Gold Coast, and then France will take the other 2/3. So the 1/3 that was under Great Britain in 1957 rallied with the Gold Coast to form modern-day Ghana, and the other 2/3 actually was asked to join Dahomey to form Benin, but they said no, we want our independence. So the independence movement in Togo started from the 40s, and in 1946, right after World War II, created a currency called the CFA.
If you don't have a vote in your money being destroyed, your labor being destroyed, and it's the most important thing in your life, then could you live in a democracy?
That's an interesting question, a very interesting question, because you have some people who claim that as long as you have economic growth in a country, even if there is no political freedom, people are okay. But the reality for me is that freedom is not just about people having the ability to use whatever money they want or spend it on whatever they want. It's people even having the freedom to build wealth. Certain government policies oppose the idea of people building wealth. So there are a lot of regulations and a lot of loopholes that prevent people from freely being able to access money. Now, here's the thing. If we get the political freedom and we become a democratic nation, of course it's not going to guarantee automatically our economic growth, because there are other African countries that don't have dictators in place, but where people are living in extremely poor conditions. They still are facing a lot of issues like corruption. It's not going to remove that. However, it actually improves certain conditions for people to be able to thrive and make decisions for themselves. It also gives the possibility of changing governments by making them accountable. Some nations complain a lot about corruption, about poverty in their country, and rightfully so. But when I see them having a new leader every 8 years, at least we know they have a better chance of fixing some of those issues. And if that leader fails, he will have to go. But for those of us who cannot decide who's going to lead us, and weapons decide for us, and terror decide for us, regardless of how bad things go, we know the dictator is not going anywhere. And in fact, the more frustrated they are, the more weapons they buy, the more they increase surveillance, because they can feel people are trying to rise against them, and they try to crush that as much as possible, just to give the impression that there is peace and stability and everybody's happy in the country.
So you've become quite a big Bitcoin advocate. You run the Bitcoin Africa conference and many other things in the community. How does this play a role for you in restoring freedom?
Initially, Bitcoin for us was just a tool to counter censorship, to counter government blocking bank accounts and governments sending anybody who donates money to the movement to prison. Kind of like we needed that privacy. However, eventually when I understood the philosophy of Bitcoin, then I was like, in the end, this is the type of freedom that we need. For many decades, people have struggled really hard to attain a certain level of political freedom. In fact, activism in my family started with my grandfather, my dad's dad, who was in and out of prison himself, fighting against the French, for the simple fact that he didn't want to continue paying taxes to the French administration, which was required to be 2/3 of his crops. And they were like, why can we farm and we give you guys 2/3 of our crops? And if they don't pay, the punishment was for them to get beaten naked in the public market, to be humiliated. So they decided that they will no longer farm. And for years, they stopped farming, and they were only living off hunting because they didn't want to pay those taxes. So the financial persecution started many years even before this dictatorship was implemented, and continues in our lifetime. Many activists have tried to find solutions, but the solution was very linear. It was, let's fight these regimes, defeat them, have governments that are patriotic, that we can hold accountable, then print our own money and we'll be free. But that has been almost impossible to achieve, because the dictators are backed by a lot of resources. The nations are completely militarized. The military budget of my country exceeds the health, education, energy budgets all combined. For a very tiny country that has no enemy, that only fights animals in the forest. I have come to understand that if we want to continue that way, even our children's children will still be fighting this struggle. We don't know for sure if we're going to achieve that in our lifetime. However, Bitcoin provides an alternative. It provides a way out. What I love about Bitcoin is that it wasn't money that was created specifically for a certain group of people. When I use the CFA as a citizen, I feel cheated, because whenever I need to buy something in the US or in Belgium or in Japan, I have to donate 15% of my money to the French government. The French citizen doesn't pay the same when he's using his euro, or the German citizen. So there is a segregation going on there. But when I use Bitcoin, I'm going to get the same value for my Bitcoin that the French national or the German national or the American national is using. So it's not money built for a specific group of people, a specific race, a specific ethnicity. It is money that I really call money for humanity. Anybody can access it. So it creates a certain level of equality, and it destroys the exclusionary system that was created in order to enforce oppression over people. So I started talking about Bitcoin not just as a tool to counter dictatorship, but as a solution for us to achieve monetary independence, for people to understand that by using this money, as a form, first of all, as a form of resistance against the colonial currency, but also as a form of achieving financial freedom, they can help us get there faster. And if we have more people using this currency, automatically the CFA will become irrelevant. A lot of trade happens between those countries because intra-continental trade in Africa is the highest. And if you are in Togo to purchase merchandise in our neighboring country, Ghana, like it's just like 10 minutes ride, right? But you want to send a bank transfer, the money will go to the Bank of France, then go to the UK and come back to Ghana. A regular bank transfer between Togo and Ghana takes 3 weeks. And we are neighbors. Same people speaking the same languages, having the same last names and first names. So a lot of people move cash, massive cash, which is dangerous. So some trades are delayed, the official ones. I had an aunt who wanted to buy a house in Ghana. She couldn't because she needed permission from the government to justify why she needed to transfer money to Ghana. And she has applied 2 years ago and she still hasn't received it. So a lot of things are blocked in the process, and we can ease those things by using Bitcoin.
Thanks so much for doing this. Let's end it there. But another round of applause for Farida.
Thank you all so much.
All right, we're going to continue on. That was fantastic. Thank you both. Mind if I pass you? Thanks. Okay, so this next talk is entitled Digital Belarus. Yes. The Belarusian people continue to resist the Lukashenko dictatorship. Over the past 3 years, one rising form of resistance has been in the digital space. Social networks and cryptocurrencies have been used to push back. We're going to hear from, right here, one of the grassroots activists and his vision of bringing functions of the Belarus state to cyberspace to fulfill the needs of people who are otherwise repressed and ignored. Please welcome Yaroslav Likachevsky. Sorry.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's pretty hot today in Oslo, I'd say. So good to see many familiar faces and some new faces. My name is Yaroslav. I've been born and raised in Belarus. I do tech, and for the last 3 years we're developing Digital Belarus platform, which I'll gladly share with you about today. But my main thesis today is going to be... are my slides already on? Oh, yeah, okay. I have some slides to show. Huh? Yeah, thanks. So, my main thesis today, dictatorship leads to poverty. And that's exactly what happened to my home country. Belarus is the beautiful state in Eastern Europe with rich European cultural background and mentality, which unfortunately was occupied and colonized by Russian Empire and Soviet Union. In 1991, when Soviet Union collapsed, we had a chance for the fresh start. But lacking of political culture and democratic experience, we made a wrong choice and we gave all of the power in the country to a single guy whose name is Alexander Lukashenko. Belarus and neighboring countries back in the 90s all started from the pretty same situation. But Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they all have chosen European way and democracy. Ukraine, as you all know, is keep fighting for its independence, while Belarus became a dictatorship. Lukashenko, little by little, took from us economical freedoms, oppressed civil society, human rights. It led to a lack of accountability and transparency in the state, and finally, total control of all aspects of life. So, yeah, the result is we have a number of prosperous European nations just across the border and very, very poorly performing Belarus. Finally, in 2020, we got enough courage to stand up again for the next chance and try to fix it all. But how do we do it against the police state and against the dictatorship? First of all, we have to realize that the regime is in control of pretty much all of the physical space in the country, which means we have to move to the space they don't control yet. And that's online, obviously. And here we start addressing the most obvious problems that's in front of us. Like, they taking hostages and political prisoners. We're launching solidarity foundations and initiatives to support them and their families. They firing hundreds of doctors in the middle of COVID crisis, causing a collapse of healthcare system. We building telemedicine platform, hiring these doctors, keeping them available for people. They're turning education into a propaganda tool. We go for online education, etc., etc., etc. And all of these exercises gave us a feeling and proved to ourselves that actually, as a society, we can deal with our problems on our own. We don't need a dictator for it. But, and we learned it hard way, all of the services are working only if they're economically sustainable. But if they're social and they're not sustainable, how can we support services that we need the most? How can we make it scalable? How can we even accelerate appearance of the services that will address the problems we're not thinking about today? And here where democratic approach will help. So let's build a framework where community could put together a budget, discuss together what problems are the top priority now, propose ideas how to address these problems and vote for it, get access to the budget and use it for the implementation of the ideas, receive benefits, and be ready to repeat the cycle. In order to test this approach and the tools, at the moment we are running kind of democracy pilot project among Belarusian communities in Poland and Lithuania. It's a small-scale pilot. We have 200 participants who collected almost 10,000 euros of a budget, and today we launched the phase where they're proposing ideas. So, putting all of this together, we have Digital Belarus platform. We have self-sovereign identity as the nervous system of the body. We have decentralized voting tool. Together they are giving us a government toolkit and infrastructure of various services around it. Okay, we've built it all, we've tested it in the safe environment. What do we do next? Of course, we have to scale back to Belarus. Bring this approach, bring these tools, build communities on the ground. Finally, we're supposed to have a distributed network of communities that are prosperous on its own, and they are collaborating with each other on the national level. Sounds cool, but it should be a catch here, right? And it is. Remember, I've said that regime is in control of every aspect of one's life inside of the Belarus. The first thing they are controlling is your bank account, because they don't want to give you financial freedom. It's not possible to do cross-border transactions without compliance at all. Even regular transactions inside of the country, all of the data about it, about all of the transactions, is available for police on demand, which makes it extremely dangerous and practically impossible for people from inside the country to contribute to alternative budget, to pay for alternative services, to receive funds as a support or as a salaries. And here's where Bitcoin community comes to save the day. We've been using Bitcoin extensively since 2020 exactly to deliver support to our activists and families of political prisoners, to pay salaries to our doctors, lawyers, teachers, and many, many others who are involved. And it's proven to be trustworthy, safe, and private mechanism, which we enjoy in using it. So now we are taking the next step, and we are integrating. I forgot about the slides, absolutely, yeah. We're integrating Fedi solution to be a backbone of our new financial system. So I hope you're aware of the solution, Renata. We believe that this technology, this product will help us both to accelerate community building on the ground and will enable cross-border transactions for us. And we believe that the only sustainable way to empower nations is moving bottom top, starting with the community building. We believe that it will help nations to accumulate resources. This will help them to decide on ourselves on the best way of distribution of these resources. It will give them more freedom, less poverty. And that is our mission. So come join us, hit me on Signal or email if you prefer. I'll be glad to share more with you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up we have a fireside chat called Lightning in Emerging Markets. The properties of the Lightning Network, giving users speed, cheap transactions, and increased privacy and human rights, have been especially noticed among Bitcoin users in the emerging markets. Now we'll hear from two industry leaders on why there is a growing adoption of Lightning everywhere from Nigeria to the Philippines. So please welcome Elizabeth Stark and Alex Lee.
Here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll hold it for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Lee. I work at the Human Rights Foundation alongside Alex Gladstein. Originally, this panel was going to have Mary from the Philippines and Nigeria moderate, but unfortunately, unlike Bitcoin, which is a permissionless, decentralized, borderless protocol, borders are not, and she could not get a visa to attend today. But I will be here in her stead. So let's just get started, Elizabeth.
Can you guys hear me? Oh,
yes.
All right, here we go.
In recent days, apps like Damas, which is a client to access the decentralized Noster protocol, which is an alternative to Twitter, and Bitcoin Lightning apps like Zeus, Blixt Wallet, and others have been facing attacks from app stores, which have been either telling app developers to remove or censor certain features or face removal from the app store. How can Bitcoin and Lightning builders and developers work to address these issues?
First of all, I love that question, and we're doing this off the cuff. Before we get started, I just want to say thank you so much to the entire HRF team, obviously, Alex, the whole crew. It's been really incredible to be here for the past couple of days. Human rights is an issue that's absolutely near and dear to my heart. It inspired me to work on Bitcoin in the first place, and to be able to meld two passions of mine. I actually, back when I studied internet law and also human rights law. Is just the kind of thing that really gets me up in the morning. And to see, by the way, so many Bitcoiners here. And they're not here because, somebody told them they had to be here or because, someone paid them to be here. They're here because they care and because Bitcoin is a movement. So thank you to the entire community. Really incredible to be here. All right, so part of what got me interested in Bitcoin and the human rights angle is a key part of this, is the open source, decentralized nature of the protocol, right? Much like the internet, dictatorships can try to censor the internet, and then people can route around that censorship. We have a number of tools for that. With Bitcoin, similarly, people will try to censor it, and then you have self-custody. You have censorship resistance. You have, the decentralization elements we've heard quite a bit about today. But, there are certain centralized entities that may not necessarily want to support the growth of Bitcoin, maybe against their business model. And interestingly, one of my areas of research back when I was studying both the intersection of law and tech was central points of control, and how either governments or corporations would exert this control over open protocols. So we've very much come full circle. But how many people remember back in the day, the Apple iOS store did not allow Bitcoin wallets? How many people remember this, right? Okay. Bitcoin community members would use Android phones because the iOS store would just not allow it, right? Eventually, they kind of gave in. They maybe saw from the market standpoint they couldn't block these anymore, although now we're seeing that evolve. But when it comes to a standpoint looking at human rights, freedom, democracy, having single corporate entities clamp down on this open internet protocol, Bitcoin and then Lightning, the open layer 2 on top of it, is extremely problematic from my standpoint. And if these companies say that they support human rights, well, frankly, they're full of shit. Because what they're saying is, we only allow people that have access to the traditional financial system, that have a credit or debit card, that are, traditionally banked. Oh, by the way, maybe the people that aren't can't even afford our phone. Is that the message that they want to send to the world? They're saying if, you're in a regime with a dictator, or you have a government coming after you, well, now you're going to be surveilled because we're requiring that in our app. So we heard earlier from Will and Damas about how the iOS App Store initially tried to remove them, and now they're dictating how his product needs to be built, right? That's extremely problematic when we have corporations that are effectively acting like nation-state actors, right, that have more power than many nation-states, dictating what products can and cannot do in the realm of things that are obviously legal. Zaps on an individual post is obviously something that should be legal. They're demanding either a payment, but a payment that isn't possible with this open protocol. And now they're telling developers, do this or we will kick you out and censor you entirely. Similarly, I know Evan's around, big fan of Zeus. Yesterday, the latest Zeus update was also blocked by the iOS App Store. A number of other developers have had this happen. So I'm deeply concerned about this as a Bitcoiner, as somebody that supports the open internet, and as somebody that cares a lot about democracy and human rights, because now what we have is big US corporations that have multinational power blocking, Lightning, say, zaps on Noster. And by the way, Jack, who we know is I love that comment, the Walmart creator of the Noster community, has said that on Noster, a like is useless, right? Because you're not actually giving something up, but when you zap, even if it's a sat or a couple sats, you're actually, showing somebody on Noster, that you care about their post, and you're giving them a little bit of, just like, it's really fun to receive sats. Who doesn't like to get sats, right? So now this is being blocked. We have large corporations stopping this. Now, by the way, to be clear, Bitcoin is going to win, right? I have no doubt. And Lightning is going to win. But it's an uphill battle. And I would like to rally this community. I've been talking to a number of people here in the room to get behind and to educate people about the human rights concerns here, about the issues when it comes to freedom and democracy. We've heard from so many incredible activists for the last couple of days. This can be a matter of life or death for people. So when we have these app stores and companies blocking what people can and cannot do, blocking applications, this is a threat to our freedom. Now, of course, we have the web still. There is some web censorship. We do have the concept of progressive web apps and other approaches, and I highly encourage developers to not count on your app being accepted into an app store. But at the end of the day, it's still highly unacceptable, and we need to fight back as a community, and we will win.
That's great. Rotating back to the topic of emerging markets, other than App Store attacks like from companies like Apple and Google, in recent days we've also seen the government attacking on-ramps and off-ramps for Bitcoin and in the method by suing cryptocurrency exchanges. For now, Bitcoin exchanges seem to be doing fine. Kudos to them. But in many markets, Bitcoin is Bitcoin on-ramps are straight up illegal, for example, in China, or they're heavily restricted. What barriers do you see for people in emerging markets in accessing Bitcoin and Lightning in your everyday work?
So, by the way, I can never tell if Bitcoin is legal or illegal in China because Bitcoin has been made illegal like every 6 months. There were times on the Lightning Labs team back, I think 2017, where it was like, China made Bitcoin illegal, and then it drops, and then unclear, and yeah. So I'm not going to comment directly on that because I don't know the exact legal status these days. But I think what we're seeing a lot in emerging markets, and talking to a number of the people here, talking to all the communities we heard earlier today about the incredible emerging market communities around Bitcoin and Lightning that have emerged, is, and this is something I'm super passionate about, that usability is a major barrier, right? Talking to KG about Machankura, seeing adoption of the Lightning address, and shout out to Andre Neves, Brazilian developer, founder of Zebedee, also Vintium, a number of other things. Having a human-readable means to receive funds on Lightning, and yes, there are definitely pros and cons, and the community likes to debate all of those, is really key for usability, especially when you're using, if anybody remembers T9, right, on a feature phone, like with Machankura. Interoperability and standardization. I'll be chatting with you, I hope, more. Alex Gladstein, HRF, and the community. There are many different standards evolving in Bitcoin and Lightning. And there's this great XKCD cartoon, if anybody's seen it, where it's like, we have 12 different standards, and none of them are interoperable. And then the guy's like, let's make a 13th, right? So we're a little bit in that zone these days, where there are many different standards, and there are many pros and cons of them. But at the end of the day, it's critically important in my mind that the protocol community and the developer community interact with the users in emerging markets, the human rights activists, the people that don't have good internet, right? Maybe they don't have any internet. They're in low power areas, because standardization is key. And I really care deeply about having all of the apps talk to each other. Like Bitcoin's an open standard, Lightning's an open standard. So, we're not 100% there yet. It's still like, this wallet may support, LNURL. This wallet, may only have Bolt 11, but we're getting there, and I think there's a lot of momentum in the community to collaborate on interoperability and usability.
Building on the
and by the way, also, very importantly, usability for non-custodial use cases. I know there are many people in the room here that are working on that and that care deeply about that. An end user shouldn't have to care about liquidity, right? I mean, if you're technical and you like that, great. But that needs to be abstracted away from the user. And we've worked on a number, at Lightning Labs, we build developer tools. But we've worked on a number of ways to automate that. And then we have wallet devs working on that as well. Because we don't want to solely rely, obviously, on centralized institutions to operate with Lightning. I believe there are and will continue to be both. But we need to ensure that there is usability there for non-custodial use cases.
Building upon interoperability and usability, in our travels, we've seen a lot. I like to ask people, what is the Lightning wallet you like to use, right? And you always get different answers in different places. But it seems, sadly, in my opinion, that a lot of people in emerging markets like to use custodial solutions, like Wallet of Satoshi or their exchange or some sort. And that partly is probably because of easy onboarding, good UI UX, the liquidity that they offer. What can everyday developers and Lightning Labs and other people in the Bitcoin space do to try to promote non-custodial wallets and non-custodial use cases for Lightning?
First of all, I think it is critically important that we, as a developer community, have the conversations with the end users. And shout out to Anita Pash. I know she's around. She's been doing incredible work, traveling across various regions in Africa. I know, talking to communities there, really hearing what they need. So that's critically important. Also, protocol developers can be very deep in the protocol code, looking at like the inner workings. There's so much fascinating stuff going on there, but it's also critically important that they talk to the application developers who then hear all the requests from the end users to hear what their pain points are. There are a number of approaches. For example, there's something called sidecar channels that we've been working on at Lightning Labs. And by the way, shout out to my co-founder, Roast Beef, aka Lalu, who is our incredible CTO and also a Nigerian-American developer, so representing the African community as well, and US Africa. Also, he is famous for being the fastest talker you've literally ever heard in your life. So for those that have heard him, you know what I mean. His brain just moves at lightning speed. So Lalu had come up with this concept of sidecar channels that can actually enable a non-custodial user to have inbound liquidity without necessarily having to do anything, because, say, an LSP could provide it for them, and then basically they're onboarded without having to manually get that liquidity themselves. And there are a number of approaches people are working on in terms of automating the liquidity component. To me, that's one of the biggest. And then also, if you look at things like backups, right? We don't want people putting their life savings on a hot wallet on their phone. It's also very dangerous if you don't back things up. But the idea of, a number of random words that you might have written down, or maybe you forgot to write down, can be challenging. I know a number of wallets like Moon take a different approach where they also have the ability to back things up via email. There are trade-offs to a variety of approaches, but ensuring that the user has some way of recovering her funds is key, because, let's say a phone is stolen, let's say, a phone is compromised, that can be a big issue as well.
Building upon that, I think that another issue in Lightning adoption is Lightning is only useful if you can actually spend it or convert it to fiat in some way, right? Like, I remember in a lot of conferences, I like to ask if people accept Bitcoin or Lightning, and sadly, most of the time, if you just go to a random street vendor in Vietnam or Argentina, they'll take cash, they might take US dollars, and you'll ask them, do you take Bitcoin and Lightning? And they'll just give you that kind of confused look, like, bit what? Or like, be like, oh. So what can we do as a community to help increase merchant adoption of Bitcoin and Lightning technology? Because even then, a lot of times merchants, they might take on-chain Bitcoin, they use they'll use a service or an API where that accepts a crap ton of other cryptocurrencies and on-chain Bitcoin, but it won't accept Lightning. So what can we do to increase Lightning merchant adoption?
Yeah, well, things have been fairly interesting lately. I don't know if everyone here has followed, but within the Bitcoin community, there have been a number of protocols that have emerged that are not terribly efficient when it comes to, say, using block space, right? Ordinals inscriptions, BRC20, a couple of other, literal JSON text on a blockchain, which for the devs in the room is like the least efficient thing you could possibly do. People are doing it, right? And what we saw was, there was a big spike in a lot of these, both JPEGs on a blockchain and then like text on a blockchain trying to represent assets. And what that meant was the chain was clogged up. Like it was basically unusable for many people. Fees also spiked up. And interestingly, what came out of that, and there was a lot of controversy about these use cases, but at the end of the day, we cannot control what people do on the Bitcoin blockchain. But what came out of it was there was an understanding from a number of players that, had not expressed this previously, that you're going to need to use Lightning for smaller value transactions, for instant transactions, for the low fee nature. So I've always been of the mind, people say that necessity is the mother of invention. I also believe necessity is the mother of adoption, right? So I live in US, in New York City. The coffee shop in New York City is probably not going to be the first to accept Lightning payments, although, by the way, they are paying 2.5% plus, 30, 40 cents, which can add up quite a bit. But in talking to folks, for example, we have people here working in Central America, Latin America. Places like Guatemala, the credit card fees could be 5-6% or more, right? So in that case, and by the way, there's also an issue of chargebacks, frauds with the existing credit system. So in that case, accepting Lightning payments will be both dramatically cheaper, although again, the fees are also high in the US. And by the way, the credit card companies, you'd think they would lower fees, but they've actually increased the base fee, right? And you're like, really, guys? So let's see what's coming there. So Morgan Stanley, about a year ago, also released a report talking about the work that Strike can be doing and otherwise, saying that Lightning is more practical for small value payments than a debit card because the fees are just so dramatically lower, especially because you have these base fees involved. So one of the initiatives we've been working on, I know Miles mentioned it earlier, at Lightning Labs is also this concept of multi-asset Bitcoin and Lightning. I like to talk about Bitcoinizing the dollar, a protocol now called Taproot Assets, using the Taproot update to Bitcoin to issue assets in Bitcoin and Lightning. And the goal there is to enable people. So let's say I want to pay with Bitcoin, great, but I can use a USD stablecoin or even a local stablecoin. And when it's on Lightning, you issue the asset on Bitcoin, but then you can put it in Lightning channels just like you would with Bitcoin. You're routing through actual Bitcoin, so you're using Bitcoin liquidity. And you could send stable coins for, say, a fraction of a cent, right? So imagine you're now a merchant, say, in Argentina. You've had 109% year-over-year inflation, right? We were there last year, end of last year. And now you can take dollars with fees that are dramatically lower than the existing system without the risk of a chargeback, right? So as we see multi-asset Bitcoin and Lightning evolve, as we see fiat and dollars Bitcoinized, as we see more demand for those, for now, stable assets, I also believe we'll see far more people getting into Bitcoin. Because if I'm now using a wallet and I'm able to pay and hold some dollars, then it's very easy for me to get some Bitcoin, right? And I'm like, oh, what is this Bitcoin thing? And then I maybe have a portfolio, part stable coins, part Bitcoin. And then I see, maybe my Bitcoin goes up in the long term, right? And I believe on holding onto it. Or maybe I'm paying day to day with that as well. So again, I believe that this technology spreads in the areas that need it most, and that is emerging markets. And that's the people that don't have access to the traditional financial system are paying, by the way, if they do have access, they're paying exorbitant rates. Cross-border payments, 10+% for those transactions, right? With Bitcoin Lightning, it can be dramatically lower. And we'll see that continue to evolve. And anybody with a smartphone or even a feature phone can have access to this. And that's so key when it comes to emerging markets, spreading freedom, democracy, and also, a human rights perspective of just needing access to, say, the internet and a phone.
You touched upon how people who live in high inflation countries are very attracted to stable coins because theoretically they should always maintain a stable peg to the US dollar or whatever asset that they're tracking. Right now, and you also mentioned Taproot assets, what barriers right now are there for developers who are trying to build stable coins on top of Lightning? And how soon do you think we'll start to see mass adoption and be able to actually install wallets and non-custodial wallets to have stablecoins built on top of Lightning or Taproot assets or whatever protocols?
So a couple weeks ago, the day before the Bitcoin Miami conference, we released the version 0.2 of the protocol. We've had the community contribute to the open source code, which is incredible. They've been testing it. They've been giving feedback. We actually do developer calls monthly now. We had 100+ devs on our last dev call, which was awesome. A lot of them are in emerging markets, right? They really care about this. So right now, this protocol is still on testnet. And I've learned a lesson in Bitcoin protocol land, which I can never give an actual kind of date for shipping. But let's just say that it is a very high priority to get to mainnet for this protocol, ASAP. Getting Lalu, having him hang out somewhere where he can focus and code and the rest of the team and really get this out is a high priority for us. But also the community contributions are key. We've had a number of developers, including some here, help out test. People are building explorers. There's this concept called a universe that enables discovery of these assets and really just to get the feedback on what people want and how we can help with usability on this. So the next step is mainnet on-chain with some initial Lightning components. One key portion of this is Taproot channels on Lightning, which also enables greater privacy. So you get a number of things with that. And then following that, hopefully we'll have testnet Lightning transactions soon. We will have mainnet Lightning Taproot assets as well.
That's great. Wrapping back to Lightning in emerging markets, we tend to see that there's the Bitcoiners whenever you go to conferences around the world, whether in Argentina, whether that's in Da Nang in Vietnam. And we're what I think separates us from a lot of crypto people is we're very happy to be using Lightning, buying coffee, buying drinks, buying food, buying everyday things. But we face challenges in terms of, like you said earlier, Lightning Wallet usability, whether that's trying to get data in the place you're visiting, or making sure that the vendor understands how to actually tap the QR code to show the Lightning payments and things like that. And you also touched upon interoperability earlier. What, if you could just wave a magic wand, wave a magic wand and change the Bitcoin ecosystem in one way, I guess, what would you do to help make Lightning more popular in emerging markets?
It's funny, I actually asked a member of my team this on our all hands recently, so now I get the question back at me. So one thing that I really care about is broadening access to this technology. And I think we've so many passionate people. We've heard, I really enjoyed the panel earlier about building Bitcoin Lightning communities. A lot of people first started out in this crypto world, they traded, shit coins, and then they got into Bitcoin, right? So one of the things I would say for our community is we should not discount both those people or people that maybe are skeptical of Bitcoin, right? Everyone is a potential Bitcoiner. And there are some really prominent people in the community as well that changed their minds, right? And so many people I've talked to, early days myself, when I first heard about Bitcoin, I was like, this thing sounds really cool, but will it ever work, right? It is natural to approach it with skepticism. But if I could wave a magic wand, I would basically just wave this wand on getting, many more people broadly interested in and excited about the concept. Now, to be clear, they don't need to be protocol experts, right? They don't need to know everything about inbound liquidity on Lightning and HTLCs. But one thing that Bitcoin does for you is, I'm from the US, right? We have people here from all around the world, but you don't learn about how money works in school. Nobody says in the US, here's what the Federal Reserve does, interest rates, et cetera. And it makes you question not just money, but many things globally. I mean, it really, I believe, makes you a more curious person. And part of why I love this community is people are so passionate, they're so curious, they love to debate things, right? So I would just love to see far more people buy into why Bitcoin matters, question what the monetary system is. We heard from Farida about just absolutely terrible things that have happened, both in our country and across the region with monetary colonialism. Alex Gladstein has written extensively, by the way, please read his articles, incredible, books, etc., on this issue. So if I could wave a magic wand, I would basically just make people both question what money is, and I also think there is a newer and younger generation that expect money to be digital, right? A lot of people globally have smartphones, right? They may not have a bank account. It makes sense for money to be natively digital, and I believe those are the people that are absolutely the next generation. We have content creators, we have gamers, we have people sending remittances, cross-border payments. There's so many different areas that people are getting involved in, and notably, this is not gambling, it's not speculation. These are real use cases with real utility. So anyway, I guess the answer is I want 1 billion people ASAP in this world, but we're getting there. And I think the light is on our side here.
Touching upon monetary education, I remember I was talking with a Argentinian person when I attended La BitConf last year, and he was telling me that living in Argentina was like taking an economics class every day, right? Getting constantly rug pulled, seeing the Argentinian peso constantly devalue. And for many of us who live in developed countries in the US or Europe or Japan, South Korea, we've not really had to deal with high, massive rates of inflation like Argentina or Lebanon. What can be done to, I guess, more educate people? Let's say you live in an emerging market that doesn't have super high inflation like Argentina, and you just kind of live with it and you deal with that. What can be done to educate them about Lightning and why it matters?
There are many different reasons why people get involved. For example, we, the team at Lightning Labs, are able to connect with the Mexican community, and they haven't had incredibly high inflation in the way that, Argentina had the 109%. But they have seen things like government corruption. I mean, many people have globally. And by the way, in the US, inflation has also become something that people think about in a way that even 3 or 4 years ago, that was not something that, the general population would talk about normally. But different story there, and certainly not what we're seeing in places like Lebanon, Argentina, etc. So it may be about corruption, it may be about financial freedom. Everyone has their path to Bitcoin, and then they go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, right? It may be about, I'm living in a village in India and I'm a coder. By the way, have people heard of Replit? Check it out if you have not. Very cool coding platform. Several million active developers. I think something like 20 million total developers. Very young community. And also shout out to Cody Lowe of the Fedi team, who's basically been also an advocate for both Lightning, and then there's something called L402, drawing from the 402 error code of the internet, where in the early days there was 404, not found, and also payment required, that enables you to natively send Lightning payments and then receive, say, data or an API call. You don't have to have a username or a password. You just authenticate with a payment and then receive an API call. And the reason why I bring that up is many of these coders on Replit are in places like, village in India, or, city in Nigeria, right? And they're not necessarily tapped into the existing financial system. They're also a very young generation that expects digital money. So what we're super passionate about in terms of emerging markets and opening up access, you have Noster, you have the open messaging and social media protocol that opens up access for creators. Then you have open access for coders, also looking at things like AI. Also shout out to Paul Itoy, who's around of Stackwork, who is empowering people to create new LLM models using Lightning payments for the human element of it. And then coders can use something like a Replit, and Cody's been helping people out with the Lightning component. And they can actually integrate Lightning with what they're doing, receive payments for what they're building, and then you have this idea of APIs for all, coding for all, AI for all, where now you don't need to be in the developed world. You don't need to be in Silicon Valley, New York, or this, major developed country in order to build an application and accept payments. And to me, that is incredibly powerful when it comes to opening up access to emerging markets, to the developing world, providing work and access for people in regimes where they wouldn't be able to do so previously. And to me, that's the future. The future is really, Bitcoin for all, Lightning for all, and taking the dream of the open internet and applying it to open internet money with Bitcoin and Lightning.
We're out of time. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we've got another panel coming up here. I'm going to let you know what's going on. So this next one is called Bitcoin, Decentralized Tech and Democracy. So financial freedom tools like Bitcoin and decentralized or distributed communication platforms have been critical for Ukrainians as they try to survive the Russian attack and invasion. So now we're going to hear a fireside chat about why decentralized technology might be key for the survival of democracy. So we're going to welcome up Mike Brock, Victoria Zachenko, and Mackenzie Sigalos to the stage. Welcome. Give them a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you. Hey, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Last panel of the day, great intro. We are looking at this theme of Bitcoin as a tool of civic society, decentralized tech, and the ways that it's being used in Ukraine, which is really at the forefront of fighting for democracy right now. Just launched a counter-offensive to combat Russian invaders. I think there are a lot of things to unpack here. Mike, we've got the CEO of TBD at Block, Victoria on the ground in Kyiv joining us today. There are a lot of things that we're going to be unpacking with respect to the ways that Bitcoin and other decentralized technologies being incubated at TBD are being used on the ground right now. I want to start with this idea of crowdsourcing and the ways that you're bypassing banks and other intermediaries who might try to block funds going into the country,
please kick us off, like your firsthand experience. What has it been like since the offensive began, and how critical a role have decentralized technologies like Bitcoin been in getting money into the country as you fight this war?
Hello, let me introduce myself, maybe for 1 minute. I'm Victoria Zaychenko. Here I represent Bitcoin Magazine Ukraine. Just a few weeks before war started in my country, our investor, Sergej Kotliar, the owner of the company, White Rock Management, he brought franchise of Bitcoin Magazine USA to Ukraine and Central Asia. Since that, I stay in Kiev. I live in Kiev, and I didn't leave my country when war started. I wanted to support my country, my family, and I'm still here. And thanks to Human Rights Foundation, we also received grants, and monthly we continue to hold our Bitcoin meetups. Even now, sometimes it's difficult without lights or without internet or in the shelter, but we continue doing it. That's why I'm here to tell you about our Bitcoin community in Ukraine. And yes, after this difficult year for all Ukrainians, we learned many lessons, but one of them is that how we started use decentralized financial tools to support our refugees, to help our armies. During this 1 year, we donated and raised more than $200 million in Bitcoin and different cryptocurrencies.
And Mike, we were chatting about this beforehand too. Like, how big a role do you think Bitcoin in particular has played with this idea of getting money into the country, bypassing these typical hurdles as you support, as different people want to support the cause?
Well, I mean, there's been plenty of examples in how Bitcoin is actually helping. In particular, one of the ways it's like that's really visceral for me has been how, even the Russian opposition, which is, very much aligned with Ukraine's, desire to end this war and to end the Russian occupation of Ukraine, has been very effectively using Bitcoin to keep whatever, civil society resistance alive against the murderous regime of Vladimir Putin. And of course, as Victoria said, I mean, the ability to have, this civil society tool in Bitcoin. And I want to say one thing too, because about how I think about Bitcoin and democracy, because this is about democracy, right? In this talk, I actually had someone say to me recently that it's completely nonsense that Bitcoin is democratic, and in a sense, it's not. The actual technology isn't democratic, but the reason why, like, Bitcoin as a tool is democratic is because democracy doesn't function without civil society. Bitcoin is a civil society tool. It is something that happens at the civil society level without the government, which is like most of what happens in a democracy. Most democratic action happens by individuals without the state to bring together people of common interests to ultimately effectuate, a coming together of some sort of consensus in which to build rule of law. And Bitcoin is a very, very important part of that, I believe, in today's world, particularly in conflict zones and areas where the financial system doesn't reach. And so, Bitcoin as a lifeline to activists who are fighting back against dictators and this absolutely horrendous war is honestly the most inspiring use case I've ever encountered since I started working in this area.
And from both of you, what are the most compelling use cases? I brought up one, getting money into the country, but what other ways are you seeing it used, whether as a currency, as thinking of it more broadly, as a monetary network?
Okay, then the full-scale war started. Access to banking system was limited and regulated. And yes, we started using Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to send this to our family abroad. And but mostly, in my own experience, we started to donate it to our army. It was the main thing, and we continue to do it very well. And I'm proud of my nation that we still have money to do it. And we are not tired. And also we are, of course, very thankful to all around the world people who sent us and who still believe and support us. Because I have one idea that we survived during the first 3 weeks. Then war started. Then whole world didn't believe in us, because we didn't expect anything from our government or from somewhere. We just started doing something to survive, to win, and everyone is contributing to our victory.
Mike, any other examples or use cases you've seen that have been especially compelling on the ground in Ukraine, whether that's a tool that you've built or been working on or just something that you've observed?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as close to the situation on the ground in Ukraine, so you know, I mean, like the fundraising that the Ukrainian government did using Bitcoin early on in the war was like, for me, like that was you know, an amazing example of how like we were able to use Bitcoin as a fundraising tool for, you know, people who believe in freedom and democracy to support a country that suddenly found itself at the front lines of defending that without having to go through, you know, I mean, like the payment system was broken, right? Like in Ukraine. And so the fact that Bitcoin was able to provide a bridge for that was incredibly inspiring, right? Like that's like what Bitcoin is, right? Bitcoin is, it's freedom money. It's money that works when everything else doesn't. And so that was to me, that was the most like inspiring use case, the ability of humanity, like or at least those of us humans that, you know, are on the right side of history here, had an ability to donate. I did. I donated Bitcoin to the Ukrainian government, and I was super proud to do so.
And I think that, you know, as those initial few months, as a lot of people still had the opportunity to leave the country and were going to Poland, I spoke to folks who were bringing money with them or sending, you know, their wives and children to Poland, and whatever wealth that they did have in cryptocurrency. Some took it on a thumb drive, others had digital wallets that they had access to. But this idea of being able to start a new life and bringing some of that wealth with you and not starting with nothing was fascinating. We also looked at how Lightning played a role in this, and I wonder if you can kind of get into that layer 2 payment technology, and whether you've seen any sort of local economy spring up, whether it's stable coins or if it's like Lightning transactions, because there was a cash shortage in those first few months. And so were there any you know, useful tools within the context of Bitcoin or the stable coin system more broadly where it helped to facilitate basic commerce, just buying groceries?
No, of course, inside country, then we raise some money or we receive money. For us, we transfer it into fiat, no, just to survive, because in my country it's not so easy to buy something for Bitcoin. But I know that I know a few families in Czech Republic and in Poland who received and use their, no, it's just, we just use it. It's okay. Before war, Ukrainians was on the top of 3 countries on crypto adoption in the world after Vietnam and Philippines. We use it very well. We really know how to do it, and we just started doing it more quickly when the war started.
When I think of this decentralized tech, like, Mike, a lot of what we've talked about in the past is decentralized identities. If people have lost an ID, if they have had to flee their home country, what does that mean in terms of just being able to start a new life? Can you maybe talk about, and it doesn't have to be specific to Ukraine, but how the decentralized identity tech that you're building is important for these, folks who are fighting for democracy or having to flee authoritarian regimes?
Well, I mean, think about what identity is today for all of us, right? Like, it's our passports, and in the U.S., it's like our driver's licenses. For a lot of people, that level of documentation doesn't even exist, right? There's over 1 billion people on this planet that have no documentation to their name. Like, these are people that could never buy a plane ticket, could never gain access to online financial services. It's a serious impediment to human progress and to freedom and equality in the world. So the idea that we would have a internet native self-sovereign identity protocol that would allow somebody to create a universal identity for themselves that is privacy preserving, they control it, and it can also create trusted third party relationships. So if you and I, for example, if the HRF one day decided to use decentralized identity to identify human rights activists, they could issue a credential, and if other activists also trust the HRF, you can use something like DID to then verify that those people are who they say they are through, say, a civil society organization or an NGO. It doesn't have to be a government. That's the great thing about this decentralized identity technology. It creates the ability to create trust networks for identity that don't ever have to involve the state, but can still be very can still be of a very high trust nature, because we can create those common connections, and I think it's the most exciting new open internet protocol, honestly, in a long time outside of Bitcoin. So I'm super excited to be working on that, and I also think that we're now starting to see LinkedIn, the U.S. based Microsoft owned social media platform for basically having online CVs or resumes, which is what most people use it for, has just started adopting this technology for education credentials, which is now compatible with the decentralized identity standard. So we're super happy to start to see those things in the ecosystem start to happen, and those things can become really, really powerful ways to have real identity that we can use to create high trust economic relationships that don't ever have to involve a government. That's powerful for over 1 billion people that don't have that today.
The other thing, Victoria, that you said earlier, and I just kind of sat with it a bit, is this idea that it's still very much a cash economy. If you need to get things done, you need to get access to cash. So as much as we see lightning payments proliferate in other areas where you have reliable access to the internet, one use case that's come up time and again when I'm speaking to people in distressed economies or emerging markets is peer-to-peer trades and this OTC way of getting access to cash. If you're trading Tether out of a wallet to get access to cash to pay for groceries, has that dynamic picked up? Because as you mentioned, Ukraine was already a top crypto adopter going into the conflict, and so I assume that, unlike other countries going into a wartime period, maybe more people had crypto wallets. What they didn't have was access to a bank where they could withdraw money, because there were a lot of bank closures. People just couldn't get access to cash. So that's a long way of trying to ask you, in the immediate aftermath of the war, or did it persist, that you saw more of a proliferation of these OTC type trades, like peer-to-peer economies thriving as people tried to get access to physical bills?
Before war, it was more easier to send. Many of us have a few crypto wallets, like application or something. and it was easier to send and to pay. But a few months ago, our government unfortunately tried to regulate it. We still don't have law about crypto assets in my country, but they tried to regulate it something, and it was very bad for us. So that before we could send crypto, and we didn't need to change it to fiat. But now, unfortunately, it's my experience. If I need to change it, I'm going to a special secret place, like crypto exchange physical office, where many sporty guys with big, with many bags with cash sitting, and I just try to receive my cash and run from there because I don't feel safe there. But maybe it's because of wartime, and I pray maybe soon this situation will change and my government will do something for us in this case.
What tools do you want to use but you don't have access to right now, or what are you excited about, or what do you think you need? Like, there are a lot of developers who have come here. There are also a lot of activists who have come here. Like, what do you need from the people in the room that you can take back with you?
Okay, different people need different things. I think military people need some special tools for them, just to buy important things for them. So, refugees need another thing. I think maybe we could be, our Bitcoin community could be a platform to discuss what all this audience needs, and maybe we will create something. I don't know for all of this audience. We should discuss it.
And I mean, Mike, you're a major influencer and thinker in the Bitcoin ecosystem. You're actively working on new tech in the space. What are you most excited about in the context of Bitcoin being a civic tool and aiding people who are fighting for democracy? Is it something that you're building now, something you want to build next? What's your vision?
Yeah, I've been saying for a while, like, I mean, Bitcoin's current killer app, and it will have other killer apps in the future, is remittances, right? Like what we were talking about with like donations to Ukraine, even though at the end of the day, like, Ukraine needs to convert that back into fiat to use it, it doesn't like detract from the fact that like you still got the money there, you still moved it across borders instantly, and that's like a really, really powerful tool. And I don't think like the potential of that use case of sort of filling in the gaps of the global financial system is really appreciated. Like, I think Bitcoin has a long way to run just in filling out that use case alone.
I also, like, we were talking earlier about this idea of Bitcoin as a potential security layer for the internet. And I think about upholding democracy as also protecting the diaspora who might be working for people back home and making sure that the work that they're doing abroad does not impact family and friends who are living in a war zone. Where does Bitcoin fit in? Like, is it a part, or where does, where do decentralized technologies fit into privacy preserving tools?
I mean, we're using the Bitcoin to secure our decentralized identifiers in our Web5 platform. So we decided to build on top of Ion, which was developed by Microsoft, which is a DID method, which is secured by the Bitcoin blockchain, which is the most secure ledger in the world. And so that's like a really great example of like a non-monetary use for Bitcoin and providing like security for digital identity. There's other things people are doing. I mean, I have really mixed feelings about things like ordinals, but like I think there's certainly going to be a huge potential for using Bitcoin for a lot of non-monetary cases when it comes to sort of securing a decentralized web, and those are the sorts of use cases that TBD is like really focused on leveraging.
We're already over time, but one last thing within the Bitcoin ecosystem, there are a handful of people who perhaps are not convinced of what's happening on the ground in Ukraine. Mike, do you have anything to weigh in on there?
I think Bitcoin's freedom money, and I think that if you struggle to see the importance of supporting a country which is facing an existential threat from an imperialist invasion by a neighbor that is a authoritarian dictatorship that will that is I don't believe is going to stop. And if you can't sit back and realize that you know, that is like the forefront of human freedom, right? What is happening in Ukraine. I know some people will say that that's like Western propaganda and this is a U.S. proxy war and all these other things that these people who you're talking about say. You know, I mean, I'll be honest, those things, if you see my tweets, you know that those things really upset me. I think it's very, very important to support the Ukrainian cause if you're the sort of person who believes in freedom. I certainly do. I think that that's what aligns with the sort of values that Bitcoin should embody. So, yeah, look, I mean, what I have to say to them is Slava Ukraini.
Very last thing, Victoria, do you have any final thoughts you want to give?
We use decentralized financial tools to develop our democracy. And when we win this war, we will continue to build our nation on this trade. And may God, your support and Bitcoin help us in this endeavor. That's it.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to the audience for staying with us. And thank you to the HRF team for hosting this event. Really, really glad to be here.
Thank you.
All right. We have a surprise final talk. We have a special guest that wasn't going to be here, but decided to come. And so I think he's making his way out here. But we have Adam back. So, yes. So myself and Island are going to have a little chat, and we're just going to kind of see where it goes. We're going to just do a little 10, 15 minutes with Adam back. I think Alex is running to go get him. But, I mean, I know I have questions for Adam, and maybe we'll get to one or two in the audience as well. So let's everybody give a round of applause for Adam back. All right, I'm just going to leave the slides as is. We don't have a slide for Adam. He was a surprise. So, okay, so where do we start this one? I mean,
I've got a question.
Okay,
do you want me to go ahead?
Let's go.
Okay.
Take it.
So, thank you all for being here. It's really cool to be with Adam back, especially a bit last minute. The first question is, maybe take us back. And what was the cypherpunks' early mission? Why were they building electronic cash?
Yeah, the cypherpunks were interested in re-establishing the rights of privacy and freedom of association that had been eroded by the advent of the internet. So in the physical world, you can spend cash in a shop, you can have a conversation, and nobody's spying on you. You know, you have a high degree of privacy. But as an accident of the rapid adoption of the internet in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, suddenly ISPs had logs, they had IP addresses, they had payment information, and so things that you would say could be recorded, and they could identify who said them. And so, the cypherpunks felt that you had some legal rights to expect privacy and to expect freedom of association, but they weren't being respected in the online world because law enforcement is, they're just doing their job and they're focused on the darker part of society, and so they will overreach. They'll ask for information they have no legal right to, and then if they become accustomed to that, they start lobbying for an increase in, like, an erosion of privacy. So what we figured was, well, we'll just build the privacy, and, it doesn't matter if they don't like it because we have a right to use it, or, what society prefers to use is what law enforcement... I mean, ultimately... society employs its government and employs its law enforcement. They're public servants. So what we want to do as a social norm is what should be the case. So we'll just build the technology and use it and hope other people use it.
Were there legal challenges that came along with that ethos?
Yeah, so it wasn't without risk because the way that you would go about obtaining privacy was things like Tor and things that came before. So anonymous remailers were a kind of Tor for email. And it was a volunteer thing, right? So the remailers, of which there were maybe 30 to 50, were operated by volunteers, and people would email things through them or post them on discussion forums. And occasionally, if you were operating one of these, you'd get contacted by law enforcement or by military organizations and people that had evidently, you wouldn't necessarily know what they were complaining about, but they would be very, very angry. And there were some operators that actually got into some quite challenging legal hot water over that, and the EFF had to try and finance their legal defense, basically. So it was risky, and I was operating a remailer for a number of years. It was called the Swiss remailer. But I'd taken some defensive steps to put it further away from me. So I operated in another country, and I paid for it with cash in a post from a very small ISP by another cypherpunk. And eventually the Swiss federal police turned up at his place of work. He worked at a big company. And they turned up and they demanded information about what had come through his server. And he said, well, I don't know, I'm a small ISP. There are some people who have accounts. I have no idea. And then he told me, and I switched it off. But that was my thought from the start, that I would just operate it until things got messy, and then I would shut it down. And they never bothered to, because it's another country and so on, it was too messy, and they just dropped the investigation.
As a follow-up to that, do you see any parallels between that and today with Bitcoin, or do you think that we're about to enter that phase where it may become, at least for a period of time, a little scary to run Bitcoin infrastructure in some way? I think Bitcoin probably got past that, some years ago, but certainly, when I got, actively involved, 2013, 2014, it was a lot more unclear how regulators would react. And some of the developers who are maintaining Bitcoin were a little worried about, using their real name or the prospect of, getting legally attacked just as a software developer, volunteering on building the source code. Some people have, from time to time, have wondered about, whether law enforcement or regulators, I guess not law enforcement, might, try to infer that your action is a money transmitter or something, right, and that you needed a license. But generally, I think the regulations have come a lot further forward now. It's really more at the business level, about whether financial companies providing financial services around Bitcoin and how they should be regulated. That's more where the action is. But it's it's come surprisingly fast. Now you've got El Salvador with sovereign holdings of Bitcoin, public markets holding Bitcoin, big U.S. financial institutions and international institutions offering Bitcoin-related derivatives and Bitcoin custody and buying and selling to wealth management clients, and increasingly to regular clients. Somebody just sent me a screenshot of Revolut, which is a very popular kind of it gives you a debit card and a smartphone app. It's very popular in Europe as an online bank. They must have millions of users that they were reminding people that you could now deposit Bitcoin as well as withdraw it, and you could buy it in it. So clearly, you're not going to get debanked for buying Bitcoin from the bank itself, right? So I think things have come forward a long way. I don't want to hijack anything, so I'm...
One question I have is, because I kind of struggle with this, with privacy. I am on social media with my name. I have my writing platform. Sometimes I wish that I could go back in history and not be so open about who I am. Given that you started in the industry so early and that there's been claims that, you're Satoshi Nakamoto, is there ever, and I mean you might be, but do you struggle with that as well, of wishing that maybe you had stayed private and not been open about who you are?
Yeah, I mean, the cypherpunks were developing privacy-related technology, and some of them were using it too. So there were some posters on the cypherpunks list who were posting anonymously just in general chit-chat or even some technical discussions, and there were a few software packages that were released by pseudonyms. So there was one electronic cash one called Magic Money by a pseudonym called Product Cipher with like some zeros in the name, and that was actually quite similar. It's like a Chorm bank, but without any, it was pre-Bitcoin, so there was no way to take money in or out of it, but you could operate a Chorm bank with it, and you could exchange coins and stuff. And so there are a few bits of software like that, but yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who were on that list were sort of aware of the risks of, being too public, to have your name associated with some of these discussions, even because there were legal risks around even encryption, right? Phil Zimmermann got in quite a lot of trouble for releasing PGP, which is an email encryption package, and was under investigation in the US for quite some years until finally that, those regulations were changed. But for me, it was too late. I'd already participated using my real name on the mailing list, and at some point you've built up so many discussions that it's hard to it's too late, right? But I would say it's very interesting for Bitcoin that there be some anonymous contributors. Another thing about that backdrop, you can see that Phil Zimmermann got into legal difficulty. Some of the remailer operators did. Another example is eGold, which was a physical gold-based electronic cash system. It was a bit centralized as a website, but you could pay users fractions of ounces of gold, and the founders and owners of it were resident in the US, and eventually they got into some legal trouble and ended up shutting down the company, refunding the money. And I think that caused legal problems for them for quite some years. So, for people who wonder why did Satoshi choose to be anonymous, I think you could probably look at some of those examples that had happened at that time to say, if you were somebody that was looking at that and seeing that other people who tried to do similar things got into legal trouble, and you'd seen other examples of people posting software anonymously, that being anonymous was a kind of superpower, right? It made it less likely that you would have these kind of problems. But anyway, for whatever reason, I think it's quite good for Bitcoin that we don't know who Satoshi was. To be clear, it's not me, categorically.
Sure.
But I think it's good for Bitcoin as a kind of discovery rather than a startup or an event, and that it sort of helps Bitcoin be considered as a commodity, rather than a technology startup or shares in a company. The way a lot of society thinks is very hierarchical, so they look for, the founder or the CEO or the politician in charge of something. So, I'm sure if he was identified, he would be, maybe asked to testify to, a Congress in a country or something like that, right? Or put under political pressure to change something. And, topically for Bitcoin's Genesis block quote and the time at which it was released, the Genesis quote, I presume most people know about it. Somebody's wearing a shirt saying the exact thing here, times Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks, right? So it's about moral hazard and the idea that banks can have a policy, or people can have a policy, society can have a policy, but if things get too dramatic and too economically challenging, there'll be enormous political pressure until some humans will, violate the policy at the request of society. And so you don't want that with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's a hard money. You want it to be like physical gold, where, regardless of how short of money people are or how desperately they think the society needs a, infusion of cash, you can't suddenly print more gold. You've got to mine it, or you've got to do some work, or you've got to sell something for it. And so for Bitcoin to have that property, it's very useful that it's decentralized and there's nowhere to make special pleadings for. And in fact, you could view the block size wars back in the 2015 era as a form of that, right? A form where a number of startups were sort of trying to make the case that they really needed a quick fix, and they were willing to weaken the network, reduce its security to get it. And because it's decentralized and the market didn't want that, I think that most of the people that were using or holding Bitcoin understood that well enough, but they rejected that. And I think it was a kind of market rejection. So I think a lot of people who were looking at Bitcoin or joined Bitcoin since and saw that event took it to mean that, yes, you really can depend on Bitcoin being gold-like and retaining those properties, indefinitely into the future.
I have a question. I want to look a little bit into the future of Bitcoin. And how the average person interacts with Bitcoin has changed a lot over the past number of years. Whether it be how you back up your wallet, whether it be if you're interacting on-chain or via the Lightning Network. We've seen new developments around Xiaomi and eCash and Fedi and even Liquid Network. There's lots of different ways now to interact with Bitcoin. And I imagine what the average person's first interaction with Bitcoin looks like 10 or 20 years from now is going to be, in the context of that, we go out a decade, 2 decades, what does success and what does failure look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are 2 types of success. I think the less attractive type of success is Bitcoin as an asset class getting into centralized custody too much. And the reason I think that could still be a success is because, gold is a success, and most of that is in custody and, maybe a bit rehypothecated too because of that, right? So people who operate gold ETFs sometimes lend the gold out because, it's a form of extra money, and then before you know it, there's more gold certificates than gold, and you kind of undo the point a bit. So there's a risk that that could happen to Bitcoin if too much of it is not kind of self-owned, self-controlled, like where you have their own keys and so on. So then I think the better part of success, and obviously Bitcoin in the ETF is a financial instrument, so it won't be censorship resistant and bearer and so forth, right? Because it would be like a share in a company. There would be a broker or a custodian that could seize it from you if a court ordered them to. So yeah, that could be an okay like financial instrument or an investment asset, but it wouldn't be very interesting for the kinds of things that I think many people at this conference are interested in, which is, that there's a frictionless way for anybody in the world to get, access to the financial system globally, that they can have direct bearer, censorship-resistant transactions, and it's very hard to seize it from them. Because, frankly, the establishment has a pretty bad record globally. And so, how that would look, we don't exactly know because all of the current scaling technology is probably not enough to get to the next billion users, right? So, but it is evolving very quickly, and so, every year recently there have been multiple new layer 2 protocol ideas or implementations, and so you mentioned a few, but there are many, like Lightning itself, of course, is a bit older and more mature now. That clearly helps in a large degree. All of these layer 2s are always making a trade-off too, and I think the reason is that if there was a simple way to improve Bitcoin to, address the issue that this layer 2 is trying to fix, Bitcoin would already do it, or it would adopt it, right? And so the reason it doesn't happen in the main chain is because the trade-off that's being made is unattractive to, censorship resistance or security or ability to audit, so something like that, right? So Lightning is roughly like a huge block, but it doesn't create the costs of that, and so you can coalesce lots of transactions, but there are costs, right? Now you have the channel setup mechanism that's getting easier, but there's also a kind of fundamental hot wallet aspect of it, so it's not as good for cold storage. Other layer 2s have other trade-offs, and those trade-offs are improving. For Lightning, there's also the concept of channel factories, which is early stages. And other layer 2s, like Liquid, is more about trading. It's much more similar to Bitcoin. It's kind of a sidechain or a layer 2, but sidechains are also blockchains, and so don't scale in a huge way. You could scale them a bit higher because you could put a higher bar for a power user to verify it than you'd want to do for the Bitcoin itself, for the Bitcoin main chain. Lightning works on top of Liquid as well, so that's a mechanism there. And then you have the other layer 2s, like the federated things like Fedi, which are more, they give you very high scalability, very strong privacy, but you can't audit them, and that seems to be somewhat inherent because of the way the privacy works. So there's a possibility for inflation if there's collusion amongst participants. But that's still a very interesting trade-off, and people can make a risk assessment, and they can work with communities, which is one of the things that Fedi adds to the mix. But maybe in the longer term, somebody will find a way to square that, with the SNARKs and these, which are relatively new. They were invented as a mathematical concept cryptographic mechanism that came after Bitcoin, which we haven't fully understood the limits of, and which are still being optimized and becoming more scalable. So maybe ultimately there will be a way to get scalability and privacy, for example. And of course there are things which do that, but they're making some high-risk security trade-offs today, I would say. Not Fedi, but things that can do it in a decentralized way are making some kind of high-risk security trade-offs. And some of those things have suffered inflation bugs live multiple times, so the risk is real.
Okay, we got time for one more question, but I know if I was sitting in this room, I would want the opportunity to ask Adam Back a killer question. And so if you have a killer question for Adam Back that you're dying to ask him, stick up a hand. I see somebody right here. All right. Oh, wait. There's a mic for you there.
All right, are we on? Okay, so following on pretty much from where we're at there, I'd love to hear your thoughts, Adam, on UTXO management and the future adoption and onboarding the normies and what that's going to look like if we're going to onboard the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have enough UTXOs, it's clear, right? And that's part of, the reason we want to scale Bitcoin is we think its properties are important and useful, and because we get enthusiastic about Bitcoin, we'd like as many people as are interested to be able to benefit from those same use cases. And somebody posted a Glassnode analysis a few weeks ago that, it's a very rough metric, but that suggests there's 1 million UTXOs with 1 Bitcoin or more. And, so clearly some people might break their coins up into multiple UTXOs, or their wallet does, and some other people might own Bitcoin on exchange, so they don't have a UTXO or not that's recognizable. But nevertheless, it shows you that that's not many UTXOs, right? And of course, there are many smaller UTXOs as well, but it's just to say that the most censorship-resistant way we have to hold Bitcoin is the UTXO, and it doesn't scale. So, there are some ideas about UTXO sharing where you can sort of unilaterally claim your share of a UTXO, so perhaps that goes somewhere. The drive chain people are talking about a more peer-to-peer sidechain, and there you could have a larger sidechain that's kind of harder to, more expensive to audit, to verify, to run a node for, but give people something in between, which is a less verifiable but still a UTXO, which is probably better than the alternative, which is they use something custodial, like they have a share of a Lightning channel, they have a balance on exchange or a custodian. Fedi answers some of that, but then you're making a different trust. You don't have a UTXO, you have an eCash coin, but the Bitcoins that collateralize that are held by a group, which is effectively a sort of, you're trusting them to some extent.
All right, I think that's our time. Let's give a huge round of applause for Adam Back. And I hope you all enjoyed it. And we're going to toss it over to Alex here. But hate me all you want. I'm taking a selfie on stage with Adam. Awesome.
So thank you, Ben and Aylin, for an awesome day of emceeing. So round of applause for them. That was awesome. Great job. Just we'll end with one idea from Hal Finney, and he said something like, the computer can be used to harm people, but it can also be used to liberate people. So I think it was very fitting to have you here, Adam, as an original cypherpunk to help outline some of the challenges coming down the road. But the community here has been eating up today's programming. It's so important that we have a globally diverse group of people to tackle these issues and talk about them. So we're thrilled to have them here. And I mean, the program speaks for itself. It was really, really unique. We hope to bring it back next year. And thank you for coming to the Oslo Freedom Forum. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.